In January 2001, there were 3 major wrestling companies in North America. By December, there was only one world champion. 25 years ago, the wrestling world completely changed over the course of 12 months. And actually, when you sort of look at it, it actually really changed within the first 3 months of the year.
Yeah, 12 weeks.
Yeah,
12 weeks and we're done.
12 weeks. It really changed. And then WWF absolutely dropped every single ball that they had in their hands and then had a monopoly for the next 19 years.
It's not a monopoly. There's other competitors like sleep.
But this is our journey through the invasion, how WWF bought WCW and ECW, then ran a series of shows of interpromotional battles to mark the 25th anniversary of one of the most lambasted storylines in all of professional wrestling.
Yeah, not a good time. But weirdly, a time I adored, I was living through. I was 13 years old. So a lot of the flaws I see now with the cold, hard, cynical eyes of adulthood and a quarter of a century later, at the time, I loved.
Yeah, no.
Even the bad stuff, I was like, oh yes, WCW. Dude. I didn't watch WCW. I didn't know that Sean Stasiak wasn't the biggest star in the world.
He's on this final episode of Nitro. Facing Bam, he beats Bam Bam Bigelow. So I'm in a similar. I'm 15 when this storyline is going on. I'm relatively new to professional wrestling. Like I got in the year 2000 through Channel 4 here in the UK, and then I spent the rest of that year learning about old wrestling through a friend of mine because he had a bunch of it on video. So I'd watch a lot of WCW shows and ECW shows around at his house, and kind of that was my education through the Attitude Era in a way. So by the time I got to this period of time here, this was not sort of the WCW that I would have recognized, but I still remember really enjoying what they did. I loved the heel turn, the second heel turn that Austin does in 2001 at the Invasion, and being like super shocked that WCW won. But then there's a real moment at Survivor Series 01 where I think my cynical brain kicks in as a wrestling fan, which is when it's like Survivor Series 01, winner takes all. It is either going to be the WWF or it's going to be the
WWF. Oh yeah, the alliance.
The alliance that stands tall. And during that, there's an advert for WWF house shows and WWF Tough Enough on MTV, and I'm like, well, surely these shows wouldn't be happening if the alliance are going to win. So I think. Well, the WWF is just winning then, aren't they?
I don't know if really physically Father Christmas can visit every childhood home.
Yeah, not a lot of this is actually adding up.
You started to ask questions.
It's
a weird part, I think, of a lot of our viewers, a lot of our audience would have lived through this, and it is kind of a transition of innocence to, like when I was this old, I knew something was up with wrestling. Did I know that it was predetermined? I asked questions.
Yeah, I mean that I did know.
All right.
Apart from a mate of mine at school who did try to convince me that it's fake and that's the word I use. It's fake in WWF and WCW. It's real in ECW.
Yes, yeah.
ECW is where it's actually real.
We didn't have the internet. The internet wasn't invented for another 10 years.
I had the internet.
So we just sort of made up stuff, and rumors would spread around playgrounds.
The kid from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory grew up to be Marilyn Manson. That was a genuine rumor that went around my school for years on end.
Marilyn Manson removed a rib so he could give himself a blowjob.
I think that's one of the more maddening ones, because that was in every single school. In a pre-internet world, every school had that rumor. I don't know how that one managed to spread so far and wide.
Well, I know someone who's quite a bit older, but not, in between us and the parents. He heard it about Prince.
Yes, well, so it starts as a Prince thing and then became a Marilyn Manson.
I think every generation is just going to have one celebrity who had a rib removed to suck their own cock.
Yeah, in this day and age, it's probably, I don't know, but it was not in the same way. Probably Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah,
she had a rib removed so she could eat herself out. I mean, that's the new version of this 6-7. So I adore this period of time. I have got a lot of nostalgia, obviously, for the late 90s and early 2000s. And this is my last full year as a wrestling fan, because I drop off in 02.
Yeah, I think both of us... So, yeah, it was the Channel 4 airing which made this stuff accessible to us. I was probably a little bit before because I had Sky, and you don't like Sky.
No, Murdoch, we do
because
not
of some like chart of responsibility. Something happened in Liverpool, so therefore we can't have Sky. But I had it middle class. We did all right.
Yeah, he's not Rishi Sunak over here who had to pick and choose when they had Sky. You just had it all the time.
We had NTL.
Oh,
for like the first couple of years. My family were very against having a satellite on the house.
Yeah, well, it's trashy.
Thought it was uncouth. But then NTL, that was cable, literal cable. There was a box at the end of like the road, and the cable fed into our house. I think that's how we ended up getting Sky. Did that? Anyway.
I'm pretty sure.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So we had Sky. So I was watching SmackDown late 1999. So that's when I first started getting into it. But yeah, but only SmackDown. Raw was this naughty show.
That's on Sky Sports, whereas SmackDown would be shown on Sky One.
Yeah, so I would watch SmackDown on Sky One. We had that package, and I only watched it at 11 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Edited.
You'd get recaps of Raw. Yeah, chair swing coming, freeze frame, noise.
Cut to the crowd. You just hear the sound of things.
And yeah, so it's not that I wasn't, like, Nitro was a billion miles away. Raw was like in touching distance, but it was this weird bit at the back of the store behind a curtain. SmackDown was safe. It was blue. But Raw was red and weird.
Raw is war.
And don't get me started on ECW.
Oh, yeah.
I think someone died there. That was snuff wrestling.
I was so obsessed with ECW in this period of time in particular. Obviously not like 2001 because it's dead, but like 2000, I become obsessed with ECW. Like, I loved the WWF, but man, I was enamored with ECW.
So we really are those kind of casual fans. Of course, we became hardcore fans, but our experience is really 2 years. It's late 99 to late 01, probably midway through 2002. Because you said your last full year. And yet that was so many, that is the Attitude Era to us.
And for a lot of people, that is their wrestling fandom. When you speak to people around our age and they ask you what you do, like if you meet new people at a party or whatever, or like I had this when I was buying my house. The person who asked me was like, "What do you do for a living?"
You've got to fill it out in the mortgage bit. You're like, is there a section for YouTube?
You can't put it on a wedding certificate, I learned, because YouTube is a brand and you're allowed to put brands on a wedding certificates. But when I was
what am I going to do with my Hoover job?
It's a vacuum cleaner, you know what I mean. They'd ask her, like, "Oh, what do you do?" "I work for wrestling YouTube," and they will always usually say roughly the same thing. "I used to watch it back in the day. The Rock, Stone Cold, The Undertaker," and you hear these lists of names. If it's slightly younger than us, maybe 10 years before, it's like, "Oh, I used to watch it back in the day. John Cena, Randy Orton, Rey Mysterio." Do they still wrestle?
Yeah. Are they still around?
Are they still around? Yeah. But like, if they're around our age, you will get Mick Foley or Mankind, Undertaker, Kane. And then the question is, are they still around?
Which is weird because Mick Foley, when I started watching it, is kind of this, again, a mystical force. He's retired by
at the
start of 2000, but he is a presence throughout the rest of the year because he's the commissioner. And we get to see him in these episodes that we're going to cover here.
Yeah, he's going to be the commissioner again. Much against his will. He is brought back in the middle of this storyline. I say in the middle, actually. He's brought at the tail end of this storyline when Regal turns more heel and joins the alliance. But we'll get to that when we get
so many twists and turns and heel turns and back again. And everyone's got a belt.
Yeah, I'm going to sum up the invasion briefly. I don't want to bury the lead on a lot of this episode, a lot of this series we're going to be doing. But much like how the wrestling landscape changes in the first 12 weeks, the invasion really all happens in the first 6 weeks. And then they just do a bunch of shows and then it ends. It's a lot like Ace and Eights in a way.
Isn't it weird how many of the storylines we cover in this series, which is, go to patreon.com/WrestleTalk, where you'll not only get every other episode of this every month, but you'll also get the previous series we've done, which is, the Aces and Eights storyline in TNA, the Shield, the downfall of the Shield, the Nexus, the rise and fall of the Nexus. these classic worst storylines, everyone remembers fondly for a bit. And you're like, well, that storyline was good. But then it ends like right after. Not often the case. It's usually big thing happens and then it actually continues for 6 months.
Yeah.
And dies a slow death.
Slow death. And we are going to watch a company super lose interest in this story. And a lot of people have a lot of reasons as to why. 2001's a bad year for Vince business-wise because the XFL completely falls apart. He's got so many things preoccupied. WWF New York, I think, is starting to that is costing them so much money. That gets rebranded the year after. Then they eventually close it down. They try and turn it into a nightclub because the restaurant portion of it's not working. And part of the reason why is because they refuse to show any other sports apart from the WWF in a sports bar. But a lot of business ideas they're going with are not working and it's all falling apart. And what he's going to learn is he kind of does need competition to keep him going and keep him motivated. And yeah, he just loses so much interest in this story the longer it goes.
It's a spectacular fall as well from the heights of 98. Well, 97, 98, 99, 2000 creatively. Aside from that mania, the best creative year for the company ever.
I would still say ever.
I think the first year, like that 2023, 2024, might now be in the contention.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a topic for discussion.
But yeah, the star power, the storylines, the matches, TLC, Shane McMahon falling off the Titantron. These are never before seen things in WWE, at least WWF, like it was being done in other promotions.
Cool places like ECW.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but it's not only just that. It's when you talk about the mainstream appeal of wrestling in 2000. I know some people argue it's quite mainstream now because you got Netflix and this and the other, but it's a different... Mainstream in 2000 is so different to what it was there. Like now you wouldn't have the stars of wrestling on the covers of magazines that are not wrestling related.
Because magazines were a thing back then. Let me, it's like a website, but you hold it in your hands and it has pages you can turn.
That's what I mean about it's a different mainstream landscape. But WWF stars would be on the cover of TV Guide because that was among the most watched shows in all of America. Like everyone was watching wrestling at this time. A huge portion of the country is watching wrestling. Here in the UK, it's also become massive because it's now on Channel 4, free to air Channel 4. I've got such a love for Sunday Night Heat because that was my wrestling show. Yeah. There's a reason why I love Kai and Ty and the Headbangers because they were on Sunday Night Heat every week.
Regal, Edge and Christian, bit of Kurt Angle. Yeah.
And so it is this incredible boom. You had people, I always use this as an example, but The Rock has a cameo on That 70s Show where he makes jokes about The Rock character from wrestling. This isn't like Roman Reigns and CM Punk doing voices in Zootopia. They're not making jokes about the characters of CM Punk and Roman Reigns. The Rock is literally making jokes about because everyone knows what he's talking about. The Rock doing the song with Wyclef Jean.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Was actually a huge part of the pop cultural zeitgeist. I don't think you can argue now that WWE is part of the pop culture zeitgeist that everyone is talking about.
WWE tells me it is.
And it has done for the last 25 years, but it's not really.
It might be unfair because just the media and consumption is so fragmented.
That's what I mean, yeah.
That's
what I'm saying.
That it's if we were in the year 2000, 2001, when you just had cable channels, then maybe this WWE would be at that level.
Yeah.
You would get Roman Reigns going to...
He's cameoing on Young Sheldon and saying, "Acknowledge me."
Yes, yeah.
And that's the joke.
And he gets a big
round of applause
when he enters.
Because he said the thing.
He'd be on Friends. Roman Reigns would be Monica's latest boyfriend on an episode of Friends.
Yeah, and would do something about a tribal chief or something like that. They would make more pop culture stuff about it. So yeah, as what I was saying, you can't compare the two really because we're in a completely different media landscape. But I think it is important to note just how massive wrestling was in 2000. And then in 2001, that bubble sort of does burst, and it bursts because you went from 3 promotions to just 1. And when that one promotion is the only one left standing, half of them turn off. Half the people watching just stopped watching wrestling.
It's so mad that on the same week, not the same year, the same week, WCW ended and Stone Cold turned heel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a large portion of people just went, nope.
I'm
And
done.
they turned off and they never came back. Because these days we talk about ratings and viewing figures, and it's like Raw gets 2 million people global. So we'll think like 1.2 million people in the United States watch Raw now on Netflix. Of course, you could say there's social media clips and there's YouTube videos and all that, but let's not fluff the numbers. The people who just watch an episode of Raw, 1.2 million. Back then, it was 8 million some weeks.
Yeah.
9 million.
Yeah.
And you didn't just have those people watching Raw, you had that same amount watching Nitro.
Well, that's the interesting part of this, and Pritchard has talked about this on Something to Wrestle, is that he thinks there wasn't this, he thinks it is kind of a shared audience, and because the argument is like a lot of people just tune out. Once, the WrestleMania X7, the death of WCW, half of the wrestling fans just stopped becoming wrestling fans. And Pritchard's like, no, I think it was people switching between channels. I do think there was also just two very different audiences. There were people who just liked the WWF, and there were people who just liked WCW. And when WCW closed its doors, that was it. And they lost their alternative to the WWF, and so they just stopped watching. And some of them may have come back for TNA, because a lot of those stars then have reappeared in TNA. But a large portion of them, like those, all these frat boys that are there at the spring breakout episode of Nitro, then they just stop watching. They don't go to WCW shows. They don't go to the WWF shows afterwards.
We've got a modern parallel now as well. I think back when we all really wanted the emergence of a new competitor in like the late noughties, 2010s, we didn't really have anything to go on. But now we've got AEW and WWE. And I think AEW there is an overlap, of course there is, but AEW has a clear, differentiated audience who, if AEW go away, they will not enjoy WWE's products.
Bingo.
Because I just think they're different people. And looking at WCW, look, I never watched Nitro because, like I said, I couldn't even get access to Raw, let alone Nitro.
I think it does end up, I'm pretty sure it's on Channel 5.
Well, Thunder is.
That's what I was going to say.
So I watched Thunder.
Yeah, Thunder's on Channel 5 in the year 2000s.
Yeah, so I watched Thunder, but Nitro, I don't remember. When I watched Thunder, I remember it being just wacky Ernest Cat Miller.
Oh, yeah, Thunder was naff, mate. It was proper rubbish.
So, but watching this Nitro, which I've never really gone back and watched a full episode of Nitro from 2000, 2001, they are very different products.
It's wild, isn't it?
WWE, this episode of Raw we're going to do, both on the same night, there was a famous simulcast. The episode of Raw is non-stop ADHD soap opera, where it is constructed more like this crazy collection of scenes. And some of those scenes are wrestling. Some of those scenes are promos. A lot of the scenes are backstage bits.
Yeah.
And
the matches will last the same amount of time as a backstage segment.
And I think there is some value in that format. But the WCW version is kind of a lot like AEW now.
Yeah, you can see so many similarities.
I don't want to say long matches because still they go 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, but that's longer than the 52 seconds that Taz versus Val Venis
Exactly.
goes.
Like we're talking about 10 times the amount of wrestling. And the wrestling in the ring is of such a higher caliber.
So much better.
I'm not saying the wrestlers are bad in WWF. I'm saying they're not given the time or the opportunity to do this style of wrestling, whereas WCW is.
Whereas I think, and actually on top of that, the company itself puts less importance on the in-ring wrestling as compared to WCW. Tony Schiavone and Scott Hudson, when they're on commentary, talk so much about this is what WCW is. This is the style of show that we put on. This is what sets us apart from the WWF. And now I don't know what that's going to mean for us as a brand now that we're owned by Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I think it feels like you could lump a lot of the Attitude Era WCW and WWF in as one sports entertainment, car crash, Jerry Springer style mode. But I think in their DNA, WWEF still is sports entertainment.
Yeah.
WCW in its DNA, take out NWO and stuff, is wrestling.
It's professional wrestling. It's NWA, Georgia type stuff.
and that's its roots. And you can put General Rection, whatever his name was, General Erection, and Hogan on top, and all that stuff. It's still at the core. There's Ric Flair.
It's Flair and it's Sting.
There's Sting.
Yeah, and it's the legacy of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Vader and all of these guys that used to be on top of this place.
Whereas WWF is Andre the Giant.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter.
Cartoonish, larger-than-life characters. Again, I'm not saying those are bad. I'm saying they are very distinct styles of wrestling, very different TV shows. So when one was just shuttered, a bunch of people were like, that's my wrestling gone. I do not like the WWF, the New York style of wrestling.
Yeah. When I watched these two shows together, I was so jazzed to watch Raw. I was so excited to watch this because I haven't watched these in years, these two shows. And I put on Raw and the intro starts up and it's that music and it's the presentation and stuff. Kurt Angle comes out for a promo. He's interrupted by Chris Benoit. And I'm like, oh man, this is... By, 40 minutes in the show, I was done with Raw. I was... Because there was like 25 segments. 20 of them had been Vince and Trish.
And Vince going, I won, guys. But you know what? I did love it.
Oh yeah,
I loved the show.
I did.
I was not done with it at any point.
But then when I then watched the Nitro, I actually enjoyed Nitro so much more than I enjoyed Monday Night Raw. And it's a really fascinating thing. Kevin Mahan of the Attitude Era podcast has talked about this a lot recently. That WWE, and I completely agree with the point that he's made, that WWE have spent so many years telling its fans that WCW sucked. They did so many documentaries, DVDs about how that show was terrible and nobody liked it and that's why it died. That it did make me, as a fan, believe that it was a bad show, that Nitro was a bad show. They never did good pay-per-views. Bischoff's bad at what he does, and the company was never good. But actually, if you go back and watch those Nitros, you go watch those pay-per-views, it's awesome. Nitro's brilliant. It's such a good show. The pay-per-views, with the main events aside, are of a such higher quality standard than what WWF was doing. It's just that WWF had like these awesome characters and stuff, and like, these kind of really wicked storylines. So actually, both shows were really good. I actually feel now I probably would have been more into WCW than I would have been in WWF.
Yeah, I think the star power of Austin and Rock.
Yeah, Edge and Christian, the Hardys, the Dudleys.
Like it would. I genuinely think I'll be split between them.
I probably
so I'd probably just favor what I could watch easily, like the most easiest.
But it was 2000 WCW. Yeah, that is not good. And what this 2001 WCW is just sad.
But on the point of rewriting history, it's an adage, isn't it? History is written by the victors. We've always said WWE has particularly under Vince, a very North Korean approach to what actually happened.
Yeah.
And it's not as much about rewriting their history. It's about marketing out any competitors to their own fan base. Like this is what wrestling is. Mm-hmm. The wrestling, the T-shirt company, the pissant company. That's not wrestling. This is what we do. Where was I going with that point? But Nitro... Where was I going with that point, Luke?
I can't remember. Do you want a present?
Okay.
So, I mean, a few people won't know, I am wearing the classic Invasion era WCW t-shirt. The rebranded logo that the WWF gave to WCW after they bought it and became part of the Invasion. When we did the Nexus, you bought us both Nexus t-shirts. So I wanted to make sure you also had a special t-shirt for this series.
I don't know what I'm going to get.
I've got this one for you here.
So surely it's a WWF.
Well, let's see what it is. I think it's a pretty cool t-shirt.
Oh, it's better. It's better than I could ever imagine. It's a totally non-breathable Shane McMahon invasion. Oh, Shane and Vince, isn't it?
Yeah, Shane and Vince.
Their faces morphed. Is this original? Because it looks old enough to be.
I think it is faked distressed. I don't know if it is an original one. It certainly wasn't like the priced original
wonderful.
version. But
and bless you, you gave me a medium. Look at that. WCW and
WCW.
Just crammed at the bottom here. It's not even... They didn't even... It's not like aligned to the rest of the image, is it?
No, I mean, maybe they were keeping that quiet because what we'll soon find out as we go through this, that Paul Heyman didn't own as much of the ECW branding as he claimed he did when he sold it to Vince.
I'm going to put this on off camera.
Yeah, probably.
The Patreons get the topless shot. You don't.
While you're doing that, I'm going to run through the episodes that we're going to be covering in this 8-month arc that we're going to be doing here. So January, we're going to be doing here the final episode of Raw and the final episode, the episode of Raw and the final episode of Nitro. Over on patreon.com/wrestle, you can go listen to our review of King of the Ring 2001, which is DDP's first big show as part of the WWF roster, and Booker T runs in during the main events, kind of sort of an unofficial start of the invasion. In February, we're going to be reviewing the July 2nd edition of Monday Night Raw, and over on Patreon, the 9th of July edition of Monday Night Raw. That is including the Tacoma show, which is where WCW effectively officially died, and all plans that WWF had to launch WCW as a separate brand died. In March, we're going to be reviewing the Invasion pay-per-view, and over on Patreon, we'll be reviewing the July 16th episode of Monday Night Raw, which is when ECW joins the Invasion. In April, we'll be reviewing SummerSlam, and on the Patreon, it'll be the July 30th edition of Monday Night Raw, which is where The Rock comes back to choose between joining Team WWF or joining the Alliance. In May, we'll be reviewing Unforgiven, and on Patreon, we'll be reviewing the August 9th edition of SmackDown and the September 13th edition of SmackDown, which is famously the 9/11 episode of SmackDown, where Stephanie McMahon compares the terrorist attack on the Trade Center to Vince McMahon being taken to court.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
You're looking at the wrong eyeline. The eyeline you should be addressing is the Shane Vince combo.
In June, we'll be reviewing No Mercy, and over on Patreon, the October 8th and October 29th edition of Monday Night Raw, which is where William Regal and Kurt Angle join the Alliance. And then in July, we'll be reviewing Survivor Series, which is kind of the last episode of this. And over on Patreon, Rebellion, which was the UK show that was part of the invasion. And then in August, to wrap things up, we'll be reviewing over on Patreon the November 19th episode of Raw, which is the Raw after Survivor Series, where Ric Flair, the big Stinger, the big stalwart, the Consortium, the stalwart of WCW, is not there for any of the WCW invasion and comes in the night after they stop doing the invasion.
He cuts such an amazing promo on the last episode of Nitro that we'll be covering shortly. Well, not shortly, in about 3 hours' time. And it just so totally builds Ric Flair versus Vince McMahon.
Doesn't it just?
And you're like, oh, I can't wait for that.
Yep.
Never happens.
Well, it does. It will come in WWF. Yeah. And here on YouTube, to wrap up 2001, we're going to review Vengeance, which is where the WCW title gets officially unified with the WWF Championship to become the Undisputed Championship.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what you've got coming up for the next 8 months here. But should we get into this? Because we've got a lot of ground, a lot of context to cover. So for all of you timestamp nerds out there, this is the portion where you're going to say, why aren't you reviewing the shows yet? If you want to timestamp when we actually start doing the reviews, go ahead and knock yourselves out.
Also, it's March 26th.
Yes.
2001.
Correct.
I am, to put sort of where I am 3 days away from my 13th birthday.
That is pretty rad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am 15. I turned 15 in December of 2000. Mm-hmm. I've actually just come back from America.
Ooh.
Where we went for Christmas 2000. I spent my Christmas day in Universal Studios in Orlando.
Oh, cool.
It was cool, actually, yeah. It was quite, and then we were supposed to fly back, but there was a big snowstorm in Florida, so we couldn't fly. So we had to stay in our hotel for a couple more days,
Mm-hmm.
and then we flew over New Year's Eve. So we New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. But while I was out there, I bought a wrestling magazine that had basically the year recap that covered WWF, WCW, and ECW.
Like a shoot, not like a WWF official magazine.
No.
It's a Pro Wrestling Illustrated. But you could get over here, and we had Power Slam over here, Finley Martin's magazine. But wow, did that feel like peeking behind the curtain?
It was awesome. It was so cool. Because I had loads of pictures of WCW, which you don't see a lot of here in the UK. So our story begins of how WCW was sold to the WWF. Begins in January 2000. Which is where...
So over a year before our shows.
Yes, because that is when AOL announced its merger with Time Warner, a deal that was worth $183 billion.
Yeah, if you think the AI bubbles of 2025 were a lot, the ridiculous .com bubble, stock market bubble of the years 99, 2000.
Yeah.
Caused a... pretty basic, not basic, a sort of, decently leading internet company to buy one of the most prestigious media companies of the 20th century.
Yeah, absolutely insane amounts of money that AOL were able to buy Time Warner for $183 billion. And then that was in January, and the dot-com bubble burst in March 2000.
Yeah. I can't remember the specifics of the deal, but it's like it was the AOL side that tanked.
Oh yeah,
because they didn't. The worth wasn't there. That was a hugely inflated price, and didn't they offer a lot of the money in terms of their own stock, as opposed to actual money that could help reinvest into Warner Bros. And Time Warner?
Their stock plummets after the .com bubble.
But the great thing is, Warner Bros. Learned from that, and over the next 25 years. Yeah. They went on just, successful acquisition over successful acquisition, always putting quality first.
Ted Turner was dead set against doing this deal, but it was sort of like forced into it by a lot of the other people in the shareholder community. We move into June of 2000, which is where we get our first suitor to buying WCW.
So because AOL... But who's putting WCW up for sale at this time?
So at this point, it is AOL and Time Warner. But at this point, when they're looking to sell WCW, it is just to keep the show on Turner, but it's just to sell the company, because in 1998, WCW was a very profitable company, certainly off the back of the superb 97 that they had. But a lot of the mistakes that they made in 98 meant that they lost money in 99. And then because they learned none of the mistakes they made in 99, they made even more mistakes heading into 2000 and lost even more money. I think, I'll be able to clarify this when we get it later on. I'm pretty sure they post a loss of 60 odd million in 2000. Would have been 80 million, but they cut a lot of costs and fired a lot of people, and that reduced them down to about 60 million losses.
And a lot of the contracts, weirdly, like, the big ones, Hogan, Nash, those were with Time Warner itself, these guaranteed deals.
And it's like millions upon millions that they're earning. But yeah, they are Time Warner, effectively Time Warner employees that are then working for this Time Warner show. But yeah, they're looking to sell WCW as a brand, but still want to retain it on their Turner networks. Sure. So I've got a bunch of sources I'm going to be using here. The Death of WCW by Brian Alvarez and R.D. Reynolds, the Observer newsletters from the time, and Guy Evans's brilliant book, Nitro. It's just a superb story. It's a superb book.
So's Death of WCW. I think it's one of the definitive wrestling books ever.
Well, that's why I do want to get a bat for them, because when Nitro came out, a lot of people, particularly Bischoff, because he writes the foreword, I think he's quite close with the writer. I'm pretty sure Bischoff is one of the reasons why Guy Evans gets such good access to so many people who work at Turner. Is very much the opinion of, like, this is the only true telling of what happened to Nitro. Don't read The Death of WCW. Don't read The Observers. Having read all three, and I've read a bunch of Observers, I've read both of these books very recently, they all tell virtually the same story. It's not like there's a load of stuff in Nitro that contradicts what's in The Observer written in 2001. They actually complement each other and basically tell the same story. The Nitro one, I would say in its praise, has got so many first-hand interviews that it does feel like a more complete... I think it is the definitive story to be told. But that's only because the Death of WCW one doesn't do so much on the interviews. That just kind of does a lot from Alvarez and Meltzer's reporting from the time. But I think Guy Evans is good. I want to dispel this myth that it's the most true telling of what happened, because there's stuff that's written in that book that I literally read in The Observer before I read Guy Evans's book. But this is taken from Nitro. And we're joining us in the period of WCW where they've just done the David Arquette experiments.
Yeah, how did that go?
Not well.
Even David Arquette didn't want to do it.
Within a week, the title changed hands yet again, with Ric Flair surprising Jeff Jarrett on the May 15th Nitro. By now, the Arquette experiment was through, and Bischoff was promising a monumental announcement. In storyline, he missed an episode of Thunder, purportedly due to conduct some business in California, before doubling down on the hype 2 weeks later. Quote, "We had a business meeting," Bischoff told Tony Schiavone to camera. "We had it in Los Angeles, California. There were attorneys present. There were notaries present. There were attorneys for the attorneys and the attorneys for the notaries. The fact is, the deal is done. At 11 o'clock this morning, it was signed, it was sealed, it was delivered. One of the largest law firms in Los Angeles has reviewed all the documents to make absolutely certain there could be no injunctions filed. Nothing that can possibly stop what's going to happen at the Great American Bash on June 11th. Nothing. We're going to change the landscape. We're going to change the face of sports entertainment and wrestling, and everyone else knows it. And there's not a thing that Vince McMahon, there's not a thing that anyone is going to do to stop it." Guy Evans adds, "Almost immediately, the internet caught fire with speculation, going into overdrive after multi-channel news reported on June 4th, hoping to pump some life into its fading World Championship Wrestling unit, the Turner Broadcasting System executive met recently with live event promoters SFX Entertainment, Inc. Turner sports spokesman Greg Hughes said executives discussed promotional opportunities with SFX, but one source familiar with the May 25th meeting said that SFX appeared to be interested in acquiring a stake in WCW, as executives requested detailed financial information about the company, including a 3-year WCW cash flow statement, a list of WCW employees and titles, and information regarding pending WCW litigation. Back to Evans. But almost obscured in the conjecture concerning SFX, the report highlighted the extent of WCW's financial condition. Back to the article. The talk comes as WCW ratings and pay-per-view buy rates are at an all-time low despite several management changes. WCW projected it will post a 61.2 million loss this year, a source said. WCW has also been a drain on parent company Time Warner's earnings. Revenue gains for Turner Cable Networks were offset by higher programming costs and lower results at WCW, Time Warner said in its first quarter earnings report. Nothing as part of the impending revelation, now colloquially referred to as the big surprise, dawned on WCW and its fans. Rumors continued to abound. On Tuesday, June 6th, WCW.com issued the following clarifying statement. "One thing for certain, whatever it is that will take place on June 11th at the Great American Bash pay-per-view, thus far, no one has the facts on the meetings. Rumors have been circulating regarding the possible merger of WCW with another entertainment group, major superstars from another organization jumping to WCW, and the debut of a star professional basketball player to the ranks. Thus far, all are just rumors. However, there is one clue that can be given to us, that meetings have taken place in California. In the hype regarding the announcement is a measure of the truth, that the WCW, WWF, ECW, and every company associated with sports entertainment will completely change on June 11th.
Doesn't it sound like TNA? Doesn't this sound like something mid to late noughties TNA would write?
Yeah. A day later, Bischoff appeared on WCW Live to eliminate one scenario, referring to the SFX reports as erroneous. Quote, "I think it's a smokescreen," he said. "It's an opinion from people who don't know what they're talking about. I have friends from SFX, but a buyout of WCW is not likely. WCW is part of Turner, and it isn't going anywhere." Also, doesn't that sound like Eric Bischoff still in 2025?
Yeah.
No one knows anything really what they're talking about, apart from me. I know all of the things.
So there's quite a few things to dive into there.
Just so we're all clear,
Yeah.
What actually it turns out is, it is sort of, I think, supposed to be hyping up this SFX thing, but that doesn't happen. What does happen at the Great American Bash is the Goldberg heel turn.
Sure.
That was going to be the big landscape-changing thing.
Yeah, which... That's a big that just feels so TNA. I guess TNA's DNA is
WCW.
The worst of WCW sometimes, where it's like they promote the world, they lean into the sort of shoot business dog whistling, I guess is what they're doing. So for the hardcore fans like us, there's this big thing, it's legitimately going to happen. Haha, it's a work, brother. It's a kayfabe thing that's also a bad idea. The idea of SFX, though, you get these with event companies. They sort of realize at some point, oh, we just do events for other people. We should own our own stuff. So I could see SFX or a big event company being a feasible buyer for a WCW. I'd be curious to know how they ever thought the economics would work, because if they're losing $62 million a year in 2000, that means surely they're making like 200 million.
Right, yeah.
You know, because it's not just like, they're not just spending that 60 million. They are also making money.
Yeah. That
they're then spending.
Yeah, they're not making as much as they are spending.
So let's say, I don't know, 200 million. It'd be interesting to know what I don't know if those numbers are public though, what the actual revenue per year was. And then you're like, so this new company buys WCW. Their main source of income will be live events, pay-per-views, and the money from Time Warner.
Yeah.
I don't know if those three things combined would be enough to cover what they would need to do to make it a realistic alternative to WWF.
And actually, Meltzer will come on to a little bit what he was writing about it at this point in time in 2001, is that one of the things that WCW would struggle with any new buyer is they don't have any stars. Is they don't have...
Wait, Sean Stacey was on the show.
Hogan's gone. You know, you look at this final Nitro, Hogan's gone, Nash is gone, Hall's been fired. You've got Goldberg, who you've kind of now sort of buried into the ground a little bit because through the heel turn and a lot of bad booking around him. Luger's pretty much on his way out. He's unhappy, which means that Buff Bagwell, who's kind of also one of your other top stars, is on the way out. Your top level talent at the moment is Booker T, it's Jeff Jarrett, it's Scott Steiner,
DDP.
And DDP. Like, that's your sort of like big four you have at the moment. The huge stars that carried you through 97, 98. Sting's really the only one that's still there of that big 97 spike, which is hilarious because Sting didn't wrestle in that period of time. But he's really your only guy that you've got left.
It comes back to what makes wrestling break out of its niche interest group into a mainstream phenomenon. It's stars and it's storylines. Yeah. Usually a combination of the two. And yet, the wrestling, we've both watched it on Nitro, was far superior and an actual feature of the wrestling program. But that's not what gets you the eyeballs.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's stars and it's storylines. And WCW didn't have either.
It's hilarious, actually, because Meltzer writes that it goes, unless The Rock and Austin walk out of the WWF, there's no like free agents in the market at the moment that would make a real shift towards WCW. And I'm sitting there reading this and being like, in 2003, they both do go. They both do technically become free agents. Yeah. Like, if WCW was still around, they could have walked out of WWF and gone to WCW.
It would never have happened. Like you said, Vince realized he needed competition to actually run a successful not a successful wrestling company, but a creatively good, thriving, flourishing wrestling company, which means he wouldn't let Rock's contract just expire. He wouldn't book Stone Cold versus Brock Lesnar in here's a no-build King of the Ring qualifier.
Yeah. You might have done. This is from The Observer from the time. There have been several high-level negotiations this past week involving WCW and ECW, most notably with SFX. SFX, which owns many arenas, has of late purchased concert tour rights for many leading concerts, including Bob Dylan and Paul Simon. The deal they've done in those situations is book the tours themselves because they own several major arenas and can cut rental deals for other major arenas far better than anyone else can. They guarantee the performers, in the case of the latter two, $250,000 per show. They've jacked up the ticket prices to $100 or more average per seat, something everyone readily admits would be death when it comes to promotion for live professional wrestling.
I did that. There's a bit in one of the episodes, it's Raw, when they say, hey, you can go get your WrestleMania commemorative magazine right now for $9.99. I was like, wonder what that is in today's money, just as a sort of inflation marker. The easy rule is $1 in 2000 is $2 today. So that $100 ticket would be $200 today.
Yeah.
But WCW, like WWF, WWE now can get away with that sort of pricing structure.
They might have been able to here as well. Maybe.
What? But WCW in 2000?
No, it's about WWF. WWF might have been able to charge $200 a ticket for like.
I think they probably did underpriced their tickets, yeah. But I don't know if there were sellouts. I don't know the business at the time.
At one point early this year, SFX made a strong approach to buy WCW, which was immediately nixed by Turner. Exactly what is going on with these negotiations has been kept secretive, but there is talk the current negotiations with WCW do not include buying the company, but simply buying the promotional rights to the house shows, and the negotiations are in beginning form. It is believed that TNT and TBS are wanting to maintain the television rights at the company, but none of the headaches and the losses that come with running it. At least two other groups have expressed interest in buying either WCW and or ECW, and there's always Fox Network, which has talked about doing wrestling, including negotiations in the past with Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff, and Randy Savage, but at this point don't appear to want to own the company, but rather have a company provide product for a weekday afternoon show.
An afternoon show? How weird. Fox is in a different place as to what we know it as today as well. You know, Fox, started in late 80s?
Late 80s, yeah.
And it's very much the young upstart company that's doing all like the sensationalist stuff, Simpsons, Married with Children. I'm saying most of this because you lent me a book on it recently.
It is a good book, though.
It's a great book.
Super TV, be more funny.
So this is 12, 13 years after the launch of Fox.
Yeah.
So I could see them being interested in a WCW, ECW hybrid, but I don't see them being interested in Hulk Hogan on afternoon TV.
Multi-Channel News ran a story about the WCW SFX negotiations, saying that in the meeting between the two sides may have been about acquiring a stake in the company, as SFX requested detailed financial information about the company, a 3-year cash flow statement, and a listing of all employees. That's what we got there. Jason
that sounds like a lot more than just trying to get the rights to the live shows.
That's what they're saying here. Jason Hervey and Mandalay Sports have been an intermediary between SFX and WCW. Hervey is a long-time friend of Eric Bischoff.
Yes.
Mandalay Sports will become a big player in this storyline as we come later down the line. So the report has been that SFX offered AOL/Time Warner $500 million to buy WCW.
$500 million.
And Time Warner and AOL declined. So remember that price, everyone. I mean, I think most people watching this will know what the eventual price is that Vince McMahon bought it for. Spoilers, it's a lot less than $500 million.
Try 100 times less. But so the AOL and Time Warner merged in January. The bubble burst
2 months later.
2 months later.
Yeah, the merger completes in January 2001, but yes.
This is 3 months after the bubble burst. They could have done with offloading WCW, which was going to lose them money over the course of that year, $61 million, for $500 billion. Oh, sorry, who was that? That was the offer from SFX.
That's apparently the offer that was made by SFX.
I
want to say that is not from The Observer. That is not from Nitro. It's not from the death of WCW either. That is from a separate report that has sort of like just been a sort of a long standard thing of that is how much it was offered for.
I am not confident in that number. I think that might be a number that was put out in news reports at the time by somebody who was hoping to inflate the price of an actual WCW purchase.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden, there's reported offers of $500 million, when we're only thinking we should offer $50 million for it.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll meet in the middle too. Yeah, I don't buy that.
So we have got 3 major companies. We've just talked a little bit about where WCW is. Where's ECW at this point? In a much worse space is where they're at. This is from The Observer. Paul Heyman, who hasn't appeared at an ECW event since the Hardcore Heaven pay-per-view after missing the TV taping in New Orleans, surprisingly flew to Pensacola, Florida for the house show for a lengthy ECW team meeting.
Sorry, this is June 2000, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
The 1 hour-long meeting was largely a pep talk, since most of the wrestlers hadn't even spoken to Heyman in a month, and with smaller crowds, slightly declining ratings, and late paychecks, morale had hit a new low. Heyman went through a story where he saw the wrestling business in the US was headed. The theory was that WWF and USA Network would settle their lawsuit before going to trial because both have so much dirt on the other that would come out in court that both sides' stock prices would drop and suffer public embarrassment. So, in a wrestling landscape, just to give you some context, WWF has been on USA Network forever, and then in 2000 jumped to TNN. And that was a quite a massive thing for them. TNN, by the way, had been showing ECW prior to that, and this kind of sort of ECW was a company that was pretty much being funded a lot by the WWF, and what Paul Heyman found out when you join partners with the WWF is that really that only benefits the WWF.
They will screw you over.
In the long run, it only benefits Vince McMahon. And Vince McMahon reportedly, the scuttlebutt is, was using ECW as a bit of a petri dish for TNN so they could get Raw onto TNN because they were unhappy with the offer the USA were giving them. That then led to a lawsuit between the two of them because USA said that WWF didn't give them enough time to give a counter offer, but in the end they settled out of court because the judge sided with the WWF that USA didn't make a sizable offer to keep them on their station, so they were free to go to TNN. But what Paul Heyman also found when he went to TNN is that when you have a niche wrestling product, it only really appeals to a niche wrestling audience, and that wrestling audience does not grow because it is a niche wrestling audience.
Yeah, it's all very, we love ECW. We love a lot of things that are very, geeky and specific. They're not mass market things.
It didn't.
It's like looking at the math rock, the prog math rock band that you love, and like, oh my god, the drumming's so tight, and then you're like, but why aren't they main eventing like stadiums like Coldplay? It's because it's this cruel trade off. Like the more artistic and avant-garde you get, the less mainstream success you'll have.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what ECW was. It was never going to grow beyond a certain size.
At that point, he figured USA Network would get a strong settlement and WWF would go to CBS Viacom, moving Raw to TNN on Monday nights. He talked about the chances that ECW could get on USA Network or possibly Fox. Heyman also said there was a possibility WCW could be out of business due to its money losses, leaving ECW as the number 2 company. It is still a more likely scenario that WCW would actually be folded, that it would sell even to its rivals at USA, and that even with the red ink, USA would be more likely to buy a group with star power and stronger ratings of WCW than a company with no proven ratings or star power, but obviously with a better balanced ledger. Heyman went on a long speech putting over talent of everyone in the locker room, with a little exception of Raven. He brought up that he would only take a free agent like Randy Savage to put over people already in this company. He said if he was forced to produce more hours of television per week, he'll need more talent, but all that new talent being brought in would have to put over the established wrestlers in this company. He said if business goes up, he'd rip up everyone's contract and sign them to more lucrative deals. The meeting wasn't all hearts and flowers. Either New Jack or Balls Mahoney asked Heyman about pay-per-view bonuses. ECW hasn't paid any pay-per-view bonuses in a long time. Heyman said the money was on its way. New Jack went to a window, pointed to the sky, and said he could see the pigs coming. Heyman, like this is what I've said about Heyman, particularly in this period of time. He was the silver-tongued devil. And if you thought there's no way this company is ever going to survive, Heyman could come in and give you one pep talk, and you'd be like, we're the biggest promotion in the world. We're easily the number 2 promotion. He is just so good at convincing people, just stick with me and everything will be okay.
He's a great promo. Yeah. But he's ultimately a worker. He's going to work the boys. I think I see sort of online these days the discussions around Paul Heyman have sort of turned slightly in that, he's consistently been quite a crappy person to a lot of people business-wise. So I don't know if there's going to be a reckoning for Paul Heyman and this sort of stuff that he used to do. Like, it sort of comes every 5 years. People like, but Heyman screwed over an entire roster of people to his own ends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's going to stick with ECW until its dying days, and he's not going to just show up on Raw without telling people in the wrestling company that he is running, that actually the company's already dead and he's just gone to the competition.
It's you and me, Tommy Dreamer. just look ahead. I'm right behind you, honestly. Just out of curiosity, I have the ECW roster from the year 2000.
Yeah.
Just to see who are the big stars at this time.
It is a company that, unfortunately, much like WCW actually, all of its big stars that were there that kind of took it to the heights that it was at are no longer really around, and it's about building up a new generation of stars. Like, he's putting a lot of stock into Just Incredible and Rhino and people like that.
Yeah.
But Raven's gone. The Dudleys are gone. I think Sandman might be gone at this point. Sandman, because he goes to WCW as Hack, but that might be in 99. He might have gone back by this point.
Sandman is listed on here, as is Rob Van Dam and Sabu.
Yeah, Rob Van Dam's there to the end.
Tommy Dreamer, of course. He's not going anywhere.
I think he's still there.
Super Crazy, Spike Dudley, but he'd gone soon. Steve Corino, Scott D'Amore. Look at a young Scott D'Amore there. Scott Hall.
Yes. Yeah, because he'd been fired by WCW.
But yeah, we do have Sandman, Psychosis, Raven.
Raven goes, of course, in the year 2000, mid-2000s.
New Jack, Mikey Whipwreck. Mike Awesome goes WCW. Yep. Lance Storm goes WCW. Just Incredible goes WCW.
Goes WWF.
On the Nitro, isn't he? He's in a video with 3.
No, that's not Just Incredible.
Did I just get my bald guys mixed up?
You did. Just Incredible is in the X Factor.
Yeah, I know. I got my undercard acts mixed up. Yeah. Sorry, you're totally right.
You're thinking of 3 Count and the X Factor. Yo, you're dealing with the X Factor.
It's the
I got everything I ever wanted.
It's the 1, 2, 3 kid. That's the 3 count. That's where I've gone wrong count. There. Gado. Of New Japan fame, and Dusty Rhodes. But what did he ever do?
Well, Dusty Rhodes.
Don Callis. Cyrus is there.
Yeah, Cyrus is there. Dusty Rhodes, yes, quite famous. The Cody Rhodes did that as one of his promos about how Paul Heyman gave his dad a job when he really needed it. Yeah. Gave him almost like one final run because he couldn't get work anywhere else. We move to October 2000. It's from The Observer. The pro wrestling industry in both the United States and Japan has never been in a more tumultuous period than it currently faces, with only 2 companies, at least as it stands right now, having anything that could be close to regarding a rosy long-term future. The lack of substantial news as to new TV season is about to start makes the future of the US scene, aside from the WWF, speculative, in some cases to a scary degree. The WWF, which has been on fire for some time, if anything, looks to get stronger with the return to TV of Steve Austin in a few weeks, and as it gets stronger, the increases in its market share, it makes it that much more difficult for others to survive in that market, and the others aren't making money now. In a business as rapidly changing and faddish as this one, predicting long-term is impossible. There are no signs of WWF falling from its current level. Even if the company started to falter, they are economically on such strong ground that it would take a WCW-like freefall, and then unlike in 1998 when WCW was at its peak, but all the signs of decline, if things weren't changed, were everywhere, WWF doesn't show signs of anything that would lead one to believe that was imminent. The rest of the American scene, at least at a major level, really at this point consists of WCW and ECW. WCW is in the midst of a severe economic cutbacks, and there are no signs anywhere of a business turnaround. Among the cost-cutting measures in this past week, including no opening pyro on Nitro, as well as more than a dozen wrestlers who had their hotel paid for by the company, told that since it wasn't specified in their contracts, but it was a verbal agreement in most cases with Eric Bischoff, that they were now going to have to pay for their own hotel rooms on the road. Bischoff came to Atlanta for a meeting with Brad Siegel, with the irony being that since he flew in from Phoenix and the crew worked the Tucson the previous night, they were making flight connections in Atlanta through Phoenix. Bischoff was on the same flight with many of the crew members based in Atlanta. From sources very close to the situation, the meeting was about purchasing the company. Bischoff himself denied that's what the meeting was about, but within the company, it's being openly talked about that being the case. The public face is similar to WCW as a company continually denying the company is up for sale when it's well known there have been talks with several companies in recent months about that very thing. Bischoff is interested in being in charge without people above him with the power to overrule him or to bog down or slow down finalizations of his new business ideas. Those in the company claim that Siegel, the day after the Bischoff meeting, said that they are entertaining many offers from the company, but none of them at this point are even remotely close when it comes to money. Reports from early this year where there were talks where SFX were hot with the two sides. Reports from early this year, when the talks with SFX were hot, whether the two sides were far apart when it came to the belief in what a fair purchase price for WCW would be.
$500 million. Yeah, it's incredible to think WWF were on this incredible run of the year 2000 without their top star. Stone Cold hasn't been around since November 1999 when I did it for The Rock, ran him over in a car, and the WCW, ECW are collapsing. WWF looks like it's unstoppable, and their biggest star is about to return to them.
Yeah, because they've found themselves with another Austin-level star in The Rock. Sorry, Triple H.
It was, yeah, I can also definitely see Bischoff denying things about selling the company while also having those conversations backstage. In that first statement you read a while ago of WCW's, like, on their website, that when there's these rumors, blah, 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 they said merger, and then Bischoff said buyout, and it's just like, it's all spin, isn't it? It's like, oh, the WCW, we're big enough. We're not getting bought. We merge with people.
Yeah, that's probably. In WCW, the uncertainty and nervousness about the future, which for employees and wrestlers means the lifestyle, the job, and everything has never been greater. ECW's crew, for the most part, has been through it already during the period of much of 1999 when many checks were bounced and it was clear the company was running deeply in debt and couldn't survive. He then goes on to talk about how TNN became their savior. That became their life raft. But the network were predicting a 2.0 average for the season and ended up with less than half of that over a 1-year period, which is why they were like, you know what? We're not going to do this anymore.
So 1.0 rating, though, that's roughly what TNA would do 10 years later.
Yeah.
But the expectations were different for TV viewership in the noughties.
Yeah. And Heyman has gone on record many times being like, TNN never promoted us. They never did anything to help our ratings. But Meltzer at the time was like, that's because TNN did promote it. They did everything they could to promote it. It's just you have a ceiling of an audience for this type of show. We now get into the Fusion media portion of this. With its WCW wrestlers in Australia and its front office personnel in a total state of uncertainty, media reports continued hot and heavy regarding a potential imminent sale of World Championship Wrestling. While virtually all reports listed Mandalay Sports as the prime suitor, with the group headed by Eric Bischoff, most of the talk over the weekend involved a long shot in the deal, which has been rumored for some time: the potential of the World Wrestling Federation buying out its longtime competitor, particularly after a story in multi-channel news. Both based on sources very close to the details of the potential sale, no deal has been finalized at press time. Both companies, and perhaps others, are involved in various degrees of negotiations to purchase the company from Turner Broadcasting, which has owned the company since buying out Jim Crockett in 1988. Those close to the negotiations expect a deal finalized within the next 2 weeks. Due to all the uncertainty among the talent, Terry Taylor called Brad Siegel from Australia and held a meeting with talent. At the meeting, Taylor and Siegel had told him that there were 4 companies looking to buy the promotion, mentioning Mandalay Sports and Bischoff, along with groups from Japan, Germany, and France. WWF was never mentioned. Taylor also said Siegel said that it was not a given that the company would even be sold, and but they are entertaining offers. Kevin Nash, who tried to joke through the meeting, noted immediately that the last time Siegel addressed rumors of an impending sale, that he said the company was not for sale, basically ruining the credibility of everything that was said. While some talent had certainly heard the McMahon rumors for at least a week, when the talent left for Los Angeles to Australia, all the talk regarded Bischoff buying the company, which caused a mixed reaction, and most had not heard anything serious, if anything at all, about a possible sale to the WWFE, so it's World Wrestling Federation Entertainment. That is the sort of holding name for WWF.
Before the pandas made them rebrand completely.
Others, because many wrestlers are loyal to Vince Russo for their first break and the belief that Russo would be gone if Bischoff was hired, were unhappy because of the belief that Bischoff would build around the wrestlers. Russo would have taken off television and their personal TV time would be cut back. Vince McMahon, nor other WWF sources, either confirmed or denied interest in acquiring WCW or negotiations have taken place. Those close to the negotiations themselves indicate that there has been interest by the WWF, but the general feeling for the numerous reasons is that group headed by Bischoff at this point appears to be the favourite. There's a really interesting point here from Nitro as to how WWF at this point in time nearly became the buyers of WCW. This is before they actually do eventually buy them, as you want to point out. This is from Nitro. Ironically, it appeared that WWF's trademark lawsuit against WCW, quietly settled in July, may have provided the catalyst for such talks. Just when Mandalay thought it had Turner's World Championship Wrestling down for the 3 count, this is from Media Multi-Channel. Just when Mandalay thought it had Turner's World Championship Wrestling down for the 3 count, Vince McMahon stepped in to break the hold. Now McMahon has his arch-rivals on the mat as the World Wrestling Federation Entertainment Chairman is in final negotiations to buy the once threatening WCW from Ted Turner, thanks to a clause in a recently settled lawsuit between the two companies stipulating that the WWF gets a first look and the option to match any offer should WCW be put on an auction block. That lawsuit is the one from the NWO.
No.
When Nash and Hall jumped in 96 and WWF sued them for copyright infringement because they were using the same characters that they were in WWF.
It was all a long-term work. Vince sent Hall and Nash to WCW to pretend to be WWF people as the outsiders. So 4 years later, he could exercise a clause in the contract to buy them.
Yeah. All along.
God damn, that's fascinating though. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? That like that lawsuit led to a stipulation that meant that they got to be the first time. They at least got to match the offer if they did want to buy them, which is what like kind of puts the Mandalay purchase on the back foot.
So that this is obviously what was a sort of, it was already in their minds. WWF or Vince might say, no, we're not interested or whatever. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about it because they got it as a stip in that contract.
Yeah, they must have done. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put that clause into the contract when they made the settlement.
And that is a legal dispute that's been going on for years.
1996. So yeah, so 5 years that's been going on.
It'd be very interesting to know when that clause was brought up.
There was also a report from PW Torch that WCW had registered the domain name WCWExtreme.com.
Sorry, WWF had registered that?
No, Mandalay Corporation.
Oh, Mandalay had
registered the domain name WCWExtreme.com, which like PW Torch surmised that might be the name of their new show.
Yeah.
There's Nitro here. In reality, Mandalay actually registered the domain 15 months earlier in July 1999 as part of its business producing WCW home videos.
Oh, right. Okay.
This is also from Nitro. Russo had been because Russo wins the world title around this point, which is it's a great way to try and bounce back ratings, I think.
Oh my God. So you have Arquette. People don't know. David Arquette was a Hollywood actor, pretty big at the time in Scream and stuff. He is a big wrestling fan. He didn't want to win the World Heavyweight title. He thought that was disrespectful to the lineage, but Vince Russo booked him to do it, and it was a nothing run.
Because he thought it'd be a big publicity stunt that would get them a lot of media attention, that David Arquette, the star of Scream 2, might be nearly Scream 3 at this point, has won the WCW World Championship.
It backfired.
Oh,
and it undermines the prestigiousness of that title. So you have David Arquette winning the belt, Goldberg turning heel, and Vince Russo winning the belt as well. Just constant home runs.
So Bischoff and Siegel have remained in contact throughout this time. This is from Nitro. "Let me buy it," Bischoff implored to Siegel, confident he could solicit the requisite financing. "No thanks," Siegel allegedly laughed. "That's not going to work. We will never sell this company, Eric." Within a few short weeks, however, Siegel's tune had changed, his talks with Bischoff becoming more substantive. Quote, "Everyone kind of looked at it," remembers TBS executive Joe Hoover, and said, "It might be worth more to us if we sell." So we now jump to January 2000.
Well, might be worth more to us, or won't lose us as much money, I think is what it really is.
We now jump to January 2001. Citing a number of factors from The Observer. Citing a number of factors, including the enormous pressure he's been under over the past year, the large company debt, and what is seen as the future landscape of the business, Paul Heyman said he was in serious negotiations to sell either a majority share or all of Extreme Championship Wrestling. Heyman, who said his views have changed greatly over the past 3 months, said that he recognized the company, at the size it currently is, or even in the shape it was, couldn't survive the rapidly changing pro wrestling landscape, saying it's a world of big boys and the independent operator simply cannot compete. Heyman, who had talked as recently as a few weeks ago about scaling down the company, cutting back on payroll, and running as a regional promotion, said the economics of doing what would be amount to the old-school territorial wrestling doesn't work today because of the rising costs of television. One can't get and maintain television time without lots of money behind the company, and an old-school territory can't generate the revenue to support the costs of TV, which is ultimately what killed Smoky Mountain Wrestling 5 years ago. But without television, ultimately, there is no promotion that can make it at any kind of a real impact level outside of merchandising.
A real impact level. Yeah, without television, TNA a couple of years later with their direct weekly pay-per-view business would prove you absolutely correct.
So we covered earlier that WCW was posting a 60 million loss in the year 2000. ECW posted a loss of either 4 or 6.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, they just not making enough money.
But that just shows you what the disparity is between the two companies in terms of, like, this is one company that is the third and is much smaller, but the number two is spending so much more and is losing even more. After nearly a full year of various rumors, negotiations, and several near finalized deals, the sale of World Championship Wrestling by Time Warner to Fusion Media Ventures was officially announced on the 11th of January, literally hours before the announcement that the final step of the Time Warner AOL merger had been cleared. It is official. Eric Bischoff has bought WCW.
What? But Luke, I saw the sort of scene at the start of the movie where he hasn't bought it. But here we are in the flashback period. So sorry, Time Warner and AOL have officially merged.
Yep, they're now officially merged. That merger is now completed.
Sometimes things are held up by larger corporate deals. So maybe it was just like a domino effect of, well, once this is together, we can let any other outstanding or long gestating deals also go through at the same time. So that all makes sense to me.
Yep.
I cannot remember or do not know what has happened.
Well, it's all these deals that were going through October of WWF having a look in, deciding not to buy. Bischoff has now convinced Brad Siegel, you should sell it to me. I can get the money, I can get the financial investment, and Time Warner have agreed to sell to Fusion Media and Mandalay Sports, Eric Bischoff, we're selling you WCW.
As a group.
As a group, you get to keep the time slot. We're going to continue running it on Turner Programming, but you will own WCW. It is no longer a Time Warner promotion.
And WWF and Vince McMahon had passed on their first refusal clause.
Yep. It's like, we're not going to buy it, or at least match the offer that has been made.
Do you know how much it was for?
So, I'm going to see if I got it. I don't think they actually have got a number of what it was.
I bet it's a lot less than $500 million.
Well, okay, here's what we've got here. Time Warner, which is wanting to make sure the new company would be funded well enough to at least last 1 year, is maintaining a minority interest so it can retain the television rights. Terms of the sale were not revealed publicly, likely because the number was embarrassingly low. Someone very close to the situation described the figure as figuratively pennies. It's ironically just how far the company's fortunes has nosedived. It was less than 1 year ago, SFX was interested in purchasing the company when negotiations fell apart because Time Warner said the asking price was $600 million. Which is probably where that $500 million number comes from. Maybe there is actually some weight to it, just that Turner felt that $600 million was the true asking price.
Well, I think that's rumour that's gone out of control.
Beadle, I can't find his first name, will take over as the CEO of the new company and handle the finance side. With
Jeremy. Big deal at this time.
Anyway, he was about. With Bischoff back in charge of the creative and as company president, Fusion describes itself as a media company focused on identifying, funding, developing, and distributing next-generation content and media brands. There is some concern because they are heavily invested in internet startup companies, a genre which on the whole has become a major financial disappointment. Bischoff has done numerous media interviews over the past week since the purchase. He's been vague on a lot of subjects, in many cases because the final decision...
Eric Bischoff?
In many cases because the final decisions haven't been made. Wrestlers, based on friendships with Bischoff, are enthusiastic because a change of the kind would be positive in a stagnant, dying company, and others, based on fear of the future of their jobs, upped their in-ring work rate tremendously for the Sin pay-per-view and on Nitro. Bischoff stated that the company has to emphasize making its wrestlers look and come across more like stars, and to open up new ways to find and create new talent. The power plant's future sprung up many rumors because Bischoff made a comment about the facility being good for its day. When asked about why Fusion would buy a company whose revenues had plummeted and was deep in the red, Beadle said, "It's up to us to deliver. I think historically, we have understood both how to create high-quality media brands, how to market them, how to listen to audiences, and how to turn things around. I think with any product, you can't make promises. You have to deliver and have people appreciate them that way." Meltzer's going to go into a bunch of things here, like how Hulk Hogan might be able to get involved in this. Hogan himself, he said, Hogan himself probably started this one indirectly through Bubba the Love Sponge. He was going in on the new company for $3.5 million to $4 million to do some wrestling and book the company.
Wow. Who are Fusion Media?
That's Bischoff's company.
Oh, right. That's it's not like they're a pre-existing thing who've partnered with Bischoff.
I can't remember if it's Bischoff's company or he's working with them. I think maybe he is working with them, but they are a company that's, according to what they wrote on their website, are about creating media brands. He's also, because obviously he's now left WCW, he's putting some feelers out to the WWF about a possible return over there. Bischoff seems to recognize that the need for creating new stars. Time will tell, as many blame the company's failure on its failure to eliminate the existing stars and thus contributed to the perception of the company's old-time wrestlers. It was a disappointing start to Nitro as they created two big groups, similar to the opening when Bischoff and Russo took over in April, and none of the newer talent was included. An older deadweight like Luger and good workers who, no matter how hard they try on TV, don't have main event markability like Jeff Jarrett, while being pushed ahead of more talented but lower paid wrestlers like Lance Storm and Mike Awesome. Bischoff said no more active talent as bookers. Variety, in its coverage of the sale, talked about the potential of an inter-promotional angle. Bidola privately talked with people, thinking that with Turner out of the picture, he thought the two sides could sit down, that being WCW and the WWF. Bischoff, with more understanding of McMahon, said he believed it isn't going to happen. Even when McMahon was thinking of buying WCW himself, there was the prevailing belief that doing interpromotional matches on pay-per-view would draw less buys at this time than WWF was doing on its own because none of the WCW talent is over. The idea was to spend a year rebuilding WCW before starting the interpromotional angle, and that's with owning the company. The odds of doing it with the company not owned are greatly diminished from that. It's just another one for us to remember when we get to the Invasion pay-per-view.
Which was the most successful non-WrestleMania branded pay-per-view they ever did.
Yeah.
With none of the top stars of WCW.
Sean Stasiak's on the show.
Fair. Apart from Sean Stasiak.
So the idea that Bischoff had been talking about, and the reports were, he was going to shut WCW down for a bit. So they were going to do a big angle, and the company would shut down and go into hiatus. That was then delayed until April, then it was delayed again, and then it was finally nixed. We're not going to do this plan. This is from The Observer. Bischoff's proposed shutdown of World Championship Wrestling starting with this Sunday's pay-per-view was nixed by Time Warner management last week because of commitments already made to advertisers. Bischoff was planning on running a major angle to end the pay-per-view show in Nashville, which would result in the company ceasing all operations until probably Nitro in March, when it would resume, theoretically with an influx of new major stars to build to a pay-per-view on the 18th. There were problems during the company between the sides because Time Warner, which still owned the company, refused to cancel the Nitro and Thunder shows during that period because advertising commitments had already been made and the company already has problems in that vein because of the ratings. Both Nitro and Thunder had advertising sold, some as much as 1 year in advance, promising a level of ratings that haven't been achieved. So both shows contain a lot of make good ads as well as the new ads that have already been purchased.
Yeah. So Time Warner still own WCW. It's kind of like when you, I guess this is more of a UK thing than a US thing. When you buy a house, you know, you say, I'm going to buy your house. And you could announce, I'm going to buy your house, WCW. Then you've got to go through checks and due diligence and lawyers, and in some huge cases, not houses, but big companies, anti-monopoly checks and that sort of stuff. And then 6 months later, it all goes through, you get the keys.
Yeah.
So this is this awkward phase where Turner have said, Eric Bischoff and partners are buying WCW, but currently they still have a lot of the sway. But Eric's like, no, it's mine now.
Yeah, I already own it.
Pause.
But yeah, pause. I'm doing in media interviews saying that I own the company now, and I'm talking to talent about what we're going to do.
That is sometimes I don't understand Bischoff because, well, there's loads of reasons why. But he must be a smart guy, so therefore he would understand that that won't fly, particularly he's a TV guy and the ad stuff's already sold as part of the deal. That who in his right mind would think, I'll just stop making content for the next 2 months? For something I don't even fully own yet. Well, the ink's not dry.
But he's probably not aware of the fact that Time Warner have had to, because he's not involved in selling the ads. No, he's just running the wrestling show.
One of the big things everyone always says about Bischoff is he is a TV guy. He comes from TV. You understand? I come from TV.
Yeah,
it's one of the first things you learn. Ollie, stop writing scripts where you intro ad breaks that make fun of the commercials. Why? Why, Gregor? Because they pay us. So Bischoff, 15 years into his career as a producer on TV and everything, should know that.
Yes, you're right. He should know that, but maybe he just wasn't unaware they've sold so much advertising ahead of time. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. I'm trying to take the side of Eric Bischoff. Maybe he was just unaware of, bearing in mind he's just done a deal to buy this company. Maybe he's unaware of just sort of how bad the financials are that they've had to sell make good ads because the ratings have not been good, or even do make good ads. So the plan was to. This is from the Observer. The current storyline is to virtually eliminate the top babyfaces from the roster to present Diamond Dallas Page as the last major survivor against Scott Steiner at the pay-per-view in Jacksonville. If there is no shutdown, most likely either on that show or perhaps on the Nitro the next night in Gainesville, Florida, shoot the big angle that was planned for early April by having the new owners take over and foil Ric Flair's plans by bringing back all of those stars, Bill Goldberg, Sting, Kevin Nash, Booker T, and possibly Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
And build 7 weeks of television hype, more time than WCW has ever devoted to one specific show in years, and book a pay-per-view with something major coming out of it. Sting and Booker T are already healthy and ready to go, while Goldberg, after shoulder surgery, won't be able to wrestle until the pay-per-view, but will likely be used on television from late March until that date to build his return match. This is from Nitro. Furthermore, Bischoff suggested taking WCW completely off the air, temporarily of course, before returning on May 6th at the pay-per-view called The Big Bang. At the event, such stars as Goldberg, Nash and Sting would re-emerge alongside a fresh novel style of promotion and a new announce team, including 29-year-old Joey Styles. Dave Penzer had been brought in for creative. He said, I think the plan was to take a break, then come back with Goldberg and those guys leading the charge against Steiner, plus some of the younger heels who were getting hot at the time. In some of the changes, quote, some revolutionary, some evolutionary, described Badal, provided hope of WCW resurgence. Quote, we won't be satisfied until this is number one again, he said contemporaneously. Our goal this time is 100 weeks in a row.
We did 83. Now it's 100. You said shutdown in Jacksonville. It was quite triggering in that paragraph.
Sorry.
Cool idea, though. That sounds like a very exciting thing that a teenager would fantasy book.
And there's been leaked online many years ago, many years ago. The new branding that they had for it, the poster has been leaked for the Big Bang pay-per-view.
Sounds a bit porno, doesn't it? It's the problem. It's a really good name to, it's the start of something, but it also sounds like a porno.
Is that what you also thought about the Sheldon show as well? You thought, turn this on this Big Bang
Is
theory.
that not what it is? I just thought that's why AEW got good viewership bumps.
Got a big bump off
Everyone's just watching porn on nationally broadcast TV.
So there was a report that Fusion got cold feet over the sale due to money issues within WCW, but Nitro has an interview with Bill who says he doesn't remember that being a factor. It does have this, though.
Boom, non-factor.
It's banned non-factor, if I can correct you on that one.
I'm trying to get better. Booyah, non-factor.
So I wanted to give you this quote here about how the Fusion deal is currently being seen within WCW. Concurrent to the FTC decision, J.J. Dillon, ostracized from an on-camera affairs but still working as an administrator, received a phone call in the WCW offices. Apparently, an attorney from Fusion had requested his expertise relative to the nature of WCW contracts, causing Dillon to respond thusly. I'm surprised you didn't call Eric Bischoff about this because he's your wrestling expert. However, you must have been referred to me because you already realize that he doesn't know any of the details of those contracts. As you continue your due diligence process, you may want to inquire why someone with my background and expertise in wrestling has been sitting here in an office for the last year with absolutely nothing to do. Dillon never heard from the attorney again. But Fusion officials maintained their presence. Quote, they sent people in to shadow everyone in the post-production side, remembers WCW producer Joel Edwards. They were asking, okay, what are you doing? What's your job title? I think they said, wow, what a mess, and went away for a while.
That sounds like it's not Bischoff's company then.
I think they are a separate company.
They're a separate company that Bischoff has said that this is a good investment opportunity.
And had gone with them. I think I was mistaken when I said it was Bischoff's company. But I think that's always been the words that it's Bischoff and Fusion Media, one and the same. Yeah. So that's my mistake. In the meantime, excerpts from an Eric Bischoff interview posted on WCW.com, no less, confirm speculation of his long-held intent to buy the company. I mentioned to Brad last spring when I came back, and I told him quite candidly during our negotiation process that it was going to be my intention to purchase the company. Of course, he looked at me like I was nuts, because at the time, I doubt there had been any conversations or thought given to it. I wanted to be very upfront about my intentions, so when the time came, it didn't look Machiavellian in any way, and it was above board. This also is from Nitro. Furthermore, rumours of an AOL-imposed dead-end date were making everyone nervous. For months, the gossip went Siegel had been instructed to sell or dump WCW before March 30th, raising accusations that he deliberately announced the Fusion deal prematurely. Oh. Quote, there was a date that was floating out there for some people within the company, recalls WCW producer Jason Douglas. I do recall some people that had worked with Turner saying that they had heard there was a date that the company was going to be sold, or something was going to happen to the company.
Well, that's very close to the timeline that actually happened.
Yep. And just a quick check-in on ECW. Following the WWF pay-per-view No Way Out in February, Heyman debuted as the replacement commentator for Jerry Lawler, who had walked out of the company after they fired his wife, Stacey Carter.
Yeah, the cat.
Yes.
Right. So how did that go down in ECW?
I mean, not well. That's how they found out the company was closing. That is pretty much, as the story goes, when they watched Raw and saw Heyman walk out, they were like, oh, I think this company is dead. But that was it. That was how ECW died.
Going down with the ship, Tommy Dreamer.
I mean, Tommy Dreamer's probably like...
doing this. E-C-W.
No, it's fine. It's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, the string quartet on the Titanic.
So we've now made it to March 2001. And first bit of business is a key appointment for Time Warner, as they made the announcement that Jamie Kellner, the CEO and founder of the WB, has been named chairman and CEO of Turner Broadcasting.
Yeah.
We'll come on to him in a little bit.
Well, he's sort of the boogeyman, isn't he?
He is a little bit, yeah.
He passed away this year or last year, and it was a weirdly large story. Like I read the obituaries and stuff, and it was like, founded the WB, and I think he was very involved in Cartoon Network kind of stuff.
Yeah, he quite famously was the man who ruined the Batman Beyond cartoon series.
Yeah. So you're like, most of the stuff was about that, and then there was a few bits. He also cancelled WCW. That's like the biggest thing for us.
For us, that's right. That's why everyone knows who Jamie Kellner is. I know the name Jamie Kellner. Meltzer writes, we are clearly in a transitional period for pro wrestling in the United States, and a dangerous transition at that. The big stories for the first few months of 2001 were the chickens coming home to roost of the big, huge money losses of 2000, the official folding and impending bankruptcy of ECW, which may be announced before you even read this, but even if it hasn't, is an inevitability, and the sale of WCW, which may not be exactly smooth sailing, but is still expected to go through.
What was the date of this?
So this is 2 weeks before we're going, the 2 weeks issue before this episode of Raw and Nitro we're going to review.
So like first week of March.
Yeah.
It's still expected to go through with Eric Bischoff and Fusion Media.
Correct. Whether they're on...
God, this is like a thriller. I know it's coming, but I don't know what goes wrong.
Whether or not the WCW sale goes through, and if so, when the company is in for a major uphill battle. In some ways, when one looks at attendance figures and television ratings, the company isn't in any worse shape than it was in 1993 before the signing of Hulk Hogan started the ball moving and the popularity of Nitro, the Flair Savage feud, and eventually the NWO and hotter overall product spearheaded the major turnaround. In money losses, obviously things are far worse because of the increased salary structure and huge increases in costs of what would be considered competitive television production. But the point is, the company came from depths averaging less than 1,000 paid attendance per show over the course of a full year, and ratings lower than what they are getting today to the levels reached in 1998, where it was hugely profitable and a very good company.
We've done it before, we can do it again.
Creation of a superstar who clicks and some hot angles, and there is a chance because they have the key ingredient in television exposure. That is far easier said than done. The battle plan of the 1994-96 turnaround of WCW can't work today. There are no marquee players out there for a few years past their prime that WWF is letting go, while they still have fresh matchups on the table like Hogan, like they did with Flair, Vader, Piper, Savage, Luger, and Sting, or players that can be raided by offering more money because they aren't tied up long term. Paul Heyman starting with the WWF this week as a television announcer and probably signing a long-term deal is just the inevitable folding of ECW. It was another decision that few have talked about. If Heyman believed TBS was always wanting a wrestling show based on the fact the station and its predecessor have been airing hours of wrestling dating back another 30 years, he would have been better served not going to WWF as opposed to that being his only viable option. And where does that leave the genre? If you go back 18 months, which would have been October of 1999, I would have figured someone with good business knowledge and a competent person running the wrestling product of WCW could keep costs under control and turn it around with young talent on board. ECW was just starting on TNN. 18 months later, one's gone, the other one's being sold. It's mad.
It's an implosion that does somewhat mimic at the exact same time the .com burst.
Yeah, kind of in a way. As mentioned, when Vince McMahon nearly bought WCW last year, one company is bad for wrestling on so many levels.
And we would live through that for the next 20 years.
The talent will get stale with no place to learn, and don't kid yourself, performing in Memphis and OVW before 100 to 200 fans for a few nights a week helps, but there is a transition needed between that level and being a star on a big-time stage. And you're absolutely right. That is what we were going to live through. Pretty much until 2015, when NXT stops being OVW and actually becomes like a viable promotion to launch new stars for the main roster.
There were glimpses of TNA, but yeah, if you're talking about WWE,
yes,
the quality of WWE for sure. And then they botched all those call-ups anyway.
So the week before the sale,
Ba-bum.
This is from Nitro. With Kellner's arrival, long-term Turner executives were now pondering their futures. It's a great group of people. It's a family, Kellner told a reporter of his new surroundings on March 11th. It's a good company. I'll try not to mess anything up. I'll tweak it. Still, agonizingly, even though Fusion's personnel were being spotted at WCW shows, the process dragged on. Quote, there was so much speculation going on, recalls Alan Sharp. I think part of everyone's day was spent in somebody else's office, almost as therapy. Everyone was just talking like, what have you heard today? On March 13th, Brad Siegel, recently returned from a previously scheduled vacation, met with Fusion executives in Atlanta. Notable in absentia was Bischoff, who, in anticipation of the deal closing and the increased workload ahead, whisked his family away to Hawaii. At the same time, fans began to realize that beyond March 26th, exactly 0 WCW shows were being advertised. Confusion was widespread, but at 12:59 a.m. on Friday, March 16th, wrestling's most premium journalist provided an update. Dave Meltzer wrote on WrestlingObserver.com, it appears that at least temporarily, the days of World Championship Wrestling may be coming to a close. The Fusion deal looks to have fallen through.
Do you think Bischoff really went away to prepare, get some R&R before all of it? Or did he flee?
Well, that's the story goes that he just went on holiday because he knew I've got a lot of work coming up. This might be the last holiday I'll have with my family for some time. And while he was away, the deal fell through.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to, like, when I've been in, obviously nothing to that extent, which makes it even more reasonable to not go on holiday, I tend to work non-stop ahead of the thing.
Yeah.
Particularly if the deal is not yet signed. That is the time I am not going away.
But in Bischoff's mind, as we talked about when he was going to shut WCW down for a bit, he thinks it is done. It is finalized.
Okay.
I'm getting this company.
Okay, so he's either delusional.
I'm president of WCW. We're going to do the Big Bang. Granted, some of our plans have been, squandered along the way, but we're still going to do my plan. I am owning this company, and I'm going to make it the second biggest promotion in professional. I'm going to number one, and we're going to run for 100 weeks ahead of Raw.
This is speculation. I could see a version where he got wind from someone, and he left the country. Not left the country because he's fleeing stuff. He's like, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to go to Hawaii, and then it might not get blamed on me that it didn't go through. Okay, so rather than he's going to there to bury his head in the sand. Yeah.
So this is from The Observer. This is a Brad Siegel memo to staff on the morning of March 16th, 2001.
Good grief. How quickly this came together is just staggering.
In early January, we told you about an agreement that we'd reached to sell WCW and its related assets. At that time, we said we would appraise you of any changes by the way WCW operates. Effective Tuesday, March 27th, WCW programming will begin a period of hiatus. During this hiatus, WCW will review its programming plans and determine the course of the future WCW branded entertainment events. On Wednesday, March 28th, please plan to attend an all-staff meeting at 10 a.m. at the power plant, at which we will share with you further information regarding WCW plans. In the meantime, I hope that we will maintain the level of professionalism that distinguishes our organization, particularly as we prepare for the upcoming Panama City, Florida event. Thank you. Meltzer writes here, even to the end, they couldn't be completely honest with their own employees. There is no hiatus, and by the end of the day, TBS Inc. publicly announced it would no longer air wrestling on its stations after a 29-year run.
God, can you imagine being an employee of or a wrestler and receiving that message? I'm lucky enough to have never been in a company that's going under and to get one of those messages, but
once.
I
mean, I was lucky when I got it the once. I already had another job lined up because I was planning on leaving anyway. But I was working for a local newspaper, and it was a newspaper that used to be 5 days a week. And then they were like, we're not going to do as many of those newspapers anymore, actually, because local newspapers, funnily enough, don't really sell a lot all that well. And in the end, they just wanted to do a huge cost-cutting thing. And I got my, but I'd already planned to leave anyway, and I got a job elsewhere. This clears the way for an expected purchase of what is left of the company, the name, the trademarks owned by the company, and the videotape library by the WWF. Plus, however, they negotiate contracts of wrestlers, which is expected to go down within 2 weeks. The combination of the purchase and the end of wrestling on the Turner networks may mark the biggest news story in the modern era of wrestling, if not the biggest. It ends the challenging story for first place and is the final end of the wrestling war started when Vince McMahon raided Hulk Hogan, David Schultz, Roddy Piper, and Gene Okerlund from Vern Gagne and Jim Crockett in December of 1983, signaling the start of a new war which he appeared to have won many times, but it was never final until now. There are many things that have become clear as World Championship Wrestling was spiraling downward over the last 2 years. It was always going to be sold, as AOL, which was buying Time Warner, didn't want to keep money-losing divisions, and new buyers...
It's ironic, because AOL lost a lot of money for them.
And the new buyers, whoever they would be, would have a lot of trouble because the momentum was disastrously bad. The product had been bad for years, with a terrible stigma among wrestling fans, and the money losses were huge, something only a billion-dollar company could carry for any length of time. In his first major act as CEO of Turner Broadcasting, Jamie Kellner, who's always disliked pro wrestling, made the decision to cancel all pro wrestling programming. In doing so, it nearly ended negotiations that had been rocky with Fusion Media Ventura to purchase the company, as it was prematurely announced in January by Fusion Media President Brian B. Dahl. Brian, there's his name. WCW President Brad Siegel and Eric Bischoff as to make it publicly literal hours before the official consumption of the AOL Time Warner merger. Finalizing the deal between the two sides had many rocky points. In particular, the second round of due diligence, when the January books were examined by Fusion, found the company was in a far worse financial state than Fusion had been led to believe from the original projections made by Time Warner. In addition, it scared away some of the original investment money, both of which caused Fusion in recent weeks to back away from the original $70 to $75 million purchase.
Oh, so that's how much it was.
And make an offer of $48.7 million for the company, which was close to finalization, although there were stumbling blocks before Kellner made the decision. Just 1 year ago, when SFX were interested, WCW fell apart because of the $600 million asking price. So, even as late as midweek, there were signs the sale to Fusion were close to being finalized for $5.7 million and $2.15 million per year in payments over the next 20 years.
So the reason that's fallen from the 75 to the 50 to now 5 million is because the worth of WCW has collapsed because there is now no TV deal in place.
Correct. But still, it's for $5.7 million up front and then $2.15 over the next 20 years.
Okay, so over the next 20 years?
Yeah.
Oh, a year?
Yeah.
Oh, so that would still be the 50 million.
Everyone was pretty. Exactly, I might have jumped the gun there because I think this is when they still had the TV deal in place. Everyone was proceeding as if this was the case, with plans of building up new talent after a shutdown at the end of the month, which likely would have led to a reopening sometime over the summer and searching for locations in Las Vegas to be permanent homes for both Nitro and Thunder. The contract included provisions for Time Warner to maintain a minority interest as well as a multi-year agreement where the Turner networks would continue to carry WCW programming. Our decision was made by Kellner, who believed that pro wrestling could not be upscale enough to programming for what he wanted TBS and TNT to become. The original deal was dead. Stuart Snyder of the World Wrestling Federation had been back involved in negotiations to buy the company in recent weeks. The company was on the verge to being sold to Vince McMahon late last year, but a clause in its television contract with Viacom guaranteeing the company station's exclusivity on WWF programming and Viacom not approving of McMahon producing programming for rival cable stations, and the Turner networks wanted to keep wrestling programming, killed that deal and put Fusion back in the game.
So that's what got Vince out in the late,
It's because...
Interesting.
And now that it's no longer on Turner, you can buy it because it's no longer producing it for anyone else. Kellner, who took over the run of all Turner networks less than 2 weeks ago, earlier in restructuring the television division, with saw many of the long-term high-ranking executives working for Ted Turner being phased out with Turner's loss of power in the merger, made the call to cancel all WCW programming effective with the 26th of March episode in Panama City, Florida. TBS will begin showing movies in the old Thunder time slot on the 28th of March, and TNT will start showing movies in the Nitro time slot.
Old movies is what replaced him, was it?
Which is actually what Ted Turner what he made a lot of his original dealings was buying TCM was buying and finding a home for all these old movies.
I do feel for Ted Turner.
Oh, I do.
I always had I don't know. I don't know much about the guy apart from his, wrestling dealings and brief parts of his TV empire that he built up. But he always seemed like basically a good man, a bit of a Bob Iger, when we all liked Bob Iger. Whereas Vince was the more erratic, bully sort of guy. Ted Turner was like, he was the friendly Texan cowboy or whatever.
He just loved his pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Just loved pro wrestling on my TV stations.
I think that might be it. Because wrestling helped establish his channels early on, he felt a loyalty to wrestling, and he provably, time and time again, backed up that loyalty to the very end.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why I feel like an affinity for Ted, and I like him, because he said, I value wrestling, and then he honored his word. That to me is a sign of a good person.
Now, this is something you don't hear often when talking about podcasts, talking about the sale of WCW. It's someone jumping to the defense of Jamie Kellner. So this is from Nitro. In the years since 2001, wrestling law has positioned Kellner's call in terms of a personal vendetta, with one account alleging his hatred for the genre. However, in a statement that is sure to surprise fans, Kellner outright disputes that perception. I grew up a fan of wrestling and once tried to make a deal with Vince McMahon on a different network, he said. According to Brian Bedell, Kellner's hand was forced by a condition embedded in the Fusion deal. As part of its purchase agreement, Fusion retained the rights to program a Turner time slot, believed to be the TBS network, irrespective of WCW's future existence. We structured a deal that was great for us, Bedell revealed, but Jamie might have decided it wasn't so good for Turner, but we negotiated into the deal certain rights to the time slot in case WCW was cancelled. We retained the right for a period of time to continue to program the time slot. We looked at that time slot as a valuable asset, because if we were going to pay all this money for the property, we didn't want to take the risk of it being cancelled. Of course, Turner couldn't be in the position where they had a valuable time slot with a guarantee, essentially, never to cancel the show. So my recollection is that when Jamie came in, he looked at that as being something they weren't willing to give.
Oh my God, that's a terrible deal for Turner.
Yeah, not great.
So Fusion weren't just buying WCW.
They were buying the time slot.
They were buying a weekly prime time slot on
that
Monday nights.
Could not be cancelled.
And if they did cancel WCW, it would be up to Fusion to fill that slot.
Well, no, that has to be. I mean, yeah, they get to program that slot, I suppose. Yeah.
So they're in control of prime time on Monday nights in the early noughties, when TV was still a hugely dominant force. That's insane. I didn't know that. And no sound CEO could ever sign off on that deal.
There's another guy to bring up here. There's a guy named Steve Koonin who was brought in after 14 years working at Coca-Cola, always Coca-Cola, that branding, that was his sort of like marketing idea that he came up with. He came in to Turner and started working at TNT, and what he first found when he came in was that it doesn't have an identity. It is just a general entertainment network. It has just got stuff on it. And after several months and lots of meetings, retreats, and focus groups, he came up with this, a new statement for TNT. TNT is not juvenile, mindless, predictable, frivolous, or superficial, read a document. TNT is contemporary, meaningful, suspenseful, exciting, and powerful.
I always think these corporate values exercises are a bunch of wank. No disrespect to our corporate values, but
after several months and lots of meetings, retreats, and focus groups.
After several months, we consulted a thesaurus. Powerful. Oh, jog on.
Therefore, this is from Nitro. Therefore, once Kellner called off the Fusion deal, unwilling to give up a time slot for multiple years, therein lied the chance to publicly signify the change. So, positioning the fallout as the cancellation of wrestling provided a convenient way to start the rebranding process. The story we told was that it didn't fit the TNT rebrand, says Scott Safran, TNT's SVP of marketing. That was somewhat true, but it was also because the show couldn't make money, given how tough it was to sell, how expensive it was getting it to run. TNT's management wants to position TNT as a high-quality network, surmises John Marks, SVP of research at Turner, targeted at affluent city-suburban residents. That is not the WCW viewer. Its audience was downscale and rural skewing, plus the content was perceived as being lowbrow and juvenile. This is from Guy Evans.
Which is absolutely fair.
In September 2000, an analysis of WCW's audience composition revealed that 32% of its fan base were unemployed, with 42% of its viewers working in blue-collar fields. Of the entire Nitro audience, only 11% completed 4 years' worth of college. So they decided, your audience is thick, and we don't want it.
Your audience is thick and poor, which is the, unfortunately, that's one of the challenges wrestling faces when TV networks try to make money. The wrestling generally does get good eyeballs for networks, but the networks can't make money on the ad slots they sell there. So they use wrestling as a way to elevate the shows around them.
Yeah.
And that's where you make the money back. That doesn't really work these days because of linear TV. People aren't tuning in for the thing before or after. They're watching it and then they're watching Netflix or something.
Yeah. And it's kind of a fascinating little domino effect that we've got here. So this guy has come in, decided that we need to change the core values of TNT. It's powerful. It's whatever it was. It's not juvenile. It's some other word that we've come up with. And Jamie Kellner has read that to be like, oh, do you know what? This Fusion deal over here means I can't cancel WCW, and they basically have this time slot, so we can't do that. So this actually gives me the opportunity to cancel WCW now. However, as this is written in Nitro, the belief is the Turner management made a fatal error in that decision-making. By signaling publicly they didn't want to continue the programming, they essentially rendered WCW unsellable.
Yeah.
I remember speaking with Brian Bedell about this. It's confirming that it's just gross stupidity of the Turner organization relative to this kind of an asset and their ability to continually shoot themselves in the foot. As memorized indelibly in the 2004 documentary, Bischoff joked that without a television contract, WCW was worth $20. Corcoran goes on further, noting that it was, from a strict economic standpoint, I could argue that in the entity of losing millions of dollars on a monthly basis, it wasn't worth anything.
Well, there's a bit of a chicken and egg thing here where you get caught in a loop, because it sounds to me like a buyer wouldn't buy WCW without the guaranteed TV slots over a course of years, but Turner wouldn't guarantee those time slots.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But it sounds like they used... It was a work.
I think that Turner likely would have got rid of it anyway. Even if Fusion didn't have that clause in the contract that they would have a guaranteed Monday night, they probably would have cancelled it anyway.
6 months later,
because they didn't want to
wind it down.
Because they didn't want it on their show.
Yeah.
It's no longer fitting in with their new brand guidelines that they want. They want to have better programming on there, and that better programming apparently is just old movies.
It's powerful. But yeah, the idea that Kellner made a business decision based on, the contract. Like, I really haven't heard that. I don't see how he could have ever signed off on Fusion Media buying WCW with that clause. And he was like, well, I've done this, but hey, I can spin it with the marketing of this new direction.
Yeah.
It's a work. That we've been worked. Kellner was booked as this heel.
But the story does not end there. This is from Meltzer. Where things stand at press time is this. Time Warner is going to sell the company within days, maybe 2 weeks at most, almost assuredly to the WWF. It appears that Fusion officially backed out of the deal for good on the 20th of March.
Oh my God.
A desperation attempt to finalize a solid television deal on Fox after 2 days of meetings in time, which without television made it economically imprudent to put together a strong enough bid. Fox has negotiated with Bischoff on and off for more than a year, but has never finalized the deal. So Turner have cancelled it. They've cancelled those programming. Fusion still want to buy it, so they have this last-minute pitch to try and get a deal with Fox. Mm-hmm. This is a brilliant little story. So I've got to tell you the name. Lenita Erikson. Lenita Erikson is her name, right? So she has got this mad story in Nitro. She is a former rock star who became a TV producer. She was going to do this all-female sports panel show in 1999, which was way ahead of its time. But she could never find a home for it. But she then became quite friendly with Brad Siegel. And she talked about her love. She was married to Gene Simmons at the time. And they're big Kiss fans. A lot of the people love Kiss. And she talked about this character that she'd always had this idea for that was a regular person, but then would become sort of a Kiss-style demon later on. Nothing really, it's just an idea that she'd had. And Brad Siegel was like, we should put this on wrestling. And she was like, I don't want to get involved in wrestling. Before she knew it, she had a contract offer with WCW and was sent down to the power plant to train. She was then sent to Dylan's office to go and get something, and to go, speak to him.
Bet Dylan was overjoyed by that.
Dylan assumed she had been sent by someone at Turner to take over the company. So she just started getting an office job. This is all her accounts version. She just got an office job there, never told anyone, never told Brad Siegel, and started becoming a director of some of WCW operations. That's the story that she tells of how it happened.
Oh, I can believe it. That is how mismanaged that company was.
Fox Sports Net would not be an option. I got a call from George Greenberg, who was VP of Fox Sports Net, reveals Lenita Erikson. I hadn't talked to George in several months, but he calls me up and he goes, hey, Lenita, you were down there working at Turner, weren't you? With WCW? I go, yeah, why? He goes, well, I got a meeting coming up in 20 minutes. This guy, Eric Bischoff, says he owns the company and he wants to give us the programming. I said, no, George, he does not own the company, not at all, continues Erikson. I said, he's going to try and secure programming you so he can secure financing to buy the company. George went, oh, hell no. He shut it down. Boom, turned it down.
What a carny. Maybe if...
Sorry. Brad called me that night and said, what the fuck did you do? I said, I told you, mark this day, mark this time, mark my words. It's not happening. Which is a quote she'd said earlier in the book about how she's never going to let Bischoff get this company. Lenita
Erikson torpedoed, totally cock-blocked Bischoff.
For the record, Greenberg, the guy he said, I don't remember much of the conversation, but she was very smart, articulate, and very marketing savvy. Which sounds like a very diplomatic way of answering. If an interviewer says, this is what this person said, what are your memories of that? I don't remember much of that specific conversation, but here are some nice things I can say about that person.
Powerful, not juvenile. Wow, that's insane, isn't it? But it's, imagine if Eric Bischoff went to Fox and said, here's the situation we're in. Mm-hmm. And Fox, you could save the lineage of WCW.
Yeah.
But he can't get out of his own carny, ego, narcissistic way. He is, I've got this thing, you got to buy it for... He treats it... This is the problem with wrestling people. They do treat everyone like marks to be worked because they work themselves into this world where that's the only way to do things because that's their trade.
I mean, in a way, it's kind of a very Paul Heyman move to do. To go to someone and be like, I've got this thing. It's amazing. If you buy it from me and you then own it. And then the company's like, yeah, I'll do that. They buy it. He then uses that money to go and buy the thing.
That's not a Heyman thing. That's honestly a wrestling
it's just
thing.
Wrestling overall.
It's wrestling.
Only reason I say Heyman is because Bischoff
will do that.
Yeah, because Bischoff's never had a lot of kind words to say about Heyman, but I think they're probably more alike than maybe he thinks. It's from The Observer. What WWF would do if it purchased the company has not been decided. When WWF was negotiating last year, its plan seemed to be to run the company as a separate entity on the Turner stations, rebuild it for several months to a year, then finally build up to a promotion versus promotion feud, which no doubt WWF would win, which would in effect kill the brand name in the long run, and WWF would absorb it. WWF key personnel are all terribly overworked because of the emotional drain of the XFL failure and the hard WWF schedule, including McMahon himself, and those close to the situation believe adding another new product that would be required to turn things around would be difficult. There's a common sense belief that if WWF were to drop the XFL and devote that energy to WCW, it would make sense in the long run because McMahon's expertise in the wrestling business, and it's far more likely he could turn that brand into a profitable one, and far sooner. There's also the chance that McMahon would pick and choose who he wants for a minor invasion angle, which would leave the majority of wrestlers, announcers, and office personnel out of work. Bischoff had planned that if the sale fell through, that his people would start their own company in some form, believing that many of the top names would either work for McMahon or the ones McMahon wouldn't want. So, we'll start a company with all the people that don't want. Mm-hmm. Also behind the scenes, Hulk Hogan has sent feelers out, although he's done this every time his contract is about to expire. Exactly how the contracts will be handled is unclear. For McMahon to pick up many of the deals to themselves, it would upset the pay scale of his WWF wrestlers because of the large guarantees and also maximum number of dates per year in some of the WCW deals, in many cases for people who at this point have nowhere near the drawing power of the wrestlers he is already using on top. It is possible that a deal could be worked out where Time Warner could continue to pay part of the big contracts as part of getting out of the wrestling and making the deal happen. But all but a dozen of the wrestlers have 90-day cycles, so the contracts of those wrestlers would likely be phased out. The wrestlers without those cycles, who are generally the bigger names, would have in some form to be paid in full if they don't quit, either by WWF or Time Warner, depending on how the deal goes down.
And they didn't do any of them.
Yeah. There was this one, there's a line here. There are more questions than answers among the talent. None of the wrestlers were told anything at the TV tapings on the 19th of March about their future or the future of the company, or even that the television show had been cancelled, only that they had to come to work on the 26th of March. On television, it was said the 26th of March would be the final show of the season, with no explanation of what that meant, or acknowledgement of the media reports that the station was dropping wrestling. The wrestlers were actually never even told that, and have been subject of so many worked angles by Bischoff, many, like the ECW wrestlers, who failed to see the obvious when it was reported, sadly deluded themselves into believing Bischoff was doing a work and everything was fine. One of those names, and I do love to get to do this one, was Disco Inferno, who did a radio interview where he said, "Oh yeah, they're not cancelling the show; it's a work by Bischoff.
Yeah,
it's one big elaborate work."
Oh, he was doing Stupid Wrestler has a YouTube channel / podcast 25 years before it was a thing. Disco Inferno is ahead of his time.
And we get to mark this down. 1 hour, 57 minutes. Get to talk a little about TNA.
What?
Jerry Jarrett also put forth a proposal to TBS with investors attempting to purchase WCW. But at best, it was a dark horse if both the WWF and Fusion deals couldn't be completed. And Jarrett's group pulled out upon the TV cancellation. Bert Prentice claimed on Joe Pescadino's Pro Wrestling This Week radio show on Fox Sports Radio that a major announcement by Jarrett should be coming very soon about a new national company, but others close to Jarrett have told people not to make much out of this.
And it's the TNA. It's
TNA.
The TNA.
It is TNA. Here in 2001, Jerry Jarrett, I can't buy WCW, but I want to get back into the wrestling game.
Do the voice.
Do the voice?
I can't do accents. Jerry Jarrett's voice.
I think I've got a Jerry Jarrett accent in me.
I imagine it's very similar to Jeff Jarrett, but higher pitched. Isn't it mad, though, that the opening of Raw, this episode of Raw, has the first thing of the invasion. You can't even call it the invasion. The first thing that Vince McMahon does publicly after buying WCW is firing Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
It's the very first segment. It happens within 1 minute. And Jeff Jarrett goes over to Jerry, his dad, Road Dogg, in a canoe, in a lake. And they birth TNA.
And Jerry had one rule. don't hire all the idiots that killed WCW.
Literally.
Jeff was like, Vince?
But literally just did it.
It wasn't even that long ago. It was 1 year, less than a year previous. Good one from Mel here. You could write a book about what killed WCW. The mistakes made at the peak, Goldberg doing that job, the one-finger push, the frequent Flair heel turns, which always killed ratings no matter how good Flair was at putting people over while working heel style. Remember that period in the mental hospital? Is that what the audience, where Flair had become a bigger draw than the rest of the superstars burned themselves out, wanted? Screwing every chance Bret Hart had to be a super babyface, because both from his debut to the release of Wrestling Shadows, ignored by the promotion, and he was kept off television for fear that he would get cheered, and even turning him heel within a month of his comeback after his brother's death. Terrible main events from older guys who couldn't give up their spot and wanted the style easy to be kept on top, which kept the younger wrestlers out of the pack. Remember those Nitros where they didn't have any wrestling for the first hour? Remember the Nitro where Flair was beaten up in a field, finally showed up at the end of the show, and unlike Stone Cold, simply got beaten up again? Remember every show in Virginia and the Carolinas where the object seemed to be to make Flair and Anderson look like they weren't stars? And remember the dwindling crowds with every return visit? Finally, with the company in freefall, Bischoff was dumped as leader in favor of Bill Bush and Nash as booker for the savior, the man who made the WWF what it was, Vince Russo. I wonder, what killed WCW?
Someone should write a book on
that. With ratings falling to record lows, repeated concussions took out of the game as company losses were projected to hit 80 million, though budget cuts late in the year kept it close to 60 million. The losses were too much for TBS, who wanted out.
Sorry, that was WCW. Their revenue was projected to be 80 million.
80 million losses in 2000. And it was
these are losses.
Sure. And went down to 60 million. The losses were too much for TBS. The company, which months earlier had been put on the market for 600 million, was now being offered for less than 80 million. And just a few months later, the final sale price was closer to 20 million. Nothing is forever. Ric Flair vs. Hulk Hogan headlined a pay-per-view in early 1999 and drew a 1.2 buy rate. The same two men headlined a pay-per-view in early 2000 and drew a 0.15.
Good grief.
In this business, fame is fleeting. Staying with a pat's hand is death, and the consistent creation of new talent is the lifeblood of the business. The lack of understanding of these basic principles result in bankruptcy, and that is the end of the story. Which brings us to the week of this episode of March 26th, where from the WWF.com, World Wrestling Federation Entertainment today announced its purchase of World Championship Wrestling from Turner Broadcasting Systems, a division of AOL Time Warner. The purchase of WCW creates a tag team partnership with the World Wrestling Federation brand that is expected to propel the sports entertainment genre to new heights. In keeping the company's strategic alliance with Viacom, new WCW programming is anticipated to air on TNN in the near future. The possibility of cross-brand storylines is an intrigue, however, may start as early as Monday night during WWF Raw is War on TNN and the final performance of WCW Nitro live on Turner Network Television TNT. You're right there. I'll continue reading. The binding agreements provides World Wrestling Federation Entertainment with the global rights to the WCW brand, tape library, and other intellectual property rights. The acquisition is the perfect creative and business catalyst for our company, said Linda McMahon, Chief Executive Officer of World Wrestling Federation Entertainment. This is a dream combination for the fans of sports entertainment. The ancillary mix of the World Wrestling Federation and WCW personalities potentially creates intriguing storylines that will attract a larger fan base to the benefit of our advertisers and business partners and propel sports entertainment to new heights. Notice there how she didn't talk about fans.
Sorry about my... no one ever calls me.
I know, that's really...
That was so... I didn't know what my ringtone was. That's why I was confused.
I'm surprised you got it on loud.
It's a new phone. I haven't figured it out. I feel like an old person.
Little clicker on
sometimes
the
it rings, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, well, these weren't for fans. These are business announcements for a publicly traded company.
That's
right?
posted on WWF.com.
Yeah, but it's
which is
a sort of...
It's a website for fans.
Yeah, but it's not all for fans. And you couldn't put it on WWF Corporate because you want it to sit alongside. But I don't have any problem with that.
Just say for our business partners and our fans.
Yeah, you could do.
So, WWF bought WCW for $4.3 million. Everything. Talent, the rings, the sets, the tape library, which in and of itself was probably worth 4.3 million and more. They wanted 600 million. Fusion nearly got it for 80 million. In the end, they sold it for 4.3. And part of that is because Turner cancelled the show, and it was effectively worthless.
So 4.3 million?
Yeah.
I kind of got excited then because shortly before you said 20 million, I was like, oh, it was at least 4 times more than what I thought it was. No, 4.3 million. That is an absolute steal. So by today's money, let's go by the doubling rule and inflation. That is $8.6 million.
Yeah.
For us, that works out about 6 million quid. I feel like I could get a few people together.
Yeah, I think
I could do a whip round at the pub to buy WCW.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few people who said, if I'd have known how much it sold for, I'd have bought it.
Yeah. I think that these days, or even back then, if that was common knowledge and they weren't, I feel like that 30th of March deadline must have been a thing. Because when the Fusion Media thing falls through, why do they then I know they don't now have the TV thing, but at least go through a couple of rounds of doing bidders off each other with this new term.
So the argument is, and Meltzer does go over this in The Observer, and I think actually it will come to fruition as well. I think Bischoff probably had the right smarts about him in this scenario.
Go on holiday.
Because a lot of the argument could be made as like, well, you may as well have just bought it anyway and tried to get a TV. Like, you didn't have to get a TV deal directly at this period of time. You could have bought it, shopped it around. There are other networks. There are other stations you could have taken it to. But at this point in time, the ratings for wrestling are not where they were the year previous. They really weren't where they were the year before that either. They are declining. Interest in wrestling is declining. Part of that is because there's only one big wrestling company at this point. WCW is dying and ECW is folded. So with one wrestling company, interest in wrestling is dwindling. And when WWF get it and they try to shop it around, they cannot find any other network that will take on the WCW brand.
That's interesting. I also think there's a sort of money component to it, obviously. But if this was a year, 18 months before, I know there's all the wrestling boom argument there, but it's also before the bubble burst. When the .com bubble bursts, the money was being thrown around, just like how there was money flying around in like the early 2010s and how it is currently now with anything with AI attached to it. You would have easily been able to get a couple of private equity people who would go, what, 6 million? Yeah, I'll take a punt on that.
Yeah.
I'll take 8 million. I'll do that as a punt to see if something pays off from it in a year or 2 years' time.
For like, if you are a multi-millionaire, in some cases billionaires, that is chump change. It's like, I'll take a punt on it. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as Tony Schiavone does say on the final episode of Nitro, Friday before the Raw is War episode and the final Nitro was when it all started to come out. It's like, oh yeah, Vince is buying it. And then it's just confirmed. And like Tony Schiavone says in the broadcast, I didn't believe it until I saw Vince McMahon show up. There are some wrestlers who have said, I didn't believe it until Shane McMahon showed up in the locker room for the final Nitro to give a speech. And that was when I realized, oh, they have bought it. That is how quickly all of this came together. Meltzer writes, the purchase of World Championship Wrestling by WWF Entertainment this past week, combined with the ending all wrestling programming on the Turner Network, changes the entire landscape of pro wrestling industry forever. It ended the most newsworthy week, certainly as far as long-term week in the history of this industry. A 10-day period so momentous that it will end, that in the end, with likely the biggest or second biggest money show in the history of the industry and the biggest dream match in American wrestling since Hogan and Andre in 1987, paled in comparison with the rest of the news. Besides the big story, the announcement of WCW being sold to WWF on the 23rd of March, thus ending both competition and the wrestling war for the foreseeable future. There are numerous smaller stories stemming from this, and the most important isn't even the sale, but the reality of where wrestling stands within American television community that affects the industry's future far more. It's the television industry's negative perception of pro wrestling that, more than McMahon buying WCW, has led to what looks like to be a single ownership monopoly of the major league industry in this country for the first time in its history. Eric Bischoff always felt that even if he was unable to get control of WCW, he could get backers in place and start a company from scratch, because there's enough talent that simply isn't going to work for WWF for whatever reason, largely because some of WWF didn't even want them. But the inability to secure television not only shut the door on Fusion buying WCW, but on anyone starting out and being a significant competitor. And that would remain true for a number of years as well. Is this the story I wanted to read? Because there's a really fascinating... Yes, okay. The sports entertainment landscape is littered with failures in this same scenario. The most notable was in 1987. This is like, a bit of Dave history. If you've ever read The Observer, if you haven't read The Observer, here's a little fun fact about it. Meltzer will tell a wrestling news story that is current to this week. And then that will remind him of something that happened 50 years ago. And then he will spend 1,000 words telling you about that one thing. It isn't really related to the news story. It's just something that he remembered. And he just knows, so he's written a bunch about.
It's also how Wrestling Observer Radio works. He does it in real time now.
Yeah. But I wanted to read this because, unfortunately, it is going to be a bit of a foreshadowing. Bear in mind, this is Meltzer writing it before the final Nitro has even taken place. He's writing this. The most notable is in 1987, when Jim Crockett Promotions purchased Mid-South Sports from Bill Watts. Instead of doing the natural promotion versus promotional matchup, the winners treated the losers in the booking well as losers. The idea was to keep the organization separate for a while, much like the idea today is, and eventually build up to a Super Bowl of wrestling on pay-per-view. Again, much like the idea is today. But instead, immediately after the sale, Crockett mid-card wrestlers were sent to UWF TV tapings and quickly became the champions. Mixed shows were booked under the UWF TV banner, with the Crockett wrestlers brought in, portrayed as bigger stars, which, quite frankly, on a national basis, they were. Pretty soon on shows in the old UWF territory, the UWF title would be 5 matches down from the top of the mid-card position, below all the Crockett headliners, and the title was never portrayed on TBS as anything close to the belt that Ric Flair held, and in many in Crockett promotions felt an insult to the last UWF champion Steve Williams, who departed the promotion with the belt meaningless, never being asked to lose it, and was even called world champion on an NWA television show. What lessons can be learned from the failure of Jim Crockett Promotions and Bill Griffiths when the biggest wrestling angle of all time was handed to them? The biggest one is, the war is over and it's time to make money, which should be easy in the short term, but trickier in the long run. You have nothing to prove by showing the fans who is better in worked competition when you own both companies. No lessons were learned. So now we get to go into the one of the more fun parts of this, perhaps, conspiracy theories.
Yes!
So you might have remembered there was a chap in all of this called Stu Snyder, who was the WWF representative for the negotiations between World Wrestling Federation Entertainment and Time Warner.
Okay. And this was going back to the latter part of 2000?
And it's the 2001. So like he was featured in the press release that they put out to say we bought WCW.
Okay.
Stu Snyder had a comment within there. But I just wanted to mention the name Stu Snyder, not Zach
or Scott.
Because Bob Ryder had some thoughts about Stu Snyder. Bob Ryder had been working with WCW at this point. The like a half hour before Nitro started, he and Jeremy Borash hosted like a fan Q&A thing where sort of like people could call in to kind of give their thoughts on WCW and stuff, which we'll come on to when we review WCW. But Bob Ryder posted online, Brad Siegel took steps to make sure the company was of no value to anyone except the WWF.
So the idea that, not this, but asset stripping to make it cheap for WWF to buy.
Well, and also the idea of making sure that there's going to be no value to anyone else to buy it. So that's maybe taking away the TV time. Maybe it's taking away this, taking away that. So make sure that nobody else wants this apart from Vince.
Okay.
While Future Media was still negotiating at the negotiating table and negotiating in good faith, Siegel was contacting his friend Stu Snyder at the WWF to figure out what needed to be done to make sure the WWF got the deal. Stu Snyder, the top WWF exec who brokered the deal, were friends and co-workers when Snyder worked with Time Warner. It is widely believed that Siegel offered the job WCW president to Snyder near the end of the Bush era, but that Snyder turned it down and went back to work with the WWF. When it became obvious that only the WWF could get back into the hunt to buy WCW would be if the shows were cancelled, that's exactly what Siegel made sure happened. Siegel sabotaged his own company by convincing Kellner to cancel the shows. He did that after he made a call to Stu Snyder and found out the only way he could make a deal with the WWF was to cancel the shows. Once the shows were cancelled, that narrowed the potential buyers to one. The Fusion offer was still on the table until the shows were cancelled. There were at least 4 offers from people who were willing to pay much more than the WWF paid, and they were ignored repeatedly. Quite a few other people, Kevin Sullivan, J.J. Dillon, a few of these people from WCW, all do believe it was one big inside job.
Is there any other evidence to support that apart from those versions of events?
That Stu Snyder worked for Time Warner and then went to the WWF. That's where the conspiracy theory... That's it.
Oh, it's the kernel of truth, though. All great conspiracy theories have that bit where you go, but you know, that is true.
If you can connect one string to another point, hey, I've got a connection here.
If Brad Siegel then landed a cushy job with WWE, that doesn't happen though, does he? He stays an employee of Time Warner because he is a Time Warner employee, and his position in the company during that period was to be in charge of WCW. So that means his role was to sell WCW for the best, like to get it done and to get the most money for it, so he could move on to another role in Turner.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's where perhaps the conspiracy theorists might point to, because according to Bob Ryder, there were at least 4 other offers on the table that were offering more money than the WWF offered. So if his whole thing was to sell it for the most money, at least according to Bob Ryder, and who wouldn't believe Bob Ryder in 2001, he chose the weakest option of the 4.
Do you want to explain who Bob Ryder is?
Bob Ryder, it was a long-time employee of WCW, but would then go on to be a long-time employee of TNA. And
that's where I know him from.
That's where I know him from as well. Very beloved Bob Ryder, sadly no longer with us, but very beloved character within TNA. When we had James Storm in the studio, he spoke very positively about Bob Ryder because he was very in with the talent, long-time wrestling history and experience, and by all accounts, a genuinely lovely bloke. Was a figure of mockery online for a few years, but I think since passing, people have kind of like changed their tune a little bit to be like, you know what? Actually, he was a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
I don't buy that based on what happened afterwards. To just hang that entire theory on they once worked together, I don't think's enough. I think, yeah, sure, we know there were other offers for more money, but would those offers have pulled off? Like, if you've ever been involved in buying a house or selling a house, people could offer you a gazillion quid. But if that person is all you get a bad vibe from them, you're like, maybe I'll go for the one who's putting an asking price, who I definitely know has the mortgage in place.
Well, maybe it was an Eric Bischoff situation where they're like, I'll give you 5 million quid. And you're like, but are they just going to someone else to ask for 5 million quid after I've agreed to sell it to them?
Yeah, he's... Siegel is very aware of who Eric Bischoff is. He's worked with him for the last few years.
This is a bit from...
sorry, if there is this thing, and I kind of believe it, that there was a deadline to sell WCW.
Yeah.
Siegel's mission, by his own bosses, sell WCW by this point. And I think when it gets to the end of the month and Bischoff's offer just isn't looking realistic with the lack of TV and the new direction, I think that's why it's sold. Yeah. So yeah, it might not have been for the most money, but it satisfied the criteria of it's going to happen. It's actually going to happen, and it's going to go through by this date.
Yeah, so if because we talked about this a little while back in the podcast. We've been recording for quite some time at this point. But yeah, it was
What day is it?
It's the end of March was when they apparently they had to get it sold by. And we are now like in the last couple of weeks of March here in 2001, really like almost like the last week of March. So they have to get this done. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a case of the other potential suitors were hemming and hawing. They might have to get a few more chess pieces in place. Whereas Vince at this point was like, we're good to go now.
Yeah.
Because really, Vince just went to the library and to have said that he's done it. This is from Dave. The sobering thought of the past week is the television situation. 2 years ago, wrestling seemed like the darling of cable television. A wrestler was elected governor. 7 of the 10 highest rated shows on cable were wrestling shows. Never mind that was never the case. The media never picked up on how it was out being horned. Dave just goes on. While wrestling peaked with a very healthy figure of 12 million fans watching on Mondays, its legend grew to where people who didn't do their homework would sprout things like more fans watched wrestling on Monday nights than the NFL, even though a lot of people actually didn't believe that to be true. But that's Dave's point here is that this idea of, well, you could buy WCW and just get a TV show elsewhere. Surely, people are just, any other network and station will be desperate to pick up Nitro. It's kind of not the case. It is not the darling that it once was. We are past the peak now of wrestling's popularity within mainstream media.
Yeah, in the 2020, it's weird how much that seems to apply to the 2023-2025 boom period for WWE. You know, the top shows on SmackDown, like with the Bloodline stuff on, that was the number one show on network TV, or cable TV rather. No, I think network, wasn't it? A Hall of a wrestler voted for governor. That was Jesse Ventura there. We've got a Hall of Famer Donald Trump president in that time. Yeah, so the similarities are eerie.
WWFE purchased the name and trademarks of WCW, which includes the rights to the name Nitro, the extensive videotape library, and contracts of 24 of the generally lower paid wrestlers. Time Warner would still have to fulfill the remaining contracts, as would be responsible for the outstanding lawsuit and make goods for Nitro and Thunder underperforming in the ratings. Both Vince and Linda McMahon have said they have no plans to do a 24-hour wrestling channel, which would make use of the extensive libraries of the WWF, WCW, and presumably ECW, which may have their rights through the recent deals with Paul Heyman. But even with WWFE, the entity that turned TNN around through the popularity of Raw, they were unable to secure a good time slot. The new WCW weekly program will air Saturday nights from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Wait, so there is a TV deal in place?
So apparently there is an idea that we do have a TV deal in place. He does say no starting date has been finalized, but Shane McMahon told the WCW wrestlers in Panama City that they expected to get on the air in 6 to 8 weeks.
And that would be WCW Nitro.
That would be the idea. We would move Nitro to TNN, and it will air on Saturday nights at 11 p.m. through to 1 a.m.
Now, so Raw is 9 to 11 on Mondays. SmackDown at this point
is UPN, I think.
Is that Thursdays?
Fridays, Thursday or
whatever.
Fridays, yeah. I think it's Fridays.
And so that's like a good spacing, you know. And Saturday night's main event. There's a tradition in the US and the UK of wrestling on Saturdays. But 11 p.m. on a Saturday sounds quite late. And unless you are trying to get that audience who are getting back home from the bars and stuff. And, you know, it's dudes, they're drunk. They get back home. They put on the TV. It's Nitro.
Well, Dave here says he thinks the better idea for WWF at this point is to cancel Sunday Night Heat and just put WCW on in that time slot, because that's on MTV. So you put like, you know, and it's on a Sunday, but you put WCW on there and it's on MTV.
With the 24 lower to mid-card wrestlers you
Elix
have.
Skipper and Chuck Palumbo.
So that $5 million, $8 million, wasn't it? No, it was $4
million.
Oh my God.
It just gets worse.
That's the number that's in the Nitro book. And I think that's, everyone's had like as low as 2 million to as high as 10 million. But I think the generally accepted number, going by what's written in Nitro and other places, it was about $4.2 million.
I would say the IP alone is worth that much.
I mean, they've made their money back, surely, with the network and everything.
Just the name of WCW, the associated branding, and the pay-per-view titles and legacies there. And some belts, you know, like whatever the IP thing's there. Then you add in the library. That's enormously valuable to a wrestling company. But then you've also got these contracts, these 24 contracts. You know, they're the lower contracts, but I reckon if you add them all up, that's at least $1 million, right? Mm-hmm. Of just actual contractual obligations you have to fulfill. So, really, they paid $3 million.
Yeah, for the
IP and the library
and the rings, the sets.
Oh my god!
Like, they got everything. The actual
stuff, line and equipment.
Yeah, they got the whole kit and caboodle.
Tony Schiavone's Hawaiian shirt.
The extensive collection of Hawaiian shirts for Bash at the Beach.
Just all of the sets.
Yeah.
The Halloween Havoc custom set, the Bash at the Beach one.
I honestly do believe just having the footage from Bash at the Beach 1996, not even the full show, just the main event, not even the main event, just the closing angle of the main event was probably worth $3 million alone.
That's probably how much WWE charged licenses to use it now.
I know. Because, yeah, they now can charge people to use that footage, but any DVDs that they release, like, because they're going to be going into a big DVD booming market shortly after this, they will have easily made all of the money back from this purchase.
Easily
so.
Easily.
Dave writes here, there's no long-term or for that matter short-term battle plan other than to produce a television show. Talent is largely up in the air. The working idea is to tape television every Wednesday night, so the top WWF officials can be there after doing Monday and Tuesday tapings for WWF. The WCW brand would be kept separate with, at this point, the wrestlers only doing the Wednesday tapings. There are no plans for house shows or pay-per-views under the WCW brand at this point. The idea is that when WCW brand gets hot enough, they would start touring and doing pay-per-views, but there's no timetable. Here's where it gets tricky. The working idea is that no WCW wrestlers would appear on Raw or SmackDown. However, there would be a few WWF wrestlers that would appear on the WCW television show. Most likely, the WWF wrestlers will be portrayed as the stars on WCW television because they would come from the stronger show, which immediately would start casting the WCW wrestlers as WWF's B team. There's also the Shane McMahon factor. Clearly, his being sent there is to not fail. The last thing the McMahon family wants is the perception that the heir to the company was given a shot at his own publicity, and he's going to turn things around. He said the reality is this is a WWF deal, not a Shane McMahon deal, but Shane McMahon probably is going to be given a lot of the reins of the WCW running of things.
Both a bit of a kayfabe and an actual shoot scenario. Oh, where have I heard this one before? of someone related to Vince McMahon grooming to be his successor, who gets their own wrestling promotion to develop them and prove themselves, and then that fails, and then they get cast out. Triple H.
Decisions as far as announcers, road agents, bookers, writers, etc. have not been made, other than things don't look good for Ed Ferrara and may not be good for Tony Schiavone. There was an amazing sequence on Nitro when Scott Hudson, who in a roundabout way was given the word that he's probably safe, talked in storyline about being afraid for his future and how he might not be able to provide for his wife and young child. Schiavone, with no word about his future at all, was sitting next to him, no doubt worried in real life about his family and 5 children.
Yeah, I really, really feel for Tony Schiavone in this. But, you know, we love Tony Schiavone now. He was kind of annoying at points in WCW.
I've given up. That was the problem with Schiavone at this point.
So, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I totally get it. He does go on a lot about he's going to lose his job.
Yeah, well,
which is totally understandable.
He is being essentially like you just saw Jeff Jarrett get.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe not at this point because WWF starts halfway through the Nitro broadcast, but you know, probably word's getting around. If he's got word that Scott Hudson's been told you're probably safe, and you've not been told you're probably safe, you're probably like, well, this is my last night being employed at a wrestling promotion. Better hope that somebody else starts up something soon. I mean, you know, thankfully for Tony Schiavone in a way, 2001 does see, I think, 2 different attempts to start up a new rival promotion to the WWF. There's the WWA out in Australia, who sign up a bunch of US talent like Scott Steiner and the Road Dogg and Jeff Jarrett. That actually almost becomes a bit of a proto-TNA. But there's also the XWF that starts in North America, which is Jimmy Hart. If I can try and get this right, it's Jimmy Hart, Jim Duggan, and Willie Nelson.
Wow.
And they get Hogan in for one taping, and that was like starting in 2001. That was going to be we're trying to start an alternative for the fans. So for Tony Schiavone, there's some options out there. There's some other places he could go. As far as talent is concerned, it gets really tricky. Virtually all of the big names are under Time Warner contracts that WWF didn't pick up. Largely, I feel like this is a bit of a long-standing debate amongst wrestling fans. Largely because it would imbalance the careful salary structure they've been able to maintain during a competition boom in the industry. The idea that they've always presented is, we couldn't bring in Hogan, Hall, Nash, Goldberg, pay off their big Time Warner contracts because they would come in and just ask for the same amount of money again. And then what's Steve Austin going to do? I want to be paid that as well.
Yeah.
What's Rock going to do? I want to be paid that as well. Others have argued you could have just paid off the contracts, brought them in, renegotiate them at a lower price that was more in line with what Austin and Rock were doing. Or actually, if you did a pay-per-view where you had Rock, Austin, Triple H, and Undertaker going against Hogan, Hall, Nash, Goldberg, you probably could have made billions of dollars and then paid them more money.
Yeah, all those people we spoke about earlier who did just, switch off. WCW's gone, my brand of wrestling's gone, switch off. You could have kept some of those, and those fans could have paid via pay-per-view and other means and live events for those contracts. I do get it. That is, like, you've got your costs, you've agreed your costs, it's your business plan, and then you're talking about bringing in a bunch of people who... It could go two ways, couldn't it? Like you said, you could negotiate them down because Hogan and Nash and Hall in this scenario do not have the bargaining power they had before, because previously they could play two sides off each other to boost their worth. But here, WWF have clearly won, and this is the only place they can go now.
They're smart guys.
So WWF could have gone like, yeah, we'll pay you main event money via WWF standards, maybe a little bit more, but not this huge guaranteed creative control ridiculous thing you got with Time Warner. And then at that point, you just raise people like The Rock and Austin as well to that slightly larger number than you were before. I think that's fair, because business, you would presume, would go up. You are investing to get more money back.
The Invasion pay-per-view, even without the likes of Hogan, Hall, Nash, and Goldberg, is, as you pointed out earlier, the biggest non-WrestleMania pay-per-view in WWF history.
But also, at the same time, it is a risk that Hogan, Nash, and Hall would be like, no, I'm not going to do that. I want this money. And then you do either create resentment, or you have to put everyone's wages up, which, maybe WWE should do. That historically, that the amount they pay their performers has not been proportionate to the amount the company makes overall compared to other sports, like I think MLB and the NFL. It's like in the 45 to 50% range of what the overall revenue is. Half of that is really going towards the performers and the people who make it possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, why wouldn't you at least take the risk? At least in that first year, structure it on incentives and bonuses. So because the danger is you make those things and you commit for the long term, and then you're like, oh, the bubble's collapsed. We can no longer honor those huge deals. But WWE just usually release people when that happens.
Yeah.
So I don't see the real argument in that.
To not do it.
To not bring them in.
Well, it's because it would imbalance the careful structured salary, or the salary structure rather. That is always the argument they've
Yes, I don't think that's real.
I think that is Brett will show up on Nitro if we don't screw him over at Survivor Series.
Yeah, I think it is definitely a concern, but I think it's a concern that has multiple solutions for it.
Yes, and I think this becomes the larger problem of the Invasion overall, which we're going to cover in future episodes and stuff. When fans talk about the Invasion, what they talk about is they didn't bring in the big stars. They didn't it wasn't really WWF versus WCW. I think when fans say that, what they mean is that they wanted it to be the WWF versus the WCW of 1998. Because you watch this 2001 WCW, it is not the WCW of 1998. It's not the same company. It's Hogan's gone. Nash has given up. Hall's gone. Goldberg doesn't feel like he was a shell of his former self because the heel turn in 2000 completely killed all momentum he had. All of your main eventers we talked about earlier. Scott Steiner, who's got a dreadful reputation, and you really don't want to be putting him out there with a
How
live
dare you
microphone.
besmirch Scott's name?
And 2001 has a terrible reputation, man. Jeff Jarrett, who held you up for money in 1999, you're probably not going to be giving him a big main event push.
And he's also really a mid-carder.
And he's a mid-carder. It's Sid Vicious. Like, all the big stars that you want are not there.
I don't know. You've got Goldberg is there, Sting is there,
Sting's
Flair is there, DDP is there.
Yeah.
It's 5 guys.
Yeah,
That's all you need
that's
for the
all you
invasion.
need.
Look, I know it's not Hogan,
That's it.
Hall and Nash, but work that in because they were always an outside invading force for WCW. You could actually have the first invasion of WWF versus this WCW team I just booked there, but neither side wins because the NWO invade at the end.
Yeah. And also, like, to your point, you could have just delayed this because guess who comes in early 2002? Hogan, Hall, and Nash. Who comes in not that long after? Goldberg, Scott Steiner. These guys do all eventually come across anyway. I mean, granted, I don't want to say Sting because that's 10 plus years later. So
Ric Flair's this year.
Ric
Flair
comes
is
in
2001.
In November, the day after the invasion ends, Ric Flair comes in. So you could have delayed this, kicked this into the long grass, and done. But I guess it's because they never get that TV deal in place that they were like, let's just do it now. Let's just kill this now because we'll never actually have the opportunity to build the WCW brand. So we may as well just do this invasion and kill it now.
I think there's also WWE have this fantasy that WWE is the draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is to an extent. But really, wrestling and many entertainment businesses are carried on the star power.
Yeah.
So WWF versus WCW, it did sell, or the Alliance, it did sell the biggest non-WrestleMania buy rate of all time with Invasion. But there was no follow-up because you didn't have those star power.
Yeah.
If you had those stars there, it could have carried on.
So, who do they have under contract? Well, they have, get ready for your big names from WCW's lineage and history.
There's a bit on Nitro where they do this flash of all the
Former
world
champions.
heavyweight champions, Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat.
Yeah.
Who have we got here?
Lance Storm, Chuck Palumbo, Sean O'Hare, Mark Jindrak, Mike Awesome, Elix Skipper, Shane Helm, Shannon Moore, Stacy Keebler, Chava Guerrero Jr., Mike Sanders, Hugh Morris, Sean Stasiak, Kaz Hayashi, Yun Yang, and Billy Kidman.
At least they got Stasiak. It's crazy.
Of all of those names, Stacy Keebler gets the biggest push.
I was going to say, and I wonder why that is. That is, look, there are some fantastic wrestlers on there. Awesome, Storm,
Yeah.
Stasiak, of course. There are names in there that weirdly, like, just get me in a way, you know, a Proustian memory, where the idea of, you know, you might just bite a cookie and then that taste transports you to when you were 8 years old and you were having a cookie in your grandparents' garden with your no longer with your nan. It's like that sort of a little sensation takes you to another place. I hear the name Chuck Palumbo, Sean O'Hare. I am transported to my bedroom when I'm 12 years old, watching my 14-inch TV with VCR combo and recording episodes of Thunder.
I've got the same feeling.
And I've got the volume on at 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
and
you want to go too loud.
It's deafening.
I used to put mine on at 1, and then I would just go and sit really close to the TV.
Yeah. Because everyone else has gone to bed and
Everyone else
I'm
is
watching
asleep.
a tape of this.
Yeah. I remember doing it, like watching Backlash 2000 that way, just putting it on 1 and then just going sit really up close. And Hogan's music hits for when Big Show comes out versus Hogan. Like, oh my God. Wrestlers who may be on that list: Disco Inferno, Reno, Johnny the
here's
Bull,
the big players.
Jason Jett, The Wall, Lash LaRue, Kwee-Wee, Jamie Noble, Evan Courageous, Kid Romero, and Norman Smiley. WWF bought 24 contracts and have the name of 16 above. One would think that the other 8 would probably come from that list, since all are not on the big money contracts.
So have you got a list of, you know, the sort of names that were with WCW?
Oh, yeah, that's the next list coming up
Okay,
here. The
yeah.
list of wrestlers that WWF don't want. Rick Steiner, Jim Duggan, Bam Bam Bigelow, Stevie Ray, Animal, Jeff Jarrett, Lex Luger, Buff Bagwell, Dustin Rhodes, Sid Vicious, Medeja, Miss Jones, David Flair, Chronic, and Vampiro. Spoilers, Chronic will actually appear in our timeline. They will be on a Invasion pay-per-view storyline coming up soon.
What a match.
And what a match it is.
Okay, but those names, I wouldn't say are knockout names. You know, you've got some names like Dustin Rhodes and Jeff Jarrett.
But it's Dustin Rhodes in 2001.
Yeah, exactly. These names are 2001. There's also a sense of, well, I've been there, done that with WWF.
Although I will say, Dustin Rhodes does go back in January 2002. He returns as the Goldust character.
But what about, where's Booker T in this? Where's DDP?
Well, Booker T and DDP are on Time Warner contracts. They are one of the ones, because the idea was they offered, we will buy your contract out dollars on the cents, which is why Goldberg turns it down, because he's like, I'm not going to I can sit at home for a year. Goldberg doesn't like wrestling, so he's quite happy to sit at home and be paid to do nothing.
Yeah.
DDP and Booker T are the ones who are like, no, we want to wrestle. We're the ones who want to do this. Buy our contracts out, dollars on the cents, and we will come across to you guys.
So I'm just Bam Bam Bigelow, again, that's another name who's sort of past it, but Booker T, Buff Bagwell, I'm just going through the sort of
Bagwell obviously comes in.
SmackDown Hotel. But these should be day one guys, shouldn't they?
Well, Bagwell he comes in.
But why aren't they as part of this list?
Well, because these are the ones that are on the lower level contracts. These are ones who are just signed to like very small deals that they just got as part of this. The rest of them have basically got to negotiate other deals out of it.
These are all separate deals.
And I think Bagwell is probably one of the guys, because there's that bit on Raw during the simulcast when Vince is like, here's some of these names. And he's kind of like waiting for the pops.
Yeah.
Bagwell does get a pop.
He does. And
that might be what sort of leads them down the path of, maybe we want to get this. Maybe Buff has got some stuff that we want to bring in.
Because I'm looking here, just before you get into those other names, Sting, Scott Steiner. I'm just thinking of like actual main event level people who they had here. Ric Flair. It's not as many as you think, really.
I mean, as I said, 2001, this company is a shell of its former self.
Goldberg. I'm not going to include Jeff Jarrett. DDP. Booker T. Yeah. And the rest of it is like, it's... But I do think that's enough.
Yeah, I mean...
I think if you have those names in there, supplemented by your Palumbos and your Stasiaks...
I can't believe they didn't bring AJ in.
Yeah, AJ's there.
Air Paris.
Christopher Daniels is there.
Yep. James Storm was under contract. We spoke with him when he was in studio. He was backstage at this Nitro.
But I can also totally believe why they didn't bring AJ Styles in 2001. I
know. There was a meeting held this past week with some of the main creative forces in WWF. While we've only been given sketchy details, while we've been given a sketchy indication as it regards everyone, every name except Bigelow, Vicious, Flair, Duggan, and Ray were names we were specifically told that most in agreement they did not want. McMahon on the show apparently told people he was basically going to fire some people, Jarrett, Luger, Bagwell, and Animal in particular, right on television, and he certainly indicated as much in various vignettes. When you watch Raw, there's a couple of backstage segments where Vince is watching WCW on TV, and the first one is Jarrett. He's like, you know how he used to spell his name? J-E-W-F? Well, quite frankly, I think we're going to spell it a little bit differently now. Capital G, capital O, double N, double E. Gone. Fires him on TV. And the other one is Luger, Lex Express. That's run out of steam. Buries Dustin Rhodes. Buries Animal. When you actually then watch Nitro, those segments do not exist. They were just done. They were filmed so that Vince could be watching something on TV, so he could effectively fire them on TV.
Yeah, it's not. It's somewhat of a worked simulcast.
Yeah.
So Nitro, I presume, aired from 8 to 10, and Raw aired from 9 to 11. So there's this hour crossover, but they filmed a bunch of sketches with Vince backstage.
Yeah.
That are done as if they're live, but they're obviously pre-recorded. The only actual shared bit is the sort of 25-minute bit at the end of the hour 8.
Yes, for Nitro. Yeah.
The
last half hour of Nitro is where you get the simulcast, and that's where Vince comes in and Shane buys WCW. Dave here continues. Shane McMahon, however, did tell all the wrestlers that they would all be starting with a fresh slate. However, at the meeting, that definitely wasn't the case, and the company expressed no interest in anyone they felt would hurt the relatively harmonious locker room that they finally got in the WWF. And the strong feeling is that Luger and Bagwell buried themselves if they ever had a chance these past few weeks. So there is a story that we can get into a little bit about Bagwell and Luger at the last WCW pay-per-view and what kind of gave them a lot of heat that made them probably not worth signing to the WWF. You know, he talks about Rick Steiner. He's got no upside. He's hurt people and he's been unprofessional with people's bodies. He's a boring performer. He's 40 years old and he's not a strong interview. 40 years old. Get back, granddad.
At this time, though, you know, The Rock is 30, Austin's 34.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jarrett is a good worker, but he's paying for holding up Vince McMahon for almost $200,000 on his last night to drop the IC title to Chyna when he jumped to work with Vince Russo in the WCW. Goldust's character Goldust did offer to get breast implants. That is a true story, which Vince McMahon will tell on TV.
Oh, I didn't know that was real.
As he made that suggestion,
were mad.
He made that suggestion before his falling out and signing with WCW, where he basically collected a huge paycheck while management could not figure out what to do with him after WWF legally blocked WCW's attempt to make him a Goldust-like character, which is then when he becomes Seven.
Oh.
The scary paedophile.
Aren't all paedophiles scary?
No, some of them are kind. Bagwell, like Luger, epitomizes much of what was wrong with WCW. When McMahon brought up several of the WCW names, the response to Bagwell, a lot of cheers, was something of a surprise. With his WCW contract running out, Bagwell pitched WWF on coming and expressed no interest a little more than a month ago. When the crowd, whether the crowd response will change Vince's ideas is unknown, but it is known that most of the key people in management view him as an average worker with better than average charisma, but whose out-of-ring attitude is a disaster. No matter how one tries to explain it, he and Luger's crybaby antics at the pay-per-view were unprofessional, even in a company where management has rewarded unprofessional behavior.
So what was the pay-per-view events?
Go back to that. So this is from WCW's last pay-per-view, Greed. The biggest story backstage involved Lex Luger and Buff Bagwell, who may have greatly hurt whatever slim chances Bagwell and virtually no chance Luger of being picked up by the WWF with their reaction to being asked to put over Palumbo and O'Haire. Both complained loudly about it to the point most wrestlers thought they were babies, and the way they stormed out of the building after the meeting to go to the gym made a lot of people think they weren't going to come back. The match itself was booked for 8 minutes, and it was supposed to be O'Haire pinning Luger with the senton bomb. Clean. Instead, after doing a lengthy interview, which was on the script, they went into business for themselves and did a spot where they knocked each other out and laid down for O'Haire to do his move on both of them and pin Luger in 54 seconds. That's from the Kevin Nash school of doing a job, where you do it quickly so nobody notices and doesn't take it seriously.
I mean, you know, we have sort of been like, oh, WCW is being bought by the evil WWF and Vince is... But WCW has so much blame for getting in this situation. Because that isn't just the attitude of two guys. That is the attitude of a lot of the main event scene for the last 5 years for WCW.
I think I've told this story already, but it's because I'm doing research for a project that I'm working on, and I was reading some old Observers in December from 2000. And there's a story of an episode of Nitro, which was supposed to start with Ric Flair going out to set up the main event angle and set up the main event for the next pay-per-view. And Scott Steiner says, I'd like to go out first. And they were like, all right. So Scott went out first and off script cut a promo on DDP and told him to get a sex change. And then he went backstage. And apparently, like, the story is that DDP stood up in the locker room and was like, well, I guess I've got to go do something about this then. Went backstage, and the two of them had a fight.
Yeah.
And they had a brawl backstage.
You're a dead man. Or a woman.
And how was Scott Steiner punished for this? Well, he was the WCW champion.
WCW maybe deserved to die. But it's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
And Vicious left WWF on bad terms. It's been a problem from an ego standpoint everywhere he's been. And at 41, coming off a broken leg, there doesn't appear to be any chance that they'd want him. As for David Flair, this is just my speculation, they could give him a developmental deal because of his name, but he has shown no signs of being ready for the major leagues. major leagues. Chronic's gimmick is a copy of the APA, which WWF already has. Again, putting them in this category is more speculation, but Bryan Adams left the WWF on relatively bad terms, and Brian Clark quietly quit wrestling at one point and sat out the rest of his contract rather than continue to work there. They don't offer much in the way of upside, as they have bad matches, and Adams is very bad at doing jobs, which is simply an issue that's not tolerated in WWF. WWF had little interest in Vampiro after he had previous blow-ups with WCW, because when WWF officials checked in with people who had worked with him, like they did with Rob Van Dam, he didn't score high marks.
See, this is another big thing. It's not as black and white as evil WWF buying poor old WCW. The WWF have... In that report, they've created a working environment that probably is very, very toxic, but at least it is stable.
Yes.
And a stable working environment is very important when you're all trying to move in the same direction. It's one of the biggest things in business. If you've got a sort of roster or staff of 10 great people, but they're all going in different directions and they're all clashing, you're not going to do anything. But if you've got 10 people agreed on the same direction, even behaving like operating at 70%, far more effective.
Yeah.
So WWF has that team now, that coherence and shared mission. Is it the wisest idea to bring back people who you've explicitly worked with before and they screwed you over?
And have been a problem.
They are bad apples.
Yeah, or you've heard from people, these are bad apples.
Yeah.
You should not be working with these people. If you've got a bad attitude problem, that is going to upset the apple cart.
Which is, that is probably more of the bigger, should we do this? Should we bring in Hogan? Should we bring in Bagwell? Rather than, well, yeah, but we've got this pay structure really well sorted.
Yeah. Do you want to bring in Nash, the guy who was like, I don't really like doing jobs?
Yeah.
Do you want to bring in Hogan? That doesn't work for me, brother. Do you want to bring in Scott Hall, Scott Hall got fired by WCW. Do you know how much you have to do to get fired by WCW?
And you look at what happened when they did come in.
It's bad.
Goldberg,
Yeah.
just like sort of left. Granted, like WWF booked them weirdly. Scott Hall was a mess with Stone Cold. Like that didn't work.
WWF bringing in the NWO and Steve Austin working with Scott Hall. I think you can point to being like, I think that's one of the reasons why he took his ball and went home. He was miserable in 2002 working with those guys.
I've never actually considered this before, because the sort of narrative is so alluring of, if they just brought these guys in, the invasion would have been amazing. But what if they did everything we wanted them to? Which makes perfect sense on paper.
Yeah.
But then the egos just clash.
Yeah.
And it's people not doing jobs and political backstabbing, and there's real fights backstage, and people get released, and there's screw jobs.
Or people are trying to do their political backstage sway. Hogan probably would have been able to get away with it because he's Hulk Hogan, and we probably know he could get away with it. He literally did in 2005 with the Shawn Michaels feud. But if he came in and, some of these other guys, I don't really like doing that, and then they're told, no, you have to go and do that, then they're probably going to go out there, put on a half-assed effort, not try, and they'll get punished, and that makes a bad product at all, and then they'll be punished for it, and that just creates a whole lot of mess of drama, which then makes me feel sad for the guys who did try.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
For your DDPs, your Booker T's, your Palombos and O'Heads, these guys who came in, we want to make this work. And the WWF was like, bunch of losers. You came from the loser company. You're losers in our promotion as well.
Yeah, it's there's blame and bad on all sides, but we can all agree that Palumbo was a good egg.
The next group, Scott Steiner, Kevin Nash, Rey Mysterio Jr. and Conan.
Oh, I forgot about Ray.
Also were not looked favourably at that same meeting, with the idea they've all got bad attitudes and weren't looking to add any locker room problems. Shane Douglas might also fit into that category, but that's just speculation.
Ray! What, famously one of the nicest wrestlers ever to have existed.
I'll come on to that a bit. Of the four, Nash, 42, is in a different category anyway, in that he doesn't want to come in, and he'd be a fool to come in at this time. Nash has 10 months remaining on a contract that pays him $1.6 million per year.
He's a smart guy.
He's a smart guy.
He's a tall guy as well with bad knees.
If he were to ask for a buyout of the Time Warner contract release, he would give up $800,000 in guaranteed income over the next 10 months, probably double what he'd earn as his downside in 10 months in the WWF without house show and pay-per-view money.
Why didn't Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, and Scott Hall just buy WCW? Sounds like they were being paid enough. We'd just be like, no, we'll just do it in IOU. Like, just don't pay us the rest of our contracts.
Yeah.
But then I guess that would make them the marks. And they're not the marks, they're the smarts.
Scott Steiner's 2 outbursts going against the script on live TV, which caused 1 suspension, as well as physical intimidation of people backstage, was enough to sour the WWF higher-ups on him.
Fair.
Clearly, he wants a chance and was professional as he could be in doing the job for Booker T, clean with Uranagi to drop the WCW title on the final Nitro. Also, with the exception of Goldberg, he got the biggest reaction when McMahon asked fans if they wanted him, something Booker T, who the WWF was figuring to be the biggest star of WCW, didn't get.
Well, it's because Booker T's the biggest star in WCW in 2001. That, like you said, that's not what people want. Mm-hmm. They want the height of the Monday Night Wars. Just 2 years after the sort of heights of that, they're being nostalgic. Mysterio
being put into this category was a big shock. While Scott Steiner was the group's world champion until Monday, and without question marketable, his downsides were apparent. However, why Mysterio got put in this category is a total mystery. When word got out that WWF wasn't interested in him, several of the former WCWs went to bat for him with Stephanie McMahon in Madison Square Garden asking the same question. She told them that they had heard about a bad attitude which his former co-workers denied was the case. In checking with people in WCW who shared locker rooms with him, nobody concurred with that and all said the opposite, which is why his name being here is a big surprise.
Do you think they just thought he was too small?
That's exactly it. And I've heard he's got attitude problems.
Yeah.
No, bollocks. I think you don't want to bring him in because he's small and you don't have a cruiserweight division and you don't care about your light heavyweight championship.
God, I never thought about... Because Ray is so inherently WWE in my brain. Mm-hmm. I never really think of him as... Why wasn't Rey Mysterio fighting...
X-Pac.
Yeah, for a European title or whatever.
Yeah. Well, it would have been for the light heavyweight championship.
Yes,
they would have done on that. Like, rather than Billy Kidman be the cruiserweight champion that faces... I think he faces X-Pac at Invasion for the title versus title. It would have just been Ray in that position instead. But Ray's also a guy. He's there in 02. Yeah. Summer of 02 he comes in. Yeah. Question marks that we haven't covered, or those with big contracts: Sting, DDP, Alex Wright, Chris Kanyon, The Cat, Ric Flair, Booker T, and Bill Goldberg. Sting has about a year left on his deal, which is close to $2 million per year. The Time Warner policy of buying out contracts 30 cents on the dollar to those owed more than $1.5 million would cost him $1.4 million. It's probably why he didn't come in. Also, he has then said in interviews, I saw how they treated my contemporaries, and I thought, I'm all right, I don't think I'm going to go to that company. Talks about DDP, turns 46 or 47, depending on who you believe. He's a good worker, and there is interest in him. He is one of the guys that they will bring across.
So he took the 70% pay cut, really.
Yes, he did. Him and Booker T both took the pay cut.
And it's not just like a pay cut. You have guaranteed money. You have guaranteed 2 million quid, let's say, for the next year, and you will now get 600,000, 633,000, whatever it is, $666,666.
Which leaves us to the most intriguing person and the man with the most potential to draw monster business, Goldberg. Immediately when the sale was made and people talked about interpromotional matches, it was Goldberg versus Austin, Goldberg versus Rock, Goldberg versus Triple H. The constant was Goldberg. Goldberg has 2.5 years at more than $2 million per year. Truth is, if he was given the monster push because of the potential of those dream matches, he would likely be more than worth that for the WWF.
Yeah.
But they aren't going to guarantee it because doing so would greatly upset the entire salary structure. And that's it. And Goldberg, as we said earlier, he does not like doing jobs. And so he doesn't like doing jobs and isn't really much of a fan of wrestling. He likes getting paid a lot of money. So he's quite happy to just go and sit at home. But he says he'll continue to collect paychecks until 2003. And it is 2003 that he will come into the WWF.
So explain to me how, if you know, So Goldberg's on $2.5 million. You said a year.
$2 million per year.
$2 million a year.
More than $2 million per year.
Let's just say it's $2 million. That's $4 million in today's money. Seems reasonable considering how much they probably paid him in 2016 or what the structure is today. So would WWE have to buy out, so pay, if it's 2 million years guaranteed for, let's say, 2 years, just to make it easy, would WWF have to pay Time Warner $4 million to buy out that whole contract and then pay Goldberg a new salary?
Yes.
So it would cost, $8 million to them overall.
My understanding of it is that the WCW wrestlers would have to be bought out of their contract. So like DDP, for example, would go to Time Warner, I want out of my contract, and they would then pay him 30 cents on the dollar, right? And then the idea would be that WWF would then sign to a new deal, which is what DDP does. He goes and signs a brand new deal with the WWF for whatever it is he earns there instead.
Oh, okay. So you could have...
But I wonder if you could negotiate for WWF to cover the loss of expenses with... Because I'm making 30... You pay for the other 70 cents on the dollar.
Yeah. So, it's $2 million. They just need to pay Time Warner...
Well, it'd be $4 million. If he's got 2.5 years left to pay for the rest of that contract at $2 million a year. So say it's $5 million they would need to pay to buy him out of his contract completely.
But they wouldn't have to pay $5 million. They'd have to pay 30 cents on the dollar.
Well, yeah.
So
they'd
it would be $1.5 million.
They would have to pay 70% because the idea would be that Goldberg would be given the 30% of that, but WWF would then cover the other 70% of that to the wrestler, maybe.
Yeah, which could be part of the new contract with WWE. I don't think that... How much is Stone Cold getting paid at this time?
I mean, probably not this much.
Probably not this much, but when you deduct the 30 cents that you've got to pay Time Warner to get out of it... Oh, man, I don't... Look, you could pay Stone Cold 30% more...
Yeah.
And bring in Goldberg for that same amount of money.
It's not really the wrestling promotion's mentality to pay wrestlers more money.
Yeah.
But
attach it to pay-per-view bonuses.
Well, that's it. So the way that WWF contracts work, as far as I understand it, and Meltzer wrote about it here, is that you have a downside guarantee, but a lot of that is supplemented by you doing house shows and doing pay-per-view bonuses and merchandise and things like that. Whereas in WCW you are just guaranteed this amount of money. So with WWF, this is your guarantee if you do nothing. But if you do more than this, so we pay at a lower rate. You're guaranteed to do that if you get nothing. But you do more, you get paid more.
Which is what a lot of people say is... These are the two examples of the models. It's great to guarantee wrestlers pay, but that doesn't give them the incentive to put on the best matches for the fans and everything. Whereas the WWF model out-survived it. It's kind of like capitalism versus communism in a weird, very simplistic, boiled-down way. Yeah. But the wrestling business historically was built on the WWF model. You work with a guy who you might not like or might not want to do a job to because you can work together to do the big house because you get a share of that house.
Yeah.
It's like CM Punk's whole idea, which I don't really think he fully subscribes to, but he says it. I'm here to do business, not to make friends.
Yeah.
So surely Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bill Goldberg can recognize they can actually probably make way more money with a pay-per-view bonus attached to their contracts than even the whatever guarantee Goldberg was getting from Time Warner.
And maybe they do. But Vince, who is ultimately in charge here, isn't going to pay for the Time Warner contracts. He's just bought WCW. In my mind... If I've just got WCW for $4 million, my first thought would be I was planning on spending $50 million. So actually, I've got $46 million to play with.
I'm going to splurge.
Splurge. Because you're right. If you then do Goldberg versus Austin, it's mad that's a match that we never got to see, even though both were there in their prime and an available opportunity. So we're going to do that. So what was my point? So yeah, you would just... I'm going to splurge now because I will make more money in the long run. But at the moment, I have to spend a bunch of money. But maybe the XFL's burned him out, and he's just lost a bunch of money in the XFL. It's I haven't really got a spare bunch of money to offer out to a bunch of people. Plus, There's extra headaches that might be able to come with that. It will upset the pay scale because I have to pay Goldberg more money, which means I'll have to pay Austin more money, The Rock more money, Undertaker will want more money, Kane will want more money. All of these big names will want more money out of me because I've now got a bunch of big stars on my roster. Maybe it is just easier, the less headache version, to just bring in Palumbo O'Hare and Sean Stasiak and just say, that's WCW.
That we're just going to do a one-off buy rate. Yeah, I think he's a bad businessman.
And maybe it's the bigger draws me versus Shane. It's not me versus... I mean, in Vince's head, he was never against Eric Bischoff. He was against Ted Turner.
Yeah.
And so if I can't have Ted Turner appear at the Invasion, then I may as well have Shane McMahon be the person to face rather than, bringing in Eric Bischoff.
Do you think that's kind of like Black Adam thinking he's against Superman, but really it's Shazam?
Maybe. Yeah, it's probably a good comparison piece to it. So that is kind of all of the contract stuff. There's no real ideal scenario where you get what you want because, like I said earlier, I think fans wanted Attitude Era WWF versus Attitude Era WCW. But 2001 WCW is it's a shell of its former self. And when you think back to the 98 WCW that people wanted, so you can't get Hogan, can't get Nash, can't get Hall, can't get Goldberg, you can't get Sting.
You can.
You could get Goldberg, you could get Sting, you could get Ric Flair. But then okay, well, who's the mid-card? Well, the mid-card's Jericho, Benoit, Guerrero, Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, Raven. They're all there anyway. You've already got the WCW mid-card from the golden era that people want to be facing against from WCW. The WCW mid-card now is Palumbo, O'Hare, Sean Stasiak, Bam Bam Bigelow, Rick Steiner. It's not exactly there's no dream matches coming out of that. WWF can now just do all of the dream matches and really have sort of already done them when they brought these guys in 99 and 2000s.
Yeah, you're totally right. That WCW mid-card who got so frustrated because they couldn't move up to the main event because that just had a death grip of the problem actors. They already did their invasion. They were the Radicals. And so who you're left with is probably Ray, Psychosis, and Hoovy. And you know what their problem is? They're all small. Yeah.
And WWF is not in the business of bringing in small guys.
And Ray's an absolute twat. We all know that.
Honestly,
I've heard it from everyone.
Honestly, this bad attitude thing stinks to high heaven. Yeah. This stinks of when they released Bray Wyatt, and then all of those reports came out. I was like, hey, he was difficult to work with. Keith Lee, creatively difficult to work with. Bollocks. You just didn't like that they sometimes pushed back and said, I don't want to do that.
I've met Ray. And we've met Keith Lee.
Yeah.
Nicest
guy.
They do not need to be that nice. And they're not fake nice because we've met fake nice wrestlers.
Many times over.
They're genuinely nice.
Yeah, nice guys. So that is the story of how WWF bought WCW. It is a messy, complicated thing, and it leads us to this point here where we have got our simulcast. Do you want any other notes from The Observer from this week?
How was there anything else to report on?
Well, Dick Ebersol, for the first time, in an article with the Washington Post, talked seriously about the NBC not carrying the XFL next season.
Wow. Okay. Dick Ebersol, fascinating figure in sort of American sports broadcasting.
I do want to read this bit out because this is, I think, going to be... I think this is brilliantly fascinating, right? The most historic and last night of the famed Monday Night Wars rating didn't send viewership to dizzying heights. While Nitro opened strongly based on curiosity and remained strong with a strong and emotional finish, Raw's rating was at an average level. The numbers list Raw at doing a 4.74 rating, 4.12 first hour, 5.26 second hour, and a 7.3 share. The last Nitro did a 3.01 rating, 3.11 first hour, 2.91 second hour, and a 4.3 share. The most telling wrestling audience for the night grew significantly. The total wrestling audience grew for the night significantly out of the news of the WCW sale to 8.5 million. The one major indication of bad news was that the finish of Nitro was the Raw simulcast included a promo for the rest of Raw with The Undertaker and Kane versus Rock and Austin main event. Despite that promo being seen by an additional 4.2 million viewers that normally wouldn't have seen it, the audience that Nitro ended with, the second hour of Raw didn't show any increase over that of previous weeks. So all of those viewers of Nitro did not then flick over to Raw to watch the last hour of that show with Rock and Austin versus Taker and Kane in the main event.
That is quite confusing because, and we'll get onto it when we do our play-by-play review of the both episodes, and we haven't spoken about our actual feelings to each other. So this is, I don't know if you share this opinion. I, as over the top as Vince is and gloating and all of that sort of actual shoot horribleness, he does get his receipt. And the ending of Nitro is actually Shane McMahon being like, WCW lives, and I'm going to not just make it thrive, I'm going to come for you, Vince. Mm-hmm. And WCW will be like the dominant brand in this war. So that to me feels like, oh, WCW isn't actually dying. This is the start of something new. You know, you could be the optimism at that time. But maybe that Nitro audience will then be like, oh, okay, I'll tune into the next episode of Nitro then when it comes back. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily jump into the last hour of Raw, which is completely absorbed, understandably, as the go-home episode to WrestleMania X7.
Yeah, the second hour of Raw is the best bit of the show because the first hour of Raw is basically just killing time until you do the simulcast. The first hour of Raw, nothing happens because they're up against Nitro and they just figure, well, everyone's watching Nitro anyway, so we don't need to do anything on this. We'll just do 37 segments with Vince McMahon and Trish Stratus backstage with the same shots.
The doink thing was brilliant. The doink reveal as Jericho.
But there's
inspired.
But there's 1 minute and 30 seconds of professional wrestling, and then the second half is there's a bunch of wrestling, bunch of major angles. The Mick Foley reveal, mm-hmm. He comes back he's going to be the special guest referee for Vince McMahon. Then you get that main event, Rock and Austin versus the Brothers of Destruction. It's monstrous, absolutely huge. The second hour of Raw is awesome. This Nitro audience, maybe you're right. I think there's a second half of this. I don't want to see the WWF.
Yeah, because they're WCW fans.
I've got no interest in a Vince McMahon produced product. So even with Shane McMahon buying it, it's a McMahon thing. I'm not into it. I'm not going to watch.
There's no Nitro WCW stuff on the subsequent hour of Raw. Maybe Shane, if Shane said in that last bit, and by the end of Raw tonight, we'll have made our first move.
Yeah, maybe.
And actually,
you're right.
Actually, it's not Triple H doing the run-in and beating up Austin, Rock, and the Brothers of Destruction. Well, it's not. He beat up Undertaker, didn't he? Mm-hmm. In the main event tag. It's actually, I don't know how. It's actually who wasn't that? So DDP wasn't on that episode. He'd filmed something previously in the day. Mm-hmm. Have him appear.
Yeah.
And he starts his Undertaker feud.
Well, yeah, I mean, so the problem is
because that will make the Nitro audience go, oh, there's something WCW in this upcoming hour of Raw. I better watch it.
But the problem there is that at this point, they've got no plans to do an invasion. And if you did an angle where DDP showed up and he gives Stone Cold Steve Austin the Diamond Cutter, that's going to make people think like, we're already doing WCW interpromotional matches. But at this point in time, they don't want to do interpromotional matches. They want WCW to have a TV show, build that audience, build that brand, then in a year's time, 2 years' time, then do the interpromotional matches.
Which I cannot criticize that really, because I think on paper that is also a very sensible option.
I think it's the right thing to do in
a
way.
And sort of in we've got the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
Why didn't you just hit the ground running, do the invasion with all the top stars? Well, because we thought it was a really damaged brand and we needed to rehabilitate it.
No one knows who DDP is.
Yeah, it's like, would you just debut cold someone on the main roster from MLW?
Yeah.
Well, you could do, but really you'd probably be more beneficial in doing some video packages, put him in NXT first, doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah. And maybe if you can, I'll try and do this like an AEW comparison. So say there's a world in which, we are recording this on the day when the reports are that Netflix are the lead buyers for WBD, though there's a lot of ifs and buts whether that's actually going to be finalized or anything like that. But say, for example, for the sake of argument, Netflix buys Warner Brothers Discovery, and in doing so, they drop AEW. Yeah, that is that's worst case scenario for AEW. As far as I can tell, it's like they're not buying the stations and networks, so that it'd be the HBO Max stuff that might. But anyway,
it will still affect them.
I'm creating a sort of fantasy scenario in which AEW closes down and WWE buy them, where they've got DDP and Booker T. and I mean this with no disrespect to them, I'm talking about sort of like in the eyes of the viewers, this would not be Kenny Omega doing a run-in at the end of Monday Night Raw. This would be, I don't know, it's a good example of someone I could say doing a run-in. I don't want to say Evil Uno because that's too undercard, but who is like a mid-card guy? Maybe like a, I see even seen Wheeler Yuta feels too.
No, look, I might get some heat for this, but I think Swerve Strickland and Hangman Page.
Maybe.
Look, I'm an AEW fan. I think they're excellent main eventers. But if we're using this as an example for back in 2001, those are guys that have risen up in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I know Hangman Page was the project from day one, but really his rise has happened in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think Hangman's too higher up for a
no, but hear me out.
Yeah,
like the what people want. Imagine if you did the AEW WWF invasion. You want it's CM Punk, Kenny Omega, John Moxley.
Yeah.
It's the names that WWF fans would know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
That's what they want. But now, like, the viewership crossover isn't as large. People, like, my mainstream casual wrestling fans, they don't know who Swerve Strickland is.
No.
They might know, the hit row guy. Like, Swerve Strickland is incredible. I don't want to take anything away from him. I love him. He is a main eventer in AEW. And if he showed up on WWE, he would get a big pop. But there would also be the vast majority of people like, oh, who's he?
Yeah. Oh, I think the same thing Kenny Omega. I think if the Elite showed up on Raw, like out of the blue now, I think there would be a huge portion of the WWE audience who have no idea who they are. Because they are not like, we are unfortunately trying to compare apples and oranges here. They are not Hogan. They're not Hall, they're not Nash. This is not like an NWO level thing in looking back in this sort of 2001 era. Unfortunately, maybe in the eyes of a lot of WWE's audience now, everyone on the AEW roster is Palumbo and O'Hare.
Yeah.
They are Sean Stasiak. Yeah. They are this sort of bunch of like mid-carders that would be brought in.
I remember when I stopped watching wrestling shortly after this, 02, 03, I just took a break for... Not a break, but, for 2 years, I wasn't watching it, really. And then my mate, Dave Pollard, who did keep watching it through school, he wouldn't really talk about it. And I go, oh, who's the champion now? And he said, Eddie Guerrero. I was like, what?
I've got the same story. When my friends and I bought WrestleMania 2000 on pay-per-view, not WrestleMania 2000, sorry, WrestleMania 20 on pay-per-view, because we had been told by a guy at our work, proper Undertaker's coming back. We were like, oh, well, we bought the pay-per-view specifically just to see proper Undertaker come back. And Eddie on that show, it's Eddie versus Angle, I think, for the title. My mate Graham was like, Eddie Guerrero, what's happened to this place?
Yeah, because you weren't part of the rise. It's like but people so often say, oh, music's crap these days. It's like, no, it's because you stopped listening to music at a point, and the music kept on changing and evolving, and you missed those steps.
Yeah.
So you can't just hop on the top of the staircase where music is now. You're sort of, you'll trip over and faceplant.
Yeah. It's hilarious as well, because the other thing on that show is Lesnar versus Goldberg. It's my first ever Brock Lesnar match. I was like, what's the deal about this guy?
Exactly.
My mate keeps talking about how awesome he is, but he sucks.
Yeah. You do have to really be aware that wrestling isn't people's main hobby like it is ours.
Yeah. So this is an interesting thing. He did a poll for the Observer viewers, or Observer readers, should say. Who would you rate as the person most responsible for the fall of WCW? Your options were Bischoff, Hogan, Nash, Vince Russo, Brad Siegel.
Oh, say those again?
Bischoff, Hogan, Nash, Russo, Siegel.
So right now, I would say Kellner. But right now, I would say, it's such a difficult one. I don't think it's Russo. But I think at the time, people might have voted for Russo.
You are absolutely correct. 26.4% of the vote went to Russo. Bischoff got 25.9% of the vote. Hogan, 21.8%. Nash, 13.4%. And Brad Siegel, 12.5%. A lot of that was Bob Ryder, I think.
So a really close three-horse race there.
Yeah.
I think Russo ultimately is sort of the easy option. I think it's more Bischoff, Hogan.
How did you react to the news that WWF had purchased WCW? Good for both fans and wrestlers, good for fans, bad for wrestlers, bad for both the fans and the wrestlers, some short-term good, but overall bad for long-term everyone, bad for the short-term, good for the long-term. So good for both fans and wrestlers, 16.4%. Good for fans, bad for wrestlers, 34.8%. Bad news for both fans and the wrestlers, 12%. Some short-term good but overall bad, 35.7%. Bad for the short-term, bad for the but good for the long-term, 1.1%.
Yeah.
How long do you think WCW will be kept separate before being absorbed into the WWF? Less than 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 months to a year, 1 to 2 years, more than 2 years. The overall winner of that was 6 months to a year, with 31.9% of the votes. That is pretty much correct. Unfortunately, the Canton in the Ohio Civic Center is thinking of dropping pro wrestling from the building after problems where Road Dogg no-showed. Oh, dearie me. He's also watched a demo tape in the pilot episodes of a new promotion called MattRats.com, which is a bunch of young guys wrestling with an audience consisting of teenage women, actors/dancers.
MattRats.
MattRats.com.
Rats, of course, being a awful slang term for the women who hang around wrestlers' hotels and shows to sleep with them.
The show is clearly designed for a teenage and kid audience, and the aim with the guys are being pushed as Backstreet Boys' look seems to be more girl-orientated in its appeal.
And it's called MattRats.
MattRats.com.
I thought this was going to be some sort of lewd, semi-pornographic thing, not something aimed for kids. It's the late 90s, early noughties. This is where we were as a civilization.
At Nitro, Luger and Bagwell were still acting like no matter what anyone is saying, when push comes to shove, they're big-time players and they will have a job. Rick Steiner's brutalizing in the recent weeks of Lash LaRue, Vito, and Conan is probably not coincidental. The feeling is that the LaRue beating was a message being sent because management felt LaRue was getting overweight and Vito was just annoying certain people with his personality.
So the Rick Steiner beat-ups were sort of management endorsed. Yes. It was sort of the Bob Holly of WCW. And
as I mentioned earlier, Disco Inferno did an Atlanta interview saying he thought the talk of TBS and TNT cancelling Nitro was a work by Bischoff. Scott Steiner posted on his website.
Is it all in capitals?
Unfortunately not. In protest of World Championship Wrestling's decision to have Scott Steiner lose to Booker T on the final WCW Nitro, BigPapaPump.com is temporarily closing its doors. Booker T has already signed a contract with WWF. Big Papa Pump has not. WCW and the WWF cannot have the World Heavyweight Championship belt in the hands of someone who may or may not work for the new company. In other words, Big Papa Pump will be handing over the belt to Booker T. Better Booker T than Hollywood Hogan. The best part of the situation is that...
Yes, look... Scott, not a great guy at this time, but at least he buries Hogan in this.
Better Booker T than Hollywood Hulk Hogan. The best part of this whole situation is the fact that nobody controls Scott Steiner. Nobody. You know, maybe Big Papa Pump will forget how the match is supposed to end. Bearing in mind, this was posted 2 days before the final Nitro.
So he's ruining the result of Booker T winning.
Fans of the Big Bad Booty Daddy should always remember who the true final heavyweight champion of WCW is. It's Chris Jericho, actually. The plan for Mania is to run nearly 4 hours as opposed to doing a 1 hour post-game show as some are advertising it as. As of last week, the Austin heel turn with Vince is still on the books, even though the crowd reaction to The Rock indicates how people right now might not want to do it. The Triple H turn might be delayed. So yeah, even as a week before the show, Dave was like, yeah, he's turning heel. That's the plan as of it is right now.
And I'm unsure on it.
Don't have much in the way of detail since it happened late Tuesday, but it appears there are problems with Shawn Michaels again. Shawn Michaels was backstage at Raw and SmackDown. Michaels was originally scheduled for Raw as of the weekend to do an angle, but due to so much going on with the show, his angle was cut by the afternoon of the show and was scheduled for SmackDown. Then it was cut on SmackDown, the last show before Mania, and he stormed out of the building.
Funny. I wonder what the angle would have been involved with.
No idea. You talked about how, I guess that's where we were as a society at the time. Vince McMahon did an interview with Howard Stern. Stern brought up a bunch of the sexual stuff and proposed the idea of the XFL that players and cheerleaders live in the same place, and if their team loses a game, they're eliminated from the league, and the game should be taped and edited for later. Vince McMahon said, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. That's a reality show format sort of when did the real world start? And I think that was sort of bubbling already.
Is it not already at this point? Because there's a character in... Is the character in She's All That?
Yeah.
No,
you're right. I think mid-90s is the real world. It's Big Brother
Yeah.
that is sort of 02.
Yeah, for us, I think it's 2000.
Is it 2000?
Yeah.
Wow.
When Craig was on the show.
Craig and Nasty Nick.
I think you're despicable. So great. When he was on Bo Selector, all I think of is Craig is him being trapped in the Bo Selector closet. It'd be like, oh, just let us free. I'll put up some shelves for you. Just Joe and Jason Sensation were let go from their developmental deals.
Just Joe.
What a Sunday night heat angle that I was well into. I loved Just Joe.
What's your gimmick? I'm Just Joe.
I'm Joe. Just Joe. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm Joe. Just Joe. We made him on WWF No Mercy on the N64. Me and my mate Graham were well into the Just Joe gimmick. And yeah, unfortunately, Jason Sensation, whose most notable claim to fame in WWF was being the Owen Hart impersonator when DX did blackface. Sorry, when DX mocked the Nation of Domination.
Yeah.
And we think The Rock was okay with it, probably.
Yes, yeah.
Pretty sure he was fine with it, so we
Not
did it
touchy
anyway.
about any sort of ethnic things at all.
Do you want to hear what the card was for the latest OVW show?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Bull Buchanan versus Leviathan.
What's they brought Bull Buchanan? He was WCW, wasn't he?
No, he's in Right to Censor.
Oh, of course he is. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Who's Leviathan?
Batista.
Yeah.
Flash versus Rico Constantino and Nick Dinsmore for the OVW title. Brock Lesnar and Shelton Benjamin defended the tag titles against the Disciples of Sin. Trailer Park Trash versus Mark Henry in a loser has to wave a white flag match. And the pro wrestling debut of Eric Angle teaming with Ron Waterman versus Mr. Black and Rob Conway.
Batista and Brock Lesnar and Shelton Benjamin.
Yeah.
That's the future there. Triple
H did an interview on Conan O'Brien where he said he didn't want to be in the WrestleMania main event because Rock and Austin deserved the chance.
So that's another example of how hot wrestling was. A wrestler would go on a late night talk show.
Yep. And McMahon was at a meeting in Cleveland when talking about the purchase of WCW, told the wrestlers that nobody needed to worry because the grosses would be bigger than ever and everyone will make more money than ever and they'd do interpromotional matches. He said they would have to rebuild WCW to be equal to the WWF to get them ready for a feud. And there are plans to revive ECW as a brand name for an angle, probably within the week.
Within the week?
Yeah, it'll be a few months before they do that, unfortunately. But I bet you, do you know what I reckon that is? That is Heyman on the phone to Dave. Dave, you'll never believe what I've been told. I have been talking to people about us doing an ECW revival, and they are so on board for it. They think it's the best idea we've ever heard. It's going to happen within the week, Dave. Trust me.
Yeah.
You can put that in the Observer. You can quote me on that. Not me personally, but I can tell you it'll happen within the week. And Dave's like, all right, Paul. The plan for ECW revival, possibly within the week. And that will take us to the shows. But the big question is, what was number one at the UK box office on this week in March 2001? Is it 2001 then? 2001.
March 26th, 2001.
I actually haven't looked at this yet. So
I'm going to need probably a few more clues than normal.
I can do. I will give you what has been number one up until this point. In January, it was Unbreakable. Then for 3 weeks, Castaway. Then for 2 weeks, What Women Want. And then for a whopping...
I love What Women Want.
It's a great film.
Yeah.
Then for a whopping 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, Hannibal was number one. And then it was Enemy at the Gates.
Oh, I love that film. These are classic films Ollie couldn't go to the cinema to see, but watched them on Sky Movies about a year and a half later.
Yeah.
Enemy at the Gates. It's a great, I think, World War II sniper movie.
Yep.
With Jude Law, I think.
So I will...
Because the thing... Sorry. I never get to talk about Enemy at the Gates.
And probably we'll never get to on a wrestling podcast ever again.
You've got to breathe out, and I think you've got to make the shot of where you think they're going to go rather than where they are currently. It's just really cool.
So our number one movie at the box office is described as an action comedy directed by Donald Petrie, written by Mark Lawrence, Katie Ford, and Karen Lucas.
Stop right there. Martin Lawrence.
Nope.
And an action comedy.
It's not Martin Lawrence.
You just said Martin Lawrence.
No, I said it was written by Mark Lawrence. I will give you the cast list in reverse order, as it is listed on Wikipedia. Ernie Hudson, William Shatner.
Stop. Miss Congeniality.
Bingo! Absolutely nailed it. That you've done better there than you've done on any of like the more recent one. 2014, you couldn't get any of them.
It's because it's all like animated kids films that no one's ever seen. Give me 2001. All of those movies are great. All of them are originals. There's not a franchise bit in there. I guess Hannibal. A prequel to something that was about 10 years old.
I said William Shatner. You were like, stop right there. It's miscongeniality.
Action comedy, you said as well.
I didn't even get to say Benjamin Bratt.
Yeah.
You were like, stop. I already know who it is. Do you want me to take you through the songs?
Yes.
All right. So in January, it was Can We Fix It by Bob the Builder.
Oh. That was a holdover from the Christmas number one.
Sure was.
Hated that.
Touch Me by Rui da Silva. Love Don't Cost a Thing by Jennifer Lopez. Keep rolling. Limp Bizkit was number one for 2 weeks here in the UK.
Special time.
I did take against that song being number one at the UK box office.
Because it was too big?
Office. No. So I was bullied pretty hard. At school for liking metal music, because I had in sort of like the late 90s I had my Korn hoodie, I had a Limp Bizkit hoodie, and I used to get bullied pretty hard by some kids for liking Limp Bizkit and liking Korn. And then in 2001, Limp Bizkit got a number one, and all of a sudden those kids were showing up wearing Limp Bizkit hoodies. And
goddamn hypocrites. And then Linkin Park also get big as well, and all these poppy kids oh no, I think this is actually quite cool. And did they become friends with you? No, they just bullied me more. Because now I like wrestling. Anyway, so rolling Limp Bizkit. Then for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, You Can Make Me Whole Again. Looking back on where we first met, I cannot escape and I cannot forget. Southgate. There's a great Jimmy Carr joke about Atomic Kitten, where he says he always feels a bit mournful whenever he looks at Atomic Kitten because he knows there's a supermarket in the north 3 cashier girls short.
Very good. You don't often get to say it as a good Jimmy Carr joke, but
oh, that's unfair. There's loads. He's got so many.
There's at least 2, yeah.
There's tons of good Jimmy Carr jokes. He's an excellent one-liner writer.
Then the start of March. Okay, so this is to put you in context of where we are. So cast your mind back. On the 10th of March, It Wasn't Me by Shaggy was number one.
You know what? Before you even said this, my thought was It Wasn't Me by Shaggy. That's what I was going to say.
And then before we get this number one, it was Uptown Girl.
Boyzone.
Westlife.
Comic Relief single.
So now, here we are. This is the UK number one. It is number one for 3 weeks.
I need clues.
Yeah.
I can't. It's
okay.
It could be any song around this time. I know all of those songs.
Thing is, I think if I give you, there's quite a lot of clues I can give you that will just take you straight there. Maybe I should just go
William Shatner.
If I say Ernie Hudson first, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's a pop act. It's a pop group. Think how...
Hearsay? Pure and Simple?
It's Pure and Simple by Hearsay.
Hey, I'll be there for you. Pure and simple, gonna be there wherever you go. I'm gonna be there wherever you... you know I'm gonna be there.
It's pure and simple. Hey, I'll be there for you. Pure and simple, gonna be there.
Nice.
Yep.
I think so. That was the winners of the first ever sort of music competition series, which was called Pop Stars.
That's right, Pop Stars.
I think it had a superior lineup of judges to what would become X Factor.
And who were the judges?
Pete Waterman, absolute legend. Nigel Lithgow, who was sort of cast as the Simon Cowell. He was proto Simon Cowell.
Sorry, who's the first name you said?
Pete Waterman.
Pete Waterman. He was on the first series, wasn't he? Did he come in the second series?
Famous songwriter of Waterman, and Waterman.
According to this, he wasn't on the first lineup.
Oh, really?
No.
Nigel
Lithgow was, though, yeah.
Nikki, I can't remember her second name.
Chapman.
Nikki Chapman. She was a sort of an artist rep.
Yep.
And that's it, right? It was 3.
It was 3, yeah, but as I said, Pete Waterman wasn't on the first one. It was Paul Adam was on the first one.
Don't know who that is.
But I think you're thinking of Popstars The Rivals, which was the follow-up to this. That had Pete Waterman on it, but also Pete Waterman wasn't with Nigel Lithgow. That was Pete Waterman, Louis Walsh, and Jerry Halliwell.
Oh, no way. Oh, okay. Well, I've blended 2 embryonic versions of the X Factor together.
In my timeline, this was the lineup. So welcome to my timeline now.
But yeah, they were trying to cast a pop group.
Yeah.
And they came up with that pop group. They had Pure and Simple and then nothing else. So Popstars The Rivals is where Girls Aloud came from.
Is
Girls Aloud and Shakespeare's Voice, I think, were the guys.
Sound of the Underground. No, Liberty X.
Liberty X!
Yeah.
They performed at my my final year of university.
Did they really?
And then they broke up the next day. They've got a banging song, though.
Popstars came out. Liberty X came out of Popstars. You are right. Sorry.
But they didn't win.
No, they came second, I think. Or they were sort of like... where's the winners of this one, then?
But Pure and
you
Simple...
are right. It was Girls Aloud because Cheryl Tweedy is the one of the lineup, and the men's one was One True Voice.
One True Voice, and the song was awful.
Yeah, it was rubbish.
It was it was something about Shakespeare.
Can you name any of the members of Hearsay?
Danny.
Yep, Danny is one of them.
Myleene Klass.
Correct.
Absolute Marks and Spencer's totty. Still to this day. Myleene Klass.
She was class.
She's middle class. She's every man's middle class dream. She will be on Marks and Spencer's adverts till the end of time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Myleene Klass, Danny. I think a guy called Mark.
No,
Nick.
Not. No.
Something beginning with I.
No.
There were 2 guys and 3 girls.
It began with N.
It's not like Nico, or it's something Italian.
Noel.
No, yes.
Noel Sullivan.
Yeah.
And you were right. It was 3 guys and there were 6 of them apparently.
Oh, really?
Oh, maybe that's maybe they replaced one of them.
So I don't know the other 2 girls. I can't remember.
It was Kim Marsh.
Kim Marsh. She went on to become an actress. She was in Coronation Street.
And Suzanne Shaw.
Suzanne Shaw. That rings a bell.
Because what Popstars, the basic idea of it was that in the 90s, you did all of this behind the scenes. Like Spice Girls, manufactured pop group. You sort of like bring in and you do auditions. And they were like, what if we made this process a television program? Made it a reality TV show, and then viewers get to know these people through TV, and then we'll release a single that goes to number 1. And that would become Popstars The Rival. Then it becomes
X Factor.
X Factor, basically. Yeah, straight after that, X Factor.
Yeah, and then sort of the Saturday night TV boom in the UK happened all over again. That format was shipped all around the world. Simon Cowell became a huge sort of phenomenon.
And a household name.
These are all things you could argue have their roots in wrestling. Simon Cowell started, one of his first projects was doing a WWF single in the UK. And he learned a lot of the promotional tactics, entrances for people, big voiceover guy.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Now it's time for us to finally, only about 4 hours into this video, get into...
It's going to be our longest video of anything we've ever done.
But we've got quite a lot of great movies and great songs to talk about before we get to the end of this year. Because we are going to cover basically the rest of 2001.
Yes.
What a time. So, we're going to... Our plan here, and this is going to be a bit of messy at times, we'll try and do as much as we can do, but we're going to cover the first chunk of Nitro. Then when we get to the simulcast portion of the show, when we get to the crossover hour, we're going to try and do segment by segment of Raw and Nitro, and then we'll cover the last hour of Raw.
We want to try and recreate the sensation of watching it on the night of Monday the 26th of March, and you are flicking between both channels to find out what's happening. Yeah. But also, you get to see everything.
So, before we do get into that, though, I got this from the book on Nitro by Guy Evans. An hour before airtime, fans participated in a special pre-show on WCW.com, this is for Nitro, calling into the broadcast with sadness in their voices. Host Jeremy Borash and Bob Ryder offered their own thoughts on the passing scene, remaining hopeful that somehow, in some incarnation, WCW would survive. At about 7:20 p.m. EST, the voice of one particular caller pierced through the airwaves. He sounded especially familiar, but also dejected, opting to deliver a statement rather than ask a question. "Listen," began the caller, identified by Borash as Vince from Atlanta. "I just want to wish you guys the best of luck. Whatever happens with your career. I really enjoyed listening to WCW Live. And if you don't mind, I'd like to give a shout out to my friends at vincerusso.org.
Even to the end. I thought when you set that up, I thought he was going to actually do a nice thing, or he was actually going to go out with a nice statement. It's been an honor working with you all. I'm sorry if we got it wrong. Some humility at the end there. Yeah. But no, just shout out to my bros at vincerusso.org. Who had the .com?
It's expensive.
I bet it isn't. I bet that is no value at all.
So, for the first time ever, TNT agreed to a simulcast its feed with USA Network, enabling the Raw transition to be duplicated at specific moments with the live Nitro broadcast. Effectively, this arrangement removed autonomy from WCW over its final program and allowed McMahon to end Nitro on his own terms. Moreover, according to online reports, he would be given the final 17 minutes uninterrupted to do as he pleased. But with the sale now official, McMahon and WWF controlled Nitro's content regardless. His henchmen requested the show script on Sunday night, but showed up on Monday with a radically different format, rewriting planned matches, segments, and videos in the process. One element that would survive among only a handful was the scheduled main event bout between Ric Flair and Sting, attributed years later to a mandate from Vince McMahon himself.
Well, he's always had a respect for Ric Flair.
Yeah.
This is... because I'm doing a lot of research into Vince and the TKO era currently. And Vince, is a complicated, toxic, allegedly monstrous human being. But he is a human being. And with human beings, you get sort of shades within a person. So yeah, this guy who does all these, even if you take the allegations out, it's bullying, it's creating a very hostile work environment. But then he's also the guy who pays for your cancer treatment.
Yeah.
He's also the guy that doesn't let advertising go on the ring canvas.
I will not release you while you're currently injured.
And he's also the guy who just always respects and does well by Ric Flair. He just always respected him. Even back in the early 90s when Rick was like, I'm going back to WCW. Vince was like, fair enough.
Yeah.
And he treated him well. He didn't bury him. He never buried him like some of the other guys, like Hogan and whatnot.
With Brett, you look at that 97 situation, he offered him that 20-year contract, signed to him, and then said, honestly, I cannot afford to do this. You should go and negotiate with WCW because that is going to be the best thing for Bret Hart. It screwed him in the end, which was Triple H's idea, let's not forget. But ultimately, he did say, you should go and negotiate with the competition.
Yeah.
And it's our last little note here from The Observer, because I thought, why not end off with a little bit of WCW news? The last Nitro from Panama City, Florida was apropos on many levels. The crowd was about 1,000 because of a screw-up.
Oh, no.
The original plan was to make it a free show, but about a week before the event, they decided it would be better to sell tickets. Then, when nobody bought tickets, they had a sad 1,000-filled crowd.
It does look sparse when there's like the aerial shot because it's on a beach.
Yeah, it's like a hotel in the background. It's weird.
You can see the pool and everything. But I get a kick out of that. I like it when wrestling shows look unique.
I love the spring break edition of Nitro because they made the error here. Usually the ring's on the pool.
Yeah, and that's cool. But yeah, it does. You can see in the aerial shots the crowd filter out about 8 rows back and just evaporate into a car park that's empty. But that's classic WCW. That's why the company arguably deserved to die.
It was WCW until its very end, making a massive cock-up on its final episode. But this episode opens with Vince McMahon. Now, how can I, Vince McMahon, be on WCW? How can that happen? Well, it was just a matter of time before I, Vince McMahon, bought my competition. That's right, I now own WCW. So tonight, I have the chance to address the fans of WCW. I have the chance, me, Vince McMahon, to address the superstars of WCW. Tonight, you will find out that the very fate of WCW lies in my hands.
And we get that classic shot of Vince, where if you Google image search Vince McMahon, you'll probably see Vince. You did a first sort of a booby grab pose.
That's probably what he was thinking about.
Breast implants on Dustin Rhodes.
Dustin Rhodes was speaking of breast implants.
But he's in front of the classic Raw fence.
Yep.
And he's just there in his suit with his big shoulder pads and his Playmobil quiff hair.
The very fate of WCW lies in my hands.
There's something so operatic about it. Vince as a character and performer we're now in a phase where we're going to be talking more about classic Vince than ever since the allegations came out. So should we just put a pin in this early? Yes, we are aware he did bad things.
Allegedly.
But even outside of that.
I'm going to make this joke a couple of times, probably throughout the run of this podcast, but it's almost like the signs were there.
Yes, and we will bring it up when it's very overt. But Vince is also a fantastic, all-time legendary heel.
Yeah.
And his delivery here, it is like, it's 25 years ago. That is a long time ago. Aesthetics have changed. Performances have changed in wrestling. Like, it's a lot more nuanced. This is chewing scenery. This is Stan Lee writing the voiceover for a 60s Marvel comic. It's just got that big...
Yeah. It's the most Vince way he could have opened the final episode of Nitro, which is, could you believe it? Vince McMahon is on... Now, how could that possibly happen? Well, it's because I won.
Yeah.
I have bought my competition. When he does the simulcast later, it's full... He's won the war. There was a period of time when he was down for the count. He was out. 83 weeks, Nitro was on top. He who laughs last laughs the loudest. And he is laughing his tits off. I can only imagine how gleeful he was while he was backstage at this. The entire day just walking around, probably just doing that strut naturally. Yeah. Because I won. Guys, I won.
He's there, sitting on his couch, having bought his competition with his wife not around, somehow in storyline, and he's snogging Trish Stratus, who's feeding him strawberries. The guy is living his twisted dream.
Yeah.
But it gets tiresome to hear it over and over again. The gloating that, here we go, another segment. Okay, WCW's crap. You fired another person. But then, at the end, the comeuppance is on Vince.
Yeah, so
Vince gets the receipt, and that's why I think it's ingenious.
I completely agree with you, because what you get at the start here, this is not the character, Mr. McMahon. This is Vince McMahon. This is Vince McMahon being like, I have bought my competition. I now own WCW. The fate of your show is now in my hands. When you get to the simulcast, that is the character of Mr. McMahon. There's a little bit of Vince in there because he is gloating. He who laughs last laughs the loudest. Maybe I can just fire a bunch of these people. I've got that control. But once Shane walks through the doors of Nitro, the Mr. McMahon character comes to the forefront. And then it becomes it's an angle for WrestleMania.
Yeah, and a very good one. Yeah. Should we see what it then goes into?
Yeah, because we've got two video files. So that is Nitro right there. If you press Command F, that will full screen it. No, that's the wrong. I've got the cutscene one. Hold on. There you go.
This is not the Nitro intro I remember.
Okay, well,
this is a nightmarish.
You need to skip forward then, because obviously there's Vince doing.
There it is.
There's the shot.
What is this intro?
It's very like 1999, but here in 2001.
It's almost demonic. There's no real theme It feels like a show that is entering hell. Or like someone's sent me a videotape trying to say, look, there's hidden meanings in WCW Nitro. It's telling me to kill the Attorney General. There's even a shot of Booker T with devil eyes imposed on him. What was that bit?
But also,
what was that?
It is also a video that's telling you, guys, we don't have any of our big stars anymore. Like, our big stars now are, it's 3 Count, it's the Young Dragons, it's Booker T.
But just, you know, when we look at Raw's intro later on, you know, iconic opening credits, high octane, yeah, let's get into this. It's wrestling. This is avant-garde. Conspiracy theory video.
I'd say it's fairly in keeping with WCW, because remember when we watched Starrcade 97 for WrestleTalk Extra back in the day? That's an 18-month storyline, right? Where Sting finally is coming back and he's going to take on Hollywood Hogan. He's going to end the reign of Hogan. That Luger had already reigned once before. But like, you know, the storyline we're telling. You do that in the WWF, that video package is going to be epic. It's going to be telling you the story. It's going to be full of voiceovers from all of the guys. Starrcade 97 is a short film of Sting with the operatic music in the background with superimposed images of Hogan going or Hogan looking at something else.
Yeah.
And then it goes into the show. It's just the way that WCW did things. Tony Schiavone opens up and he says, until I saw it, I couldn't believe it. The rumors have been going around, news has been going around, but until Vince McMahon opened the show, I did not believe that he's truly won. Tonight is Night of Champions. It has been a surreal day.
Yeah, they seem both... So him and Scott Hudson on commentary. Did Scott Hudson go on to do anything?
We will see him in our timeline when we review that fateful episode of Monday Night Raw where WCW has the last half hour of the broadcast. Scott Hudson does do the commentary for WCW matches. It's Scott Hudson and Arn Anderson are the WCW commentators, which is weird because, like, Scott Hudson's a fine commentator, but Arn Anderson is not a good color commentator.
Yeah, they both seem checked out.
Yeah. And again, this is not the WCW Nitro commentary team that probably fans were thinking of. WWF fans, when they think, or wrestling fans, I want to see WWF versus WCW. They're thinking of Schiavone, Mike Tenay, and Bobby Heenan.
Bit of Dusty, maybe.
Bit of Dusty in there. On the mothership. Like, maybe that sort of thing. This here, it's the tail end. It's Schiavone and it's Scott Hudson. They're the last one standing. But who should open the show? Did I hear Vince McMahon say that he's got the future of WCW in his hands?
I think your Ric Flair's my favourite of all of you, and you're very good at a lot of impressions.
But I lose it every now and again, 'cause it's only certain words I can get.
Like, which are?
The Consortium Stinger. Did I hear Vince McMahon?
Yeah, Vince comes out.
Vince comes out.
Sorry, Rick comes out. He's in a suit. He looks like he's about to speak at a funeral. Weirdly, a funeral that includes a bunch of guys in the front row with their torsos off, their tops off, with Nitro written on their chests.
Yeah, there's 4 of them, but they wanted to have WCW Nitro, so it's got WCW Nitro.
Yeah.
Like Nitro's got one guy's chest. But yeah, he cuts this promo about WCW's past. I was like it's real past. He's not talking about any recent times. He's talking about Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Vader and all those
Dory
Funk Jr., all those guys of the past.
He does say Buff Bagwell.
Well, he's the biggest star at the moment. He said, someone told me to come out here and not cry. I'm a former 14-time world champion. WCW was the greatest wrestling company in the world. And then randomly just goes like, Vince, your dad voted for me to be the world champion.
Yeah, for trivia, in 1981, when you were trying to be an announcer, Vince, your dad voted me to become the world champion. I was like, that exposes the business a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is about the boys. You can't hold us in your hands. You've not been in the ring. You've not been on the road. You've not given your blood, sweat, and tears for this business. You can't control our future. My greatest opponent ever is Stinger, and I want to match with him tonight. It is a fired up promo.
It's a fantastic promo. He's taking off the jacket as he's doing it. He's loosening the tie. He's doing that little ring rope bit that he does. And he cuts that promo. And yeah, he does eventually go, I want you, Stinger, one last time. Just like how they were on the first episode of Nitro. It's them in the mall for the United States title, which goes to a draw. But he's directing it at Vince. He says, Vince, you've making it all about WCW versus WWF. What about the boys? You don't get out there and wrestle for an hour. When was the last time you cut yourself? Which, actually looks past. Vince did that a lot. He might not have wrestled for an hour, but I think one of the things you can't criticize Vince for is not doing the things he expects his performers to do in the ring.
100%.
But it's building Rick versus Vince. This promo didn't make me fired up to see Ric Flair versus Sting for one more time. It made me excited to watch Flair versus McMahon.
Flair says in the Nitro book, oh yeah, it was a work. Like, I didn't go out there to do this promo to be like, I'm fighting on behalf of WCW. This is a work because he wants to build up the story of WCW versus WWF. Because that's what he thinks, that's the direction we're heading. So I'm going to build that feud.
That is an old school business mind, in the best way. You build in a match. You don't go out there and just unprofessionally shoot on people for just your ego. You go out there because you try and build a thing that can make you money because the fans want to see it. Yeah.
Dave writes in The Observer about this. It's like, man, if Flair had cut this promo every week, maybe this company would still be in business. But there is something else in this episode that I do, in this promo that I do want to refer you to, which is, I'm just going to cut to the screen here so you can see Ric Flair.
Look at Flair's hedgehog.
Yeah.
Rick Hair.
Rick Hair. We need to get to 11:17. Oh, I've gone too far now.
They also say that Sting hasn't been seen since November.
Yeah.
So when Flair says Sting, the crowd are like, whoa.
It's this here. Vince, first XFL, now WCW, you're a dumbass. The Observer writes here, WWF Security Patrol didn't confiscate enough signs, so there were some funny ones that were noticeable, including Vince is Satan, and one that says that Vince was a fool for buying this and the XFL. Those signs magically disappeared after the first break.
Only 1,000 fans.
I know, and a few of them got through with those signs. They all got confiscated in the end.
This massive sign that is not one that you could... That's 4 people wide. It looks like it's got a back.
Spring break for you. Then we get a promo for Randy Savage snapping into a Slim Jim.
In a mental asylum.
Yeah, he's not really been around a lot for WCW. Again, he's one of those stars of like the 98 era of WCW, but here he is just doing the Slim Jim commercials, really.
A Bonesaw's ready.
Hey, have you heard about AOL 6.0? There's never been a better time to sign up.
So this is 1-800-COLLECT and America Online, which is AOL. And yeah, they caused this mess. They didn't. They didn't absolutely cause the end of WCW.
You heard the poll.
But
it's Eric Bischoff is a 3-way tie.
But AOL's merging with Time Warner is what screwed most things up in the whole world. Yeah, well, they had a lot of money in January 2000. not so much in March of 2000. Our opening contest for the WCW Championship and I think also the United States Championship. It is Night of Champions. 5 belts are being defended. Scott Steiner defends the WCW title against the United States champion Booker T, who won the belt from his brother Rick Steiner. Yeah, and at this time, Ric Flair has a faction, a heel faction called the Magnificent Seven, of which Steiner is a part. Other people are Jeff Jarrett, Rick Steiner, Lex Luger, Buff Bagwell, and Road Warrior Animal. So I think that might be part of that storyline of they're going to lay waste to all of these baby faces, and then we're going to go on our hiatus. We'll come back, and the baby faces will fire up against this evil group of heels. Yeah, which is something Russo tried to do in 2000 as well, isn't it? Millionaires Club. Yeah, and they're the New Blood. Although oddly enough, because that was a reaction to the online criticism that you've got a bunch of old guys and not pushing young talent. So he made the young talent the heels, and the Millionaires Club were the good guys. What browser should I use? You can use Chrome. So let me get up. Make sure you close any other tabs that I've got open there. I'm not uploading anything. They'll seem okay. What's this? The X? Just for clarity, it's not Pornhub or anything. It was Google Drive and our Discord. Right. So Scott Steiner is with someone, Medeja, and I was just like, who is this person? I don't remember at all. So I Googled her. I got a website.
It's still live!
Look at this as a bit of a time portal.
Look at that as a website.
That is what the web used to look like.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. Health and fitness with Medeja.
Comic Sans.
Yep.
Little just... Oh, that's a button.
It's a
That's
button.
a button.
Join now.
Oh, they're all buttons. You don't have a sort of menu at the top. You just got images. Log into the
fan site.
Take the tour for money.
Plus, there's a web photo album with not 1, not 2, not 4, but 3 exclamation marks.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a fitness site, really masquerading as... Look at the photos of me in bikinis.
Look at the Real Female Wrestling channel.
Oh.
Real Female Wrestling. What's that going to take you to?
Is it going to take us to... should we be on this?
I feel like that time when Bradshaw posted that screen cap and it was like he was watching porn at the same time.
It was like nude photos of some female bodybuilder.
That's it, yeah.
Okay. But this has been going since 2012.
There is no nudity on this website. What we could do is considered a fetish. Why?
Power and dominance. Contradiction of social norms. Vulnerability and control.
Do you remember when we were at that wrestling school once?
This is totally fine. Yes, I do remember that.
And we were at a wrestling school doing a project, and I was just walking around, and they just had posters everywhere. And it was really cool because it was like a lot of like old wrestling posters as well. It was clearly like an older like wrestling fan, so it kind of was like wicked. And then I just got to one corner of the room as I was looking around, and I was like, oh, there's a lot of like just naked women beating up men.
Yeah.
Like photos of this.
They weren't naked. They were in like wrestling lady outfits generally.
Yeah. And then it turned out it was also a bit of a sex dungeon at times for...
Well, it's probably this.
Yeah.
So not actual sex, but
women dominance.
Women dominance, and I guess you get your kicks that way.
Yeah.
As long as it's not hurting anybody.
But, look at that. Hey, look at this. If you've got any questions, suggestions, comments, praise, or criticism, you can email them and give your thoughts in.
All right, cool. Well, we'll check that out on lunch.
Well, just so you got, if you are interested in one, you can get 7 free downloads if you sign up for the newsletter.
Downloads? What's the streaming option? It's 2025.
So
Why aren't ESPN going for that?
Tony says that they heard about the sale on Friday, but it did not feel real until they saw Vince McMahon on the show. Scott tries to use a pipe right in front of the referee. I mean, you may as well get yourself DQ'd. You just retained the title on the last Nitro that way.
Steiner's doing the good thing.
That's true. I thought this was a pretty solid wrestling match. That was all right. They went back and forth, and then it was a bookend out of nowhere by Booker T to get the win.
It's weird because I think we'd both watched Monday Night Raw before we watched this Nitro.
Yeah.
So we saw about 4 matches that went a minute. And then we watched this. And it's like, oh, the opening match has gone 7 minutes?
Yeah, I've written here, this wrestling is so much better than Raw.
Yeah, but really, it's still 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
By modern standards, a title match like this would go 15.
Twitter would be apoplectic if there was a title match that went 7 minutes on Monday Night Raw.
But really, for the time, it is so much like the quality of wrestling is way better. But WWF has the soap opera elements to it and the sports entertainment. It really is distinctive in their 2 different styles.
There is so we get a promo for Spring Breakout, because this is on Spring Break weekend, and they show a lot of kids on Spring Break and stuff, which is like such an American thing. We don't have Spring Break over here.
It's not warm enough.
Wait, we got a Blackpool Pleasure Beach?
Yeah.
Which isn't as sexy as it sounds.
Well, I also think the Americans, they just shout things that people tell them to shout, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
And we would just walk off.
Yeah, if BT walked up to some teenagers while they were out of school for spring and said, can you say it's better to be connected, it's good to talk, they'd be like, fuck off, mate, and then walk away. What are you giving us?
I tell you what, in 2001, they would have said a lot of homophobic slurs.
Well, it's good to bone boys, mate. It's good to bum each other, isn't it?
But no, it's just like the people are posing with wrestlers. Oh, yeah, spring break. Bunch of girls. We love you, WCW.
Yeah, never heard of it in their lives. AOL, there's never been a better time to sign up. Spring break, woo!
Yeah.
And then I find it's so jarring when it then cuts to the Vince stuff. It doesn't feel like WCW.
No.
It just cuts to Vince in his beige room where he's just like, he's on the phone with his attorney. And like this whole segment is Vince being like, yeah, the deal is finalized. Panama City's full of rednecks. And that's it. That's the whole segment.
Well, I don't take against that. This is part of WWF's structure of their TV at the time, where segments aren't really segments. It's just, here's a scene. And scenes, as you watch a soap opera, they don't have to be, again, 20-minute long things. It's just, oh yeah, Vince, by the way, Vince is on the phone. We're keeping that storyline beat spinning.
Just in case people have forgotten.
No, but
bear in mind, this is more of a channel flipping era. So
yeah,
you need to remind your audience a lot.
Yeah, and that's just how TV worked. I've got no problem with that. And he gets, imagine they chose such a backwater place for the last ever show. There is a function to it. He's getting some heat.
And actually,
it's totally fine.
The comparison to modern day TV now is second screening. And this idea that TV shows now have to be more exploratory, like they have to explain more of the plot to an audience, because the idea is the majority of people watching a TV show aren't watching the TV show solely. They're watching the TV show while it's on in the background and they're looking at their phone.
But also, like, it's just, these days, this would have been a shot of someone walking. That's what Raw does now.
Yeah.
They're shots of people walking. A significant portion of the show is people walking, with just Joe Tessitore saying, here's some people walking.
Mm-hmm.
I much prefer this.
Well, we get a recap of Booker T winning the WCW Championship, and the action continues as the Young Dragons take on 3 Count, who also take on the Filthy Animals, with the winners advancing to a match with the WCW Cruiserweight Tag Team Champions later on in the show.
And this is by far the best match of the whole night on both companies.
This is I've written here. This is proto TNA.
Yeah, this could fit in totally perfectly and be a very good match in the X Division 5 years later.
If they went on Raw next week and did this same match, people are like, that is mind-blowing action.
Filthy Animals is Billy Kidman and an unmasked Rey Mysterio. With
the horn hair.
Absolute dickhead.
What a bad attitude he's got.
I don't know the Young Dragons.
Young Dragons, one of them's Jimmy Wang Yang.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
And Kaz Hayashi. And 3 Count was Evan Karagias and Shannon Moore. Courageous, I see.
They're the boy band. They were like a Backstreet Boys NSYNC parody.
Yes.
We'll see the other one of the 3 Count later on.
I'm glad they were a joke, because when they came out and they had their sort of, they have backing dancers and there's this awful green screen NSYNC style video. It was like, oh, now I realise they're a joke. I was like, that's actually pretty neat.
Oh, yeah. I think the 3 Count, which we got a lot of comments on when we started doing the 3 Count as a series, being like, oh, it's a lovely tribute to that WCW act towards the end of its dying days.
No, it was about pins.
Yeah, pins.
But Shane Helms is the other member.
Yes, I like 3 Count as a group. I think they're quite funny. Filthy Animals is a weirder one. And the Young Dragons, they have there's like a 3-way ladder match, I think, on one of the final WCW. It's either on one Nitro or one of the pay-per-views that's like, it was featured on the best ladder matches ever DVD. And it's actually genuinely really good. But this is just all-time action. Yang hits the Yang time, but it's broken up by Kidman. Everyone in there hits more moves. Ray goes for the Bronco Buster, but Moore just stands up and boots him in the knob. It's absolutely hilarious. But then Ray hits the guillotine leg drop to get the win.
Yeah, Moore is draped over the second rope, but there's also a Phoenix splash from Yang in here. There is a There is a springboard shooting star off the top rope to the outside from Kidman.
And it's the Kidman shooting star as well, which is zero height shooting star. It's the Lenita moonsault of top rope moves, where it's like gravity is really working against you and you just fall to the mat as fast as you can.
So yeah, like moves-wise, this is top-tier stuff.
Great.
Very advanced for its time.
Yeah, totally.
It was 4 minutes long.
It was 4 minutes long with 400 moves.
Yeah.
I got a big kick out of it. But the Filthy Animals get the win. They will go on to face primetime Elix Skipper and Kid Romero for the Cruiserweight Championships later. Or Kid Romeo, sorry. We cut back to Vince McMahon on the phone talking about talent when somebody comes in. It's Trish Stratus, and she's got some wine, and Vince makes out with her, and that's the segment.
Well, it's actually champagne. The reason that's important is because, Vince goes, "Oh, the real way to celebrate this, baby. Hey." And he starts smooching her. The bottle of champagne falls to the floor, and it pops. Simulating an ejaculation.
Yeah, he comes early.
Which is that's funny. He's an evil heel. You've introduced Trish, which is important because she'll be in all the segments backstage on Raw.
Yeah, and she's a key part of the WrestleMania X7 story.
And there's a cum joke. And it's setting Vince up for a bigger fall.
We get a recap of Sugar Shane Helms winning the Cruiserweight Championship at Sin, and then Chavo Guerrero takes on Sugar Shane Helms for that Cruiserweight Championship, the other member of the Three Count.
Yes, so he's the one who gets the girls on the ramp to dance for his intro. He comes off like a really cool baby face.
Yeah, so obviously he's a heel. When he goes into WWF, they don't do the 3 count gimmick. He just comes in as Shane Helms. I think they still call him Sugar Shane Helms, but he is just, I am a wrestler now. And then eventually he'll become the Hurricane.
I really got the sense that, these guys in the previous match, great wrestlers and great wrestling, but great wrestling is not what draws. This isn't that as amazing as this stuff is to watch 25 years later. It's not the stuff that would break out and is, but WCW, they had this exciting generation of new stars. Like, yeah, but if you don't build them into main eventers and make them big characters, that's why WCW dwindled.
Well, absolutely. And WWF are just going to look at these lads and see small lads. That is not a company that likes flippy wrestling. Do you know who really hated flippy wrestling? Triple H. He was one of those people who buried the quote-unquote indie style of wrestling until he got NXT and then signed up all of those indie wrestlers and told them they were actually really good.
Until they were useful to rebrand Triple H's image. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But up until that point, indie wrestling, and this is what would become the indie style. Like a lot of that early TNA, the Ring of Honor stuff. Here in the UK, you got a lot of this as well with Jody Fleisch and Johnny Storm. That was the quote-unquote indie style that WWF hated. It's not their style of wrestling. They like meat and potatoes, brawling wrestling, larger than life, big characters, do a rest hold, kid, work over a body part. I say work over a body part, do some moves on a body part, pose, headlock, do a finish. Someone throws in a sponge at some point during this match.
I like that.
And then Shane hits the Sugar Snap and the Vertebreaker to get the win. I hate the Vertebreaker as a move. It's horrible to watch.
Yeah.
The Cop Killer as a Homicide would have it.
But it's cool.
Yeah, it is,
it's oh wow, that's a new move that looks like it hurts. You need to keep introducing these sort of more brutal looking finishes. There's another Northern Light suplex. This is a night of Northern Light suplexes. I think it's part of the time. I think Chavo might have hit it, but was there one in the Steiner Booker T match?
Probably, because Steiner does a lot of suplexes.
As well, I think there's a beautiful one from Taz in the 1 minute he does get to wrestle.
Oh, yeah.
I think he wins with it on Raw.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Booker T cuts a promo saying that this is the end of the chapter, but not the end of the book, because as Scott Steiner spoiled on scottsteiner.com, he's already signed his WWF contract, and he's going in to be the top star of WCW for the WWF.
And Booker T says here, don't hate the player, hate the game. And as he said that, I thought, oh my God, that is a catchphrase made for him to feud with Triple H right off the bat.
Yeah, because it's the start of his entrance song as well.
Yeah.
He has that voiceover. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Let's hate the game. Let's hate Triple H. Booker T's the babyface. They could have made him something big. You know, I know Booker T, we rag on him now because he's an unbearable announcer to listen to. But this is like, they had a star. They were building this star. He wasn't there yet, but he was getting there.
I'm just going to make a quick correction because I'm pretty sure during the... sorry, this is important that I do these sorts of things. Oh, no, I was right. Greed was the last pay-per-view. Phew. For a second then I was like, which was it, Sin or Greed? Was that the last one? But I was like, I'm pretty sure Sin was in January and it was Greed. So I was okay. Fine, I don't need to correct myself. I was correct.
Oh, by the way, Booker T's mic wasn't fully turned on at the start of that interview.
No. Up next for the Tag Team Championships, it's Team Canada versus Palumbo and O'Haire. Palumbo and O'Haire are the Tag Team Champions. Team Canada beat Palumbo and O'Haire last week on Nitro, which sets up this tag title match here. Lance Storm, if I can be serious for a minute, I bloody love Lance Storm. Yeah. Him and Mike Awesome. One of the few acts that will be brought in. They won't be called Team Canada, but they are brought in as a group, as part of this WCW invasion. Like them, Palumbo and O'Haire. You are a tag team in WCW. We're going to keep you as a tag team here in the WWF version of it as well.
There's so many times that WWF, or just promotions in general, actually, they can't figure out how to make a really good technical wrestler a compelling character. And they look at them and like, well, yeah, there's not much of a character to you. So, hey, let's make your character all about you not actually having a character. It never works. Apart from Lance Storm.
So good.
He knocks out the park. He's great. They go to break, because he makes everyone listen to the Canadian national anthem, and they go to break. So you come back and there should be more heat, really. And when they come back from the break, Michael Cole goes to interview Vince and Trish. And
I'm going to read you my notes here.
Yeah.
We come back from the ad break to Vince McMahon having his nipples felt up by Trish Stratus and Michael Cole and his frosted tips walk in.
Yeah. And Cole, he's the journalist. He's the babyface voice that we're thinking. The fans and the wrestlers are concerned that they'll never get to see their favorite brand of wrestling again, or the wrestlers might be fired. And Vince goes, ugh, how do you like your job security, Cole? Get out of here. And then Trish says, I love it when you're forceful like that. And Vince says, let's cheers to being forceful. It's one of the more, times.
Maybe the signs were there all along, allegedly. We then cut back to the commentary desk, and Tony Schiavone's just like, I'm worried about our brand of style of wrestling. I don't think we're going to get that anymore.
Yeah.
Mike Awesome, I was watching a shoot interview with him about the invasion, and he was like, yeah, one of the reasons why I never really got on in the invasion, because he's on the invasion pay-per-view. He's in the opening match. It's him and Lance Storm versus Edge and Christian. Canadians fighting each other. But Michael, he's not long really for the invasion style of things, even though, if I remember correctly, and I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, he's the first WCW star to win a WWF title. I think he beats Rhino for the Hardcore Championship at the Madison Square Garden show. But he was like, I wanted to do all of my moves, and WWF kept telling me no.
Because he's a big guy, and his thing was, I'm a big guy who does really impressive athletic things.
Yeah.
And they're probably like, oh, but that means Undertaker might have to do an impressive athletic thing.
So, not anymore, Mike. Nope, you're just going to stand there and do your punches and kicks. Thank you very much. So he can really do things like the Awesome Bomb or do any of his big top moves. Like, you're not getting the Mike Awesome when he was facing Masato Tanaka. In fairness, you weren't really getting that in WCW either as the fat chick Thriller or that 70s guy. But it's a bit messy as a match, this. The faces win. Palumbo and O'Haire retain the tag titles. It wasn't the best of the wrestling we saw.
No, but there's glimpses of greatness. These are all, apart from Storm, who's a great technical wrestler, the other three are big guys. Palumbo and O'Haire, it's like, oh, wow, they feel like they could fit in well with the WWE body image. Awesome at one point just runs into the corner, runs up the ropes and hits a backwards elbow. And it's just like watching someone who is 10 years ahead of their time.
Yep. And he then goes to WWF and they're like, nope, none of that, please, Mike.
Lance is hitting stiff chops on Palumbo. You're like, oh, this feels like a strong style match.
Yeah. Lance, because JR, used to go to bat for Lance a lot, and we will see Lance crop up throughout this series, but I think Lance is a guy who gets a proper shake at the stick in WWF once the invasion is over, and he's sort of the brand split probably helps Lance Storm, because he then gets to, that's when he's like in more Intercontinental type, he's in that mid-card picture. But in like during the invasion, he's just like one of the guys.
Lost in the shuffle.
He does get lost in the shuffle.
But he hits a beautiful swanton bomb to get the win.
Yeah.
5 minutes long. Just to remind everyone, these are still very short matches, but they feel so long.
Well, it's all right. Our next match is the real barnstormer of the evening.
Well, now is when Raw begins.
Yes. Well, we think this is pretty much where Raw kicks in, right?
So that is the end of hour 1 of WCW Nitro. So it's 9 p.m. now. So now let's turn the channel over to see what happens on Raw.
How are we opening?
So we've got the Sting, the original opening, which is great.
Honestly, when this theme song kicked in, I was so jazzed.
Yeah.
And my first note I've written is, wrestling used to be so cool.
Da, 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 da.
Love it. So I was like, this is so freaking cool. And the intro is awesome. It's like high octane and stuff. This gets you pumped up to watch a wrestling show. Compare this to the modern day wrestling Raw theme, which is just slow beats and stuff. That doesn't get you hyped up. Joe Testor showing me a shot of Chicago, telling me the history of the Red Sox. Doesn't get me interested in wrestling.
Here's 8 different people arriving by car.
Yep.
You're hyped. You're hyped for the match.
They've all got suitcases. No, here it's high octane.
So the opening thing is Vince in his office. He's not in front of the fence anymore. And he has 2 old CRT monitors, the big deep TVs with massive frames.
Yeah.
The actual portion of screen to front of the box ratio is about 1-to-1. And one has WCW on top of it, and the other one has WWF. And I'm like, well, neither of those are what's happening right now.
Exactly.
Because if the WWF screen was what's on WWF right now, like it was a live feed, you would also see Vince looking at the screen in an infinite regress when you film TV of its own broadcast.
And as we know, because we were just covering, not Jeff Jarrett on screen on WCW. Instead, it's a recap of Bam Bam Bigelow challenging Shawn Stasiak to a tattoo match.
Yeah, Jeff Jarrett isn't on this episode at all. But Vince is watching it and he goes, look, Jeff Jarrett's on the TV right now. And it's got Slapnuts on screen. Raw, the WWF screen just has the looping Raw logo. But that's not what's being broadcast right now. But there's Vince's voice and goes, here's WCW, and here's WWF, and there's Jeff Jarrett, and here we have the owner of WWF and the owner of WCW. And it pulls back to reveal Vince. And to the WWF audience, this might be the first time they're hearing.
Yes, you've been to WWF.com.
Or you've watched Nitro in the previous hour, which probably is unlikely. Tonight, I own my competition, and I will address the WWF fans and the WCW stars as to what that means, and the WCW fans as well. Because tonight there will be a special simulcast, and one man will make history, and that's me, Vince McMahon.
Yes. Bit of foreshadowing.
Greatly setting up the angle that he has with Shane. And then he looks at Jeff and he goes, as for Jeff, as you've already said, it's the famous star. Yeah. The famous opening to Vince is Vince legit firing someone on air.
Yeah. You know how he spells his name? Jeff? Well, I think around here we'll spell it a little differently. That's capital G, double O, double N, double E. Gone. If anyone's not familiar with the story, Jeff Jarrett was the Intercontinental Champion, and he had a scheduled match against China for that Intercontinental Championship, but his contract had expired. And they wanted to bring him back for one night to drop that belt to China, and Jeff Jarrett held them up for money. And then they paid him off that money. He went and did the job, and he went to WCW, and it's like the chickens came home to roost.
Yes.
Because he would not go back to the WWF until, like the late 2010s? Because when he works, he gets put in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And he goes to work for them in the house show department. But it's what leads to Jarrett, because he got blacklisted by WWF, to go and work with his dad, Jerry, to launch TNA.
So that is essentially Vince's message. I'm going to start firing people.
Yeah. Yeah, he does it later with Animal, does it with Luger.
But, there is a receipt that he gets. That is actually the cold opening, because then we get the Raw opening credits.
Yeah, we do.
Even now, because I was only allowed to watch SmackDown, because we didn't have Sky Sports, said it already, it was only on Sky One. They did that 11 a.m. Saturday morning repeat.
Yeah. So
there's an element still to this day of me watching this Raw intro, which I would only ever get glimpses of. It's like hardcore porn. It's something I am not allowed to see.
Yeah. Well, should we can compare and contrast, as you were just saying then. There you can see how that is not what is on currently WWF or what is on WCW. Then we get the Vince McMahon intro. And then let's just compare and contrast what WCW Raw's intro was compared to Nitro's.
Two biggest stars hitting their finishers.
And then I will give him credit. Dynamite's intro is not that dissimilar.
Yeah. So then we hit the main thing, the pyros on the stage. It feels huge. There's some signs in the crowd, and it's just one that says, "Hey, idiot." That's you know what? I'm sick of modern signs. Oh, this fantasy game is better than this fantasy game. Where is just people abusing their friends at home? I'll tell you why that doesn't happen anymore. Because people want to do the thing to pop their online friends.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got this funny meme that we've got online.
Remake Crackshot on the Genesis.
Let's pop Botchamania and Matthew.
That is all it is.
Back then, 25 years ago, you weren't performing for other people you don't know on the internet. You were performing for the person you could go to school the next day and go, "Did you see my sign? Did you see my sign, Terry? Because I called you gay."
My mate Scott can't go to Not Raw. It's fine. I took a sign that said Scott's gay.
Where's that? Where's that? I'm with stupid. And then there's just this, his mum's there. I want meanness.
What you're saying.
Nice meanness. Yeah. Joshing.
What you're saying is that woke nonsense, the woke brigade, has ruined wrestling signs.
No, I'm saying that the nerds have. The nerds and this whole idea that we should always be 100% nice to each other, when actually, my best friends, we're nicest to each other when we're being mean. Yeah. Because we're so comfortable with each other and we love each other so much that we express our love by saying the worst things imaginable to each other.
And that's, you know what? That's brotherhood. For our generation.
If someone starts saying how much they like me, which doesn't happen very often, but if they do, my head goes, it's a bit much. I don't believe this. But if someone comes up to me, like Tem Ruzza, I think one of the first things he said to me was, he said something that made fun of me. I was like, I instantly like you.
So, how are we opening? I need to scroll back through all my notes to get to the Raw stuff now.
Sorry, someone else has a poster in the crowd that is the full-on WrestleMania 17 Rock versus Austin poster.
Yeah, we are.
It's huge.
We said earlier, this is the Raw. This is the go-home Raw for one of WWF's biggest WrestleManias to date. It's like the biggest WrestleMania ever for them, WrestleMania X7.
And it's Cleveland, Ohio. That's where we are. We hear Jim Ross's voice, and I've just written in my notes here, I'm home.
Yeah.
Hearing JR's voice, and he's there with Paul Heyman. And they throw to New York Times Square, and they're going crazy there. I'm like, that's our watch party format we have now. We should, if we're ever allowed to bring those back, we should brand them like it's
WWF New
WrestleTalk New York. WT New York. And yeah, there's Rock and Stone Cold with Deborah and the Taker versus Kane announcement. They're just static images.
That's the main event.
What a huge main event.
It's huge. 4 top guys are going to have a tag team match.
Yeah, and then here
comes another top star.
Here's Kurt Angle. And he says, I've not got a match at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And then Chris Benoit comes out and goes, I'll fight you. And I go, all right. And that's it, and it's brilliant.
You say that is all it is. There is so much said within this segment. Oh, and I made a noise when you said the names. JR and Paul Heyman is my favorite commentary duo in all of professional wrestling. And I am so glad that I think bar one pay-per-view that we're going to do, and obviously the SmackDowns because he's not on it, we're going to have JR and Paul Heyman through this entire journey that we're going to do. Disappointingly, he's not on commentary for Invasion. It's annoyingly, it's JR and Michael Cole, which I think is a real mistake. And then on SmackDown, I think it's Cole and Taz for the. It might be Cole and Heyman, I don't know, but Cole is definitely the lead play-by-play. But for the most of the stuff we're going to do, it's Ross and it's Heyman, who are so great together. And Paul Heyman, he's only been in this seat now for about 2 weeks. He's already like one of the best things on the show. And he is great on this episode because he's just gassing up Vince as Vince McMahon has destroyed his competition. He's the greatest wrestling promoter of all time. Not even me, Paul Heyman, the owner of Extreme Championship Wrestling, can touch what Vince McMahon has done.
It's great. I am the heel color commentator. Very clear. Babyface JR, heel Heyman. It's very much in the JR Lawler mode, but they liked each other.
The war is finally over, and the winner is Vince McMahon. Tonight is his victory party, which not only that is true, right? This is his victory party, but it's also setting up the comeuppance.
I didn't like Heyman as a kid because I was like JR and Lawler, they're my guys, but watching it back. He's, it's Paul Heyman. He's otherworldly on the mic.
Kurt Angle saying, everyone is up in arms about the big news that I don't have a match at WrestleMania.
So funny. 1 week out from the show. When he comes out, and we get this quite a few times throughout the night, WWF The Music, Volume 5. You can get this. You can buy this entrance theme on this compilation album, which I had.
Me too.
And it's the one with everyone loves it. It's the Rock's Pie song.
It's not complicated whatsoever.
Where he does the Chinese voice.
It's dated poorly, everyone. Maybe we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But it also has Raven's theme on it, which does make it the best of the wrestling albums they've ever done. Yeah, he's it is mad that Kurt Angle doesn't have a match at WrestleMania. He was the WWF champion last month.
Yeah.
He only lost the belt at No Way Out to The Rock, but he doesn't have a match. He's like, even the gobbledygook, the freaking gobbledygooker has a match.
Yeah, because he's in the Gimmick Battle Royal. But yeah, he says I'm the only Olympic gold medalist in professional wrestling history, and I will keep complaining right now until you find me an opponent. And then Stevie Richards' music hits. It's Chris Benoit, of course.
He's got some good news and he's got some bad news. The good news is I don't have an opponent at WrestleMania either. The bad news is you don't have an opponent at WrestleMania. I've been listening to you complain and whine and complain and whine, and your voice is annoying. And it cuts to Kurt Angle, who off mic just goes, son of a bitch. That's the thing that really triggered him. Your voice is annoying. Son of a bitch. What annoys me more is your claim that you're the best wrestler in the WWF. If I have a moment, if I get the time, I will make you tap out like a little bitch.
It's true. It's true. And JR says, sounds like he's calling them out for a match. And Heyman says, doesn't sound like it. It's literally happening. I bet JR was pissed off.
Yeah, I know, Paul. I know that's what he's doing.
And Kurt's like, Canada doesn't have a sports team. It's a totally random bit of sports heat. But Kurt goes, yeah, I agree. Let's have a match then. But I'll never tap out to that stupid crossface move. Prove me wrong. They have a brawl. Benoit immediately gets him in the crossface and Kurt taps right away.
Yeah. It's so great. Yeah, Kurt's line, well, do you know what? I've got some bad news. And I've got some even worse news for you. I accept your match, and the worst news is I'll never tap out to your stupid move. Immediately in the move, and he taps out. And you're going to get this backstage segment at WrestleMania X7 where Angle's watching that footage, and Edge and Christian walk in. It's like, hey, Kurt, how's it going? He's like, if there was no referee and no bell, did I really tap out? Can you really say that I tapped out to that move?
Later on this episode, because Edge and Christian run down because they're friends with Kurt, Team Act. And they beat up Benoit to save him. But later on, Kurt says to Edge, you know, I was just reaching for the ropes. And Edge goes, yeah, sure, man, sure,
buddy, I know. Yeah,
it's such good heel work. It's so funny. It sets up the match. And you know what? All of that was 7 minutes long.
And they got so much done in that 7 minutes. I've got loads of notes because they talk about so much. But yeah, you think about 7 minutes, what they do of 7 minutes of TV now. You'd have only got the entrances done. Yeah. You might have only just started doing one person's entrance.
Should we run it back? Vince and Trish are watching the monitors backstage after that, and there's the bottle of champagne. This has already been set up on Nitro, of course. And now they're showing Luger versus Buff Bagwell on WCW.
Well, it's Luger and Bagwell. They're not having a match, but
yes.
They are showing Luger and Bagwell, and he's like, oh, look at that. It's Lex Luger. Looks like the Lex Express has run out of steam. Because that was, Luger had left WWF on fairly bad terms.
Vince is on the phone to Stephanie and Triple H, and he's like, yeah, I know. Take it easy on your vacation. Hey, you seen the main event? What a huge tag match. So you get over the idea that Triple H is not in the building. And then Trish feeds Vince a strawberry, and I almost vomited.
I think he actually does come.
Oh, no. Is this the Ken Anderson of this series?
There he goes. There's Luger and Bagwell.
Doesn't that look like not his hand? Has he got a stunt hand in the sofa who's reaching out?
Yeah. I actually don't want to touch the phone.
No, that hand.
Oh, yeah. The
hand on the leg.
Two people deserve this. You two definitely deserve it. And stay tuned because not only are you going to see...
All right, Vince. Okay, you got a big match coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Skip. Yeah.
together in a tag.
All right, yeah, Vince. I get it. Yeah, skip forward.
Oh, I'm sorry we showed you that.
That was, in case any of our audience couldn't quite hear it.
Over on WCW.
Yeah, what WCW got? Oh, it's Sean Stasiak versus Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah, at the top of the hour.
Where he belongs.
This is what you need to kick off that hour. It's a recap of Sean Stasiak saying, well, Stacy Keibler will get a tattoo if I lose. And then... Is it Bam Bam Bigelow?
Yes, Bam Bam. Yes, Bigelow.
It is Bigelow.
Yes, Bam Bam.
He's lost a lot of weight here.
Yeah.
He goes,
he's given up.
I wasn't talking about Stacy. That was the recap of last week. And then we get Sean Stasiak versus Bigelow. Stacy comes out in glasses and a suit, and she says, do any of you tanned college hunks want to see me dance right now? Literally everyone does.
Yeah.
Every single person, me included, wants to see her do this.
Honestly, when I first saw Stacy Keibler, I was like, I think that might be the most beautiful person I've ever seen.
Yeah. 12, 13-year-old Ollie was like, oh, that's the music I like. And she says, well, I'm not here to dance tonight, boo. I'm here to introduce you to the Sean and Stacy show. It's a fun gimmick.
Yeah, the muscle of Mecca, or the Mecca of muscles, sorry. Sean... the man, Stasiak, here he comes. Oh, he sucks. And formerly of the WWF, where he was Meat.
Right.
That was his name there. His dad is a former WWF champion.
I don't know.
Yeah, his dad. Stan Stasiak.
Oh, Stan Stasiak, the one everyone forgets.
The one everyone forgets, yeah. He is a former WWF champion. And they thought he's going to be the next big thing. And he was not that great in WWF. He's only there for like a cup of coffee in like 98. Goes to WCW, and he's not great there either, but he's given this Mecca of muscle gimmick. He's partnered with Stacy, and he beats Bam Bam Bigelow here in about 19 seconds.
Yeah, Bigelow hits a falling headbutt for a visual pin, but Stacy distracts the referee. She also pulls Stasiak off of Bigelow's shoulders, and then Sean hits a reverse neck breaker to win. It was under 2 minutes. This feels more like the stuff that was killing the company rather than the great cruiserweight stuff we just had.
I also, this is now, maybe they figured that people have switched over to Raw. So we don't need. I've told you about the first hour of Raw. I think does not have a lot of stuff on it because they figure people are watching Nitro, and when this match is on, people are going to tune into awesome. How's Raw going to start? It starts with that Vince promo. It starts with the Angle promo. They're not watching Nitro, so we're not going to put anything on Nitro that might be. I mean, they don't need it to be good or anything anyway because they don't care. But if you're structuring the show this way, you want to put this stuff on here when the least amount of people are probably going to be watching it.
Yeah, and then people will flick over to watch Flair, Sting when you've got all the other stuff on Raw.
Exactly.
But it does cut. This is on Nitro, weirdly. It cuts to Regal, who's now with Vince McMahon, and he's showing him his WrestleMania X7 shirt.
Everyone's wearing that WrestleMania X7 shirt.
There is no rhyme or reason behind who wears one. Chris Benoit wore one.
Yeah, Lita's wearing one.
Lillian Garcia's wearing one. Babyface, heel, it doesn't matter. Big star, undercarder. Sometimes you'll just wear a WrestleMania X7 shirt.
Look, I immediately Googled that shirt to see if I could find one, even if it was a bootleg version of it. I found some on eBay, but they were being sold for like $250. But I would love to have that shirt.
But Regal says to Vince, just, because I want, respect you a lot, you probably shouldn't buy WCW. It's an awful place.
Why would you want to buy that bloody awful place? I've been there. I used to work there. It's terrible.
Then a little clip of DDP talking earlier today. He quotes the Grateful Dead. What a strange trip it's been. This feels like a cameo. He's sent in a cameo. He thanks the fans for letting his real name become Diamond Dallas Page. I always think DDP comes off really well.
Yeah,
I know he's
great.
got his detractors, but they're mostly dickheads from WCW.
Well, and WWF as well, because Diamond Dallas Page goes across. The thing with DDP and what people that his detractors have is that he scripts out his match move for move. And he goes over to the WWF and he's feuding with The Undertaker, and he goes over and he's like, "Hey, Taker, I'm from New Jersey. Here's what the match I think we could do." And Taker's like, "The hell is this? We don't lay out matches like this anymore." Nobody had a problem when Randy Savage did it. Like when Randy Savage did it, everyone was like, "What a genius." But the second that DDP does it, was like, what a loser, what a moron.
He's done his homework.
Yeah.
But he says it proves that if you want it, you can make it happen. It's not the promoters who make stars, it's the fans.
Yeah.
So quite a really good way of staying humble and respectful in the dying days of WCW, but also getting over, hey, Vince, Bischoff, Turner, it's you guys who are most important. And I believe him when he says it.
Well, he's got a legitimate claim to it because much like The Rock, like DDP starts being called the People's Champion. He was called the People's Champion first as well, I think. My timeline might be a little bit wrong on that one, but it was roughly around the same time. But he's got a legitimate claim to that. The fans did choose DDP. The fans chose The Rock as well, for the record. Eventually, once they always wanted The Rock to be a guy, and then the fans adopted him. But the fans picked DDP. DDP was written off so early. Didn't start wrestling until he was in his 40s.
Mad.
It was when he first started getting his big run. He was like a valet before that, providing cars for. I think it's WrestleMania 9. Maybe he provides a car for WrestleMania. It's one of the early WrestleManias, and yeah, he was a guy that in his 40s became a top star in wrestling. So yeah, he's got a legitimate claim to being the true people's champion.
He thanked specifically WCW wrestling fans, and his wife Kimberly for letting that happen. And now DDP is going to take things to the next level.
And that next level is getting a camera and filming The Undertaker's wife with my lovely long lens, Undertaker.
We get a video package of the biggest stars from WCW's past: Dusty Rhodes, Goldberg, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, Sid Vicious, DDP, Jeff Jarrett, Booker T, Scott Steiner, Kevin Nash. It's all the heavyweight champions. And then we get Vince on the phone again. Do you know what time it is? It's around that time. So there's no Trish at this bit. It's just another thing. We're getting closer to my full segment.
Yeah.
Over on Raw. Deborah does not want to talk to young rent boy Michael Cole about her husband.
Look, I will get to a timestamp here once I find where my notes are. 12:08. Where are we? The absolute state of Michael Cole. Look at the absolute state of him.
He's wearing a WrestleMania X7 shirt.
Sure is.
So just, that's like a 10-second bit. Then we go into Taz versus Val Venus, of the Right to Censor. Taz's music also on volume 5.
Yeah, sadly... Beep, beep, beep. Sadly, I'd say the Right to Censor music is not, even though it definitely should be... Superb.
We get a recap of SmackDown where Stevie Richards called out Taz. Taz was on commentary and Taz choked him out. And this is a lumberjack match where the RTC are in Val's corner, of course, and the APA and Jacqueline are in Taz's corner.
Yeah, because it's a 6-man tag at WrestleMania of Taz and the APA versus the Right to Censor. So this is the go-home angle for that. They did an angle on SmackDown, and now we're getting the match here where Taz beats Val Venus in 52 seconds.
Where there is immediate interference from everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone just runs in. Stevie Richards runs in. There's a referee distraction. Big lumberjack brawl.
We get a Taz mission in 20 seconds, which Paul Heyman, by the way, you can tell Paul Heyman, calls it by its official name as well. The Custer Hachime! Look at it, doesn't call it the Taz mission. Stevie kick from Steven Richards. Val Venus misses the money shots, and then a Northern Light suplex by Taz.
Beautiful Northern Lights pin.
Yeah.
There we go. Good night for Northern Light suplexes. 2 minutes. And
it's 52 seconds.
It was awesome, however long it went. Then Vince and Trish are joined by Regal. So this must have happened after the Regal bit on Nitro, if you can get that timeline right. And this is where Road Warrior Animal is on WCW TV, and Vince asks Regal what he thinks Animal will feel about the buyout. Regal doesn't really answer.
Nope. But I think Animal should probably get a bit of a feeling. Should say as well, I think I mentioned this earlier, according to Jarrett, that is when he found out he was getting fired. He's like, well, guess I don't have a job anymore.
And Vince says, Regal, you should go get ready for your tune-up match, because Regal's having a match later. And then Vince says to Trish, the rest of the night will be very interesting. And he strokes her leg, and it's disgusting. XFL trailer, though.
Yeah, the XFL, everyone. Are you ready for the XFL? Are you ready for Tommy Maddox?
Wasn't he the special guest referee in Hell in a Cell against CM Punk and Ryback? Can't say that name anymore.
Yeah. He was the MVP of the XFL. The Extreme clinched the top playoff spot in the West. Darnell McDonald, on the other hand, scored a touchdown in his 8th consecutive game. Will the Maniacs be able to control this passing attack?
Yeah, it was a full-on early noughties, late 90s advert for, whoa, this is so exciting, oh my god, 1-800-COLLECT, I love WCW. It was, it's that style. What struck me, though, was they go, this Sunday at 4 p.m. And I was like, that's WrestleMania. Is the XFL running head-to-head with WrestleMania?
Yeah, they kind of programmed it.
And the same company is going to run both operations.
Well, football's on a Sunday.
Yes.
So what do you expect them to do? Move it?
Well, you don't have to run it on a Sunday, though, right? Because the idea is it's
traditional. Where's my football? That's what Vince McMahon always said about the XFL. He wants to follow the tradition. It's on a Sunday or a Monday. You're not going to run it against Raw.
Yeah, well, why don't you start it at because the football season runs about September through to February, where the Super Bowl is. Sounds like the XFL just picked up pretty much after the Super Bowl finished and is going to run through to July, I guess, June or July.
It's been running a little bit longer than that because the bloom is already off the rose, and they're talking in the Observer about how the ratings for it have already tanked. Like Dick Ebersol did an interview.
Well, it would be running 2 months by this point.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that. Oh yeah, I suppose it's February, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're almost towards April. But the other thing with the XFL is that it's not wrestling fans that are looking to sports fans they're after, and those sports fans might not be watching WrestleMania. They're going to be watching their football.
There's 2 matches that are going head to head with WrestleMania on April the 1st in 2001. The Memphis Maniacs versus Los Angeles Extreme, and the San Francisco Demons versus the Las Vegas Outlaws.
Cool, huh? Sounds like made up names for a video game NFL that couldn't get official NFL license.
Yeah,
like Monster League Football or something, Mutant League Football.
Or a Simpsons joke. Just an offhand Simpsons joke. There's a classic WrestleMania moment. WWE are very good at this. Presented by Snickers Cruncher, and it's from last year. It's Rikishi and Kane and Too Cool giving the stink face to Pete Rose.
Yeah, chokeslam to Pete Rose and a stink face to him. Shame, I don't think there's any Pete Rose at WrestleMania X7. I think this might be Pete Rose's last Mania run-in, which is a shame. We're just setting up to do like a brand new record of this because, as you've seen through the timeline, we've been going for quite a while. We have broken this up into different recording parts.
We've gone through 2 commercial breaks. It's like when you go, man, this match is going to go long.
Yeah, and this podcast has gone long. But as we were setting it up, we just went, I was syncing up the audio and stuff, and we've got a screen. There's the last thing I paused on the episode of Nitro. Look how aggressively 2001 this guy is.
He's not Fred Durst.
AOL! There's never been a better time to sign up 6.0.
What have we got here? The checklist. We've got the little necklace that you could buy from sort of holiday shops when I was going on holiday as a kid.
It looks like it actually could be almost a Hardy Boy style logo.
Mm-hmm. He's a wrestler, right? He's signing things.
Could be. Is it Lodi?
We don't get enough of him.
Don't get enough of him. They don't get him.
He's too close to the...
But he has got a Sharpie in his hands, which would suggest he is signing something, so maybe it was Lodi.
And that thing he's signing is probably tits. Because it's 2001 spring break, woohoo.
We have switched over the channel to WCW to see what they've got on at the moment, and it is the Cruiserweight Tag Team titles on the line as Primetime and Kid Romero defend against the filthy animals of Rey Mysterio and Billy Kidman. I've got a question for you. Do you think Kid Romero likes juice? As in the juice?
As in Hoovy?
I mean, he certainly likes something, I would say.
He's a jacked fella.
He is gassed, you might say.
Yeah, he's all on the Pete gas. But I said earlier about those names, Sean O'Hare, Chuck Palumbo, they just take me back. Cruiserweight Tag Team titles. It's another thing. I'm just like, I'm straight back in 2000.
Yep. We never get these in the WWF, unfortunately. Like, even ever, when they were going to bring them in like 2017, we nearly got Cruiserweight Tag titles. But these belts, despite the fact that, spoilers, Kidman and Ray win them for the Filthy Animals, do not get transferred to TV, unfortunately. The Cruiserweight Championship will, but the Cruiserweight Tag titles do not.
I guess there's no counterpoint. In WWE. It's not like you can have the Cruiserweight Tag Champs of WWE versus the Cruiserweight Tag Champs of, I guess, the light heavyweight champs, I guess you would call it in WWE. So maybe that's why. And also because small people don't draw.
Exactly. And also a lot of belts anyway.
Yeah.
I know we just got rid of the Women's Championship, which we will do, like in the timeline. We will not have a Women's Championship match in this timeline until the penultimate episode of the public series when we review Survivor Series. It's when they bring the title back.
Yeah.
It's defended at WrestleMania X7, it's defended at Backlash, and then it is quietly retired because China leaves. But yeah, this is totally fine. It doesn't go very long. Heels work over Kidman, hot tag to Ray, everyone does moves. Kidman reverses the overdrive and hits the Unprettier to get the win.
There were no tags. This was just action. And
that was a hot tag to Ray.
A couple of minutes of it. It was good stuff. Nowhere near as good as the opening 6-way tag, I thought, but it was good. Yeah. Elix Skipper.
That's what I got excited about.
Is Primetime.
Yeah, Primetime Elix Skipper. He's just Primetime here, but he would go on to be Primetime Elix Skipper from TNA, famous for doing that cage walk that one time.
You might remember him from that one thing.
Hey, he was part of Triple X,
Yeah.
which is also who's in that tag match, in the cage match where he does that one thing. Then we get Sting cutting a promo saying that he wouldn't miss this night, Kevin Nash. But what's next for Sting? The only thing that you can be sure about is that nothing is sure when it comes to Sting.
Yeah. We started this years ago. I found it quite laughable in kind of a visual slapstick way. Like, this is the sort of thing you would see in Naked Gun, but Sting meant it totally seriously. He was in a room cutting this promo, in a room where multiple bats, like baseball bats, were suspended from the ceiling.
Yes.
Which made them look like sleeping bats. But they were.
Is that what it was supposed
No,
to be?
no, that's what I think. It was
right.
just Sting going, "This will be cool. I'm in a room full of bats hanging from the ceiling, baseball bats.
You know, the bat room.
Yeah."
We get a promo for Spring Break.
No, sorry, like it's just like. No, I meant the other kinds of bats. I feel like that was a setup for that kind of punchline.
This is where we get that Spring Break promo for AOL 6.0. There's never been a better time to sign up. Should we have a little look at this this trailer that we got here?
Well, especially because I really want to do the shot of Vince walking down the corridor.
Okay,
afterwards.
great. Well, because there's this shot of Vince here. And this is, I would say, this advert we get is aggressively 2001. As Ric Flair starts to make his entrance.
I think it's before.
Oh, have I gone the wrong way?
Yeah, you've gone the wrong way.
Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Do apologize. 1 second. There we go. That's why. There's Sting. I mean this with all the love in the world. I think Americans are pricks.
Not all of you, but you know who you are.
If you watched that video and you were like, oh man, take me back to Spring Break 2001 when I was on Panama Beach going, yeah, woo, Spring Break!
And you know what? It goes both ways. Americans, if you watch our news footage and you see that one guy who banged a load of coke and he stuck a flare up his asshole and he set it alight in Trafalgar Square, and you think we're a bunch of pricks. We are too.
Yeah, we are too. It's all right.
So this is my favourite bit of the show.
You know how you said you hated the intro to Raw? It's just a lot of people walking through corridors.
When it's good, it's good.
Yeah. Hey, Josh Trank saw this. It was like Fantastic Four reshoots.
This is going to be my final action sequence. So what it is, we've had multiple of these throughout the night of Nitro. It's Vince McMahon backstage teasing that he is building to his big announcement in the simulcast portion. And this is just a shot. He's been with Trish most of the time, but now he's walking. He's walking to the ring. And this is a bit when he's backstage and he's walking along and there's a security guard there. I don't think he knew that guy was going to be there. And Vince just goes, "How you doing, pal?" And the guy says, "I'm fine, thank you." But Vince is already halfway past him. It's just the most beautiful. Oh, Vince McMahon just spoke to me. I'm fine. It wasn't really. So here we go.
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm fine, thank you. Vince say, "Who was that guy? Fire him.
Someone
fire that guy."
He talked back to me. Fire him. So yeah, it's kind of it's the last ever match. This is the last ever match of World Championship Wrestling.
But before we do that, we are going to cut over to WWE on Raw, where it's the crowd. It's Doink the Clown because he's going to be in the Gimmick Battle Royal. And there he is. In the crowd, it's Doink himself. There's a graphic for it. And
Sorry, one second. I've got so many things to try and catch up on here. There is Doink in the crowd. I've got it.
And Paul Heyman is moaning over JR going, "This is rubbish. This is such a bad idea." And then William Regal's music hits and he comes down. He is a WWE Commissioner and United Kingdom Goodwill Ambassador.
Yep.
And he's going to have a tune-up match because he has a match against Chris Jericho at Mania 17.
Even Lillian's wearing the WrestleMania shirts.
Yeah. And Regal goes, "I've got a very important update on W.C. Fields." W.C. Fields once said that the only cure for insomnia is sleep. And I will not rest until I beat that toe rag Chris Jericho.
That reveal got no reaction whatsoever.
Got one from me. It was very funny. He said he's going to beat someone up now from a prestigious wrestling family, the Hollies.
The Hollies. And out comes Crash, who is the light heavyweight champion at this point in time. Probably thinking about that future match he's going to have with Billy Kidman at the upcoming Invasion pay-per-view. And he comes out with Molly. At this point, I just want to point out, on the Netflix version of this video, we are 20 minutes in.
No.
It's only 20 minutes of actual Netflix video has aired.
And it's like an hour 40 when you remove ad breaks, this episode of Raw.
20 minutes of actual screen time we have covered of Monday Night Raw. Just think about the amount of stuff we've talked about from Monday Night Raw. 20 minutes.
So nowadays, that would be a bunch of people walking and one promo that
promo.
achieves nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Here it was Vince has bought WCW. He's fired Jeff Jarrett.
Kurt Angle set up a match for WrestleMania.
Kurt Angle set up a match with Chris Benoit. There's Taz beating Val Venus.
We have had, I think, 4 Vince and Trish segments, at the very least 3 Vince and Trish segments, where he's also fired Animal and fired Lex Luger.
And Michael Cole has tried to interview Deborah 18 times. In 20 minutes.
20 minutes. And then Regal reveals that he's not facing Crash Holly, he's going to face Molly Holly.
Excellent heel work.
Which he'd done last year as well, when he was feuding with Crash over the European Championship. I say feuding it with Crash. Crash wins the European Championship at one of the UK pay-per-views to sort of like pop the British crowd, and then he loses, and Regal wins the back the next time. But he beat up Molly Holly and all of that as well. But he taps out both Molly Holly and Crash. I think it ended in disqualification, 28 seconds.
Yeah, so Crash thinks it's his match, so he turns around to prepare, but Regal clocks him, drags Molly and puts her in the Regal stretch. He's not letting go, and doink, runs through the crowd and makes the save.
Yeah.
And he beats up Regal, and even at this point, I'm like, who's this?
Well, it's in the video package for WrestleMania X7, so I knew who this was.
And then he puts the walls of Jericho on Regal, and the ripple of pop goes through the crowd.
Paul Heyman was awesome twice in this segment. Number one, before Regal's about to cut a promo, JR's talking, and Heyman goes, "Shh, the commissioner is trying to speak." And here, he's putting on the walls of Jericho, and Heyman goes, "Where did he learn that move?"
I love the intentionally dumb heel commentator. Yeah, so that's it. That's the go home segment for Regal and Jericho at Mania.
Yeah, I love. Well, we get one later on as well. We have Jericho versus the Big Show as punishment.
Oh, of course. Oh my God, there's more matches. I remember now.
There's a whole other hour of the television show to do. This is where we get one of my favorite backstage segments. I'll just read you my notes verbatim. Back to Vince and Trish. Like after every segment, we cut back to these two. He says, "Well, that was embarrassing for Regal. But speaking of embarrassing, there's Dustin Rhodes. He used to be Goldust. He tells Trish that Goldust once wanted to have breast implants, but then gets distracted by Trish's breasts. We fade to black. That's the segment." Mm-hmm. This is what Raw used to be.
Yeah, it's not all good. It's like, yeah, because Vince goes, imagine who would want to get breast implants, big, voluptuous breasts.
And yet you wait, okay, there's going to be a punchline here. No, it just fades to black and goes to a commercial break. The whole segment was Vince being like, Dustin Rhodes sucks, titties.
No, I think that functions as a punchline. No, seriously, that's the setup is Dustin Rhodes wanted boobs, and then Vince goes, who would want that? That's ridiculous. And the punchline is he's sitting next to someone who has those. It functions as a joke.
You reckon?
Yeah. No, that absolutely functions as a joke. I'm not saying it's a good joke or I like it.
Sounds like you are. Then we get a recap of Jericho attacking Regal, and then Jonathan Coachman, in his WrestleMania shirt, interviews William Regal, who wants to inform that toe rag Chris Jericho that he will have a non-title match against the bloody Big Show.
I love how you don't really you get it more nowadays, but in the 2010s these died out, which was the actual moral backstage interviewers. Like Renee was great at it, but the Charlie Carusos who were just, how do you feel about your match with whatever? Coach's phrasing of the question was, what's it like getting humiliated again? It's a loaded question from a babyface perspective.
Get humiliated again? What sort of bloody question is that?
Exactly. And it tees up the heel work perfectly.
Angle is backstage with Edge and Christian Christian said that he's had a word with William Regal right before he was attacked by a clown. And now we got a match with that Benoit and the Hardy Boys tonight, a 6-man tag. And Angle's like, yeah, do you know what? That's the best bit of news I've heard all day. Ties into the news thing they were doing in their promo segment earlier. And, oh, by the way, I didn't tap out.
Yeah.
I was reaching for the ropes. Like, you guys know that, right? And Edge and Christian are like, yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I know that.
This is such a fun act. This is a beloved act.
Yeah, and they bring in their old friend, Rhino, who debuted for WWF recently. I think in the same week Rhino, Just Incredible, and Spike Dudley all debuted. And everywhere across America, fans went, I think this ECW might be. Paul Heyman's there. The former ECW champion, the current ECW champion, in fact, Rhino is there. I think maybe that company's gone.
Rhino walks in. You know, he's so wide, this guy. He's a square.
As wide as he is tall.
Yeah, and Kurt just looks at him and goes, what the hell is that? Like it's this thing, it's this monster.
He's a man beast. And he just says, I will bleed for you.
And he walks off, and Edge goes, he is very committed.
And Angle says, I don't know about the intelligence or the integrity, but he's got intensity.
Can I just go on a quick sidebar? Because Rhino is spelt with a Y, of course, now in WWF. There's this really funny visual gag in the new Running Man movie, where Glenn Powell is going to abseil down the side of a YMCA building, and the giant letters YMCA are on the top of the building. He hooks it round the base of the Y, he's rappelling down, but then the Y starts to creak over. Oh no, it's going to fall off. He looks up at it and just screams, "Why?" Popped me huge.
Very
now
good.
I've ruined that joke for all of you who haven't seen it.
Cut back to Heyman at commentary, and I thought immediately he's going to start talking about Rhino, the man beast, the final ECW champion. No, he's like, Angle has never tapped in the WWF. So, fun fact for everyone.
Yeah, not in trials, not in... Yeah, Kurt has never tapped, but Benoit made him tap, and tonight they clash.
I'm going to quickly show you one of my favourite crowd participants of the night. Hold on.
I've got a timestamp. God, we're only 25 minutes into Raw.
I know,
Christ alive.
I told you. Here's one of my favourite ones. I've got it as 25:37.
Is it Heyman interrupting JR a lot by any chance?
No. Mine's a lady in the crowd. I'm just going to make sure
right.
I've got her in the screen. Where is she? Is she after this bit? No, that's the video promo for Rock and Austin. Maybe she's after the... No, it's not that bit. Right, you keep talking just while I'm trying to cover this.
Oh, God.
I think it's before the video promo. Hold on, that's why. Yep, here it is. There she is there. I just want you to watch this lady in the background with the long hair.
Behind the kid.
Yeah.
She's doing bunny ears. She's kind of dancing.
More fight. She's singing along to the lyrics.
Oh, yeah. They're like zombies, aren't
She was
they?
desperately trying to get on screen and say, like, I know the lyrics, the Limp Bizkit's My Way. If you like My Way, by the way, I would watch this episode of Raw. You're going to hear it a lot.
Okay, so my version of this is actually the exact same bit where JR is trying to do... So Heyman's done his bit about Kurt Angle, and now JR has to do a link to the video package. And Heyman sandbags him. And I swear you can see in Heyman's eyes a twinkle.
The little smirk on his face before he does it. Look at this little smirk he gets on his face just before he does it.
I know. He's like, I'm going to cut him off.
Well, I think he's probably got Vince in his ear being like,
Yeah.
cut him off. But yeah, we get this a video package for Rock versus Austin, and then we get the sit down from SmackDown, one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah.
It's not the go home segment, but it's like the go home interview segment between the two. And like this is we talk about this a lot. The JR sit down interview. It's JR sat down between Rock and Austin, and it's a serious interview about what it means to be the main event of WrestleMania, what it means for The Rock to win, what it means for Austin to win. Rock's not doing the Rock stuff. Austin's not doing his Austin stuff. In fact, he's pretty much foreshadowing the finish to WrestleMania X7, and he has that line, I have to beat you, Rock. I have to beat you. He does not know what Steve Austin is without the WWF Championship on his shoulder. I have to beat you, Rock. I will do whatever it takes to beat you.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Like, this is the line. Do I want to beat you on a personal level? Yeah, I do. But on a professional level, I need to beat you, Rock. I need to beat you in ways you cannot imagine. There can only be one WWF champion. Oh, it's goosebumps, man. I love it.
It makes the WWF title feel so important.
Yeah, it's massive. I absolutely adore it. Oh, man, should we interview Coach?
you mean
Sorry,
Deborah?
so we interviewed Deborah with Coach about the tag main event, and she stands there for a while because this question is so long. And actually, no, sorry, can we watch this? Watch how long of a question this is for what, and the answer that Deborah gives.
Uh.
Oh, there you go. Let's go back to the screen.
Oh, it's Psycho Stone Cold. Steve.
Deborah, we've known for a while now that tonight Stone Cold and The Rock must team up to take on The Undertaker and Kane. We know they're not happy about it. Is there any more insight you can give all of us on what's going through their minds right now?
You know, Coach, now is just not a good time, okay?
That's...
I don't mind it.
Was there a quota for Deborah appearances on the show?
There are a lot. But again, they're like 30 seconds a time.
Yeah.
These days, that would be 4 minutes.
But that was, you said a 30-second thing. 28 seconds of it was Coach asking a question. And that question was, what are your thoughts on the main event tonight?
Yeah. Then we've got Trish helping Vince put on his jacket because he's now going to leave to tell WCW fans what's going on. The WWF monitor during this is showing some random match, which does not make any sense at all.
Yeah, should we try and work out? Because what is on the WCW screen is also not what's currently on WCW. Because that's...
When do we see it? Oh, there was a peek of it there.
Let's try and go back. It is...
Whose tights are they? They're
tights
green?
are they? They're green. It looks like it could be Jericho, maybe.
It's tough.
It's tough.
But they kiss and it's gross, and then it goes into the break.
Well, what Vince says is he wants some luck. And so he kisses Trish and then says, oh, that's a lot of luck. I've written here, this show is fucking weird.
So we go to break, which means let's switch over to Nitro. It's the final ever match of WCW Nitro.
If I may, actually, just before we do switch the channel, I've some stats for you here. After that, we then get a promo for fan access. I went back and I checked. So that was 30 minutes of the Netflix version of the video. So without ad breaks, 30 minutes TV time. We had 1 minute and 20 seconds of wrestling and 20 segments. Yes. 20 segments.
I'm not saying go back to the 20 segments.
Sounds like you are.
But what if you call them scenes? 20 scenes?
20 scenes in half an hour.
Yeah, that's
that
normal.
is. No, it is not. Not for a... If you watched a film that had 20 scenes in half an hour...
Yeah, I've watched all of Zack Snyder's films.
You'd think that... And yeah, you loved them, didn't you?
But yeah, let's switch over to Ric Flair versus Sting, where they have the match. Rick comes down in the robe, but also weirdly in his black T-shirt.
Yeah, he's not
the best look.
He's not ring ready, Ric Flair at this point. Like they have the 8-minute version of the 45-minute match, you know, the one they're sort of famous for. Like, and Scott Hudson on commentary has a really good line when he's talking about when it was in vogue to jump to the WWF, something that Ric Flair did, Sting remained loyal to WCW. And Tony Schiavone then starts talking about how WCW counter-programmed WrestleMania 4 with Sting and Ric Flair, and what a big deal that was, and how it really worked in WCW's favor.
This is really the end of Nitro, because what happens after this match is the Vince segment, and it's Shane McMahon, it's all that stuff. So really, we've got to treat this match as the end of WCW on TV, and it's quite a fitting, lovely tribute.
It is.
In a way. It's an exhibition match. Early on, Sting has the better of Flair, and Flair's, he goes outside. You just can feel Flair's going to cheat to try and get on top. So Flair starts begging off to sucker him in, and Sting just smiles at him, as if to say, I'm not falling for that again.
Not this time, partner.
And Rick stops and smiles back.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's the tone of this match, and it is quite lovely.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. It's a very good TV match. Sting drags Ric Flair, because Ric Flair gets on the figure 4, and like Sting sort of drags him into the center to roll him over to reverse the pressure. He stings up, and he starts doing the flexing. We get a superplex and the Scorpion death drop, and then we get the Scorpion deathlock, and Ric Flair taps out. And you know what, kids? I'm talking to you kids in WWE when you're doing your matches. Watch what Ric Flair does after this match. He sells the Scorpion deathlock. He can barely stand up. He sells everything that happened within the match. Like, the match is over. You know, if this was a John Cena match, he should be right back up. What-ba-doo!
Smiling.
Smiling. It's the end of the show. See you later, fans. Here, Ric Flair, he struggles to stand up. Sting helps him up. He's hobbling because he's just had the Scorpion deathlock applied to him. And they embrace in the ring. And they have a hug. And it is a very fitting end to Monday Nitro.
It's all love there. It's nice. But no time to hold on it and let it breathe anymore, because it's the hard cut to Vince.
Yeah, the simulcast.
So what happened, if you watch Raw, there might have been a bit of timing issues, because Vince comes out on Raw, he makes his entrance, he comes down to the ring, he gets to the ring, Lillian does his intro, and then he must realise Sting and Ric Flair hasn't finished yet.
I think someone tells him that the match is like, we haven't cut yet. Because when I watched the WWF version of this, the Raw version, because I watched that first, I was like, why did he ask Lillian to do the ring intro again? Because Lillian's a robot. She does it the exact same on the second time. It's not like as a heel thing. She does an even bigger intro. She does the exact same one. And it's because I think he got the cue. We're not on TNT yet. So that's why he asked Lillian to do it again. So when the simulcast kicks in on TNT, it's Lillian doing the second intro for Vince McMahon.
Yeah. So that's what we get. We're back from break, and Vince, he's doing his second entrance as if it's his first on Nitro. Heyman's putting him over. He's the best. JR accuses Heyman of looking for a raise.
He says, when Alexander the Great cried when he realized there were no more worlds to conquer, tonight, that is Vince McMahon. He's got no more worlds to conquer.
Well,
Heyman is awesome here.
Yeah, so Vince, there's a sign in the crowd that says Vince McMahon is a corporate god. Vince now tries to say, for the first time ever, this broadcast is being seen on TNN and also TNN. So it's not just being shown on TNN. It's also being shown on TNN.
Yeah, can't even say TNT on his own broadcast. It's because he missed it.
But everyone botches, even the greatest. Although Stephanie never botches. She's an incredible promo. But watching this back, there is a rambling aspect to this. This isn't a really well-crafted promo where it peaks at the right times and comes back down. This is Vince going, I've got some bullet points. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do crowd work for 15 minutes until Shane gets on the screen.
Yeah, this can be broken down into different segments. Like the start of this is sort of the gloating. It's I've acquired WCW. The second part of it is why have I acquired WCW? The third of that then becomes promo for WrestleMania and how he's going to do this to Shane. Then he comes back to WCW. What is the fate of WCW? And he goes through the wrestlers and stuff. Then it ends with the reveal of Shane, which is again billed for WrestleMania X7. He's trying to accomplish two different things here. It's to gloat about WCW, but also there is a pay-per-view this weekend. He is one of the marquee matches at that show. He's got to promote that match.
He goes over a lot of the same points with the WCW stuff, especially because we've seen it in the backstage bits already. A lot of it's the same lines. But, you know...
That's right. I bought my competition.
It's okay, though, because he does get the receipt. If this was Triple H or Stephanie or Seth Rollins, there would be no payoff to this. Vince would just walk off. But there's actually a huge dramatic reveal. But yeah, the promo starts off with him saying Time Warner begged him to buy it. He will sign the contract. So it's not in kayfabe. It's not complete yet, which, as we know, shoot-wise, it is. It's not complete until Sunday at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Because he wants Ted Turner himself to show up at WrestleMania, and he will sign the contract there.
As we said earlier, he was never feuding with Eric Bischoff. He was never feuding with Vince Russo. He was always feuding with Ted Turner. And yeah, he says Time Warner have signed their side of the contract. I am not going to sign mine until my creation, WrestleMania, and Ted Turner himself will bring me that contract, and that is when I will sign it. The ego of Vince is getting the better of him. He then asks, how did I do it? I went up against a media conglomerate. I went up against a billionaire. How are you supposed to do that? Some might say I had help from certain WWF superstars, but the truth is, I did it on my own. It was my effort. It was my money. How can you beat a billionaire? I became one myself.
Yeah, it's that mix of work and shoot where this is a very good, promo, but it falls down a bit when Vince believes this. Vince believes this version of events where he was bullied by the big Ted Turner billionaire.
Mum and Pop, the little engine that could WWF. Oh, we really struggled against that big media conglomerate with the little poor. No, you're also a multi-million-dollar corporation yourself. You're going to be going, you went public last year.
That bullied all of the other the genuine mum and pop promotions in the 80s.
You were practically, your dad had a very successful wrestling promotion, and then he basically handed it to you for free. It is not like you were, as I think that people often forget this about the WWF when comparing it to Tony Khan and AEW. It's like, oh, well, Tony Khan's just a billionaire. It's like, yeah, and Vince was a millionaire. It's not like he was this little engine that could. He was born on third, but acted like he hit a triple.
So he said he's going to put Turner in the front row so he can watch what he does to Shane McMahon at Mania. This is when he awkwardly shifts into it's not the easiest segue, into the WrestleMania match, because that's what you need to do with competition, squeeze the life out of him. So you're going to watch what I'm going to do to Shane, Ted. And I'm like, this is now rambling.
Yeah.
What does Ted care what you do to your own son?
And Stephanie McMahon, my lovely daughter, Stephanie McMahon, will be in the corner, as will my companion, Trish Stratus, who will wheel down my wife, Linda.
They cut to a sign in the crowd at this point, which reads, "Don't feel bad, Shane. My dad regretted my birth too."
That's a line he said, I will never forgive your mother for giving birth to you.
So Vince gets back on track and he's like, what should I do with WCW?
To be not aware of what the story was at this point, Vince and Trish, mostly Vince, drugged Linda McMahon to put her into a comatose state so that he can complete the divorce proceedings and he can then go with his companion, Trish. But Trish has also been feuding with Stephanie because Stephanie is Daddy's little girl. Mm-hmm. And she doesn't like that there's another dominant female in this. So they had a match at No Way Out. And it's a brilliant angle, by the way, because Vince tells Regal beforehand, you know exactly what I want. My companion, Trish Stratus, is having a match with Daddy's little girl. So I need you to sort this out. And you know exactly what I want the outcome to be. And he walks away and feels like, I don't know what the bloody hell he does want. So Regal couldn't get anything right. Stephanie wins. The next night on Raw, they then pour dog food on Trish, I think. I think it's Regal and Trish versus Vince and Stephanie. It's a big old ruse to beat up Trish Stratus. And they kick Trish Stratus out of their little group. The next week is when the infamous Trish begs for forgiveness and Vince makes her take off all of her clothes and parade around the ring and bark like a dog. Really is not a great look. It's very damaging to Linda's political career when she was trying to run for various offices. And now now he's welcomed her back into the fold. The reveal will be at WrestleMania that she was working with Linda, had taken her off the drugs, so she was no longer in a comatose state, so they could both screw Vince McMahon at WrestleMania.
Yeah, and that's Trish herself feels like this is a good story because that dog barking bit was manipulating Vince, and Vince would get his receipt later on, which I can see. That tracks. I just think maybe do it in a different way.
Oh, yeah,
it felt like too exploitative.
Yeah, not great.
But that sort of storyline, everything you've outlined there, think of where we are in culture. This is Jerry Springer, this is soap opera, all of that stuff sounds like it could be the little graphic at the bottom of a talk show with the worst family you've ever seen.
And I will, for all of its faults that you can point at, when Linda McMahon stands up from that wheelchair at WrestleMania X7, that pop's bigger than Austin winning the title.
But one of the greatest pops of all time isn't for a wrestling move.
No, it's not.
And you got to remember that.
Yeah. So what shall I do with WCW? I could put it on the shelf, or I could watch tapes of Hulk Hogan. I can watch tapes and get all the pleasure of watching them fail. They used to laugh at the WWF, but he who laughs last laughs the loudest. Alan Partridge. He's bounced back. He could take WCW and turn it into the new WWF. I'm the guy I'm the greatest wrestling promoter of all time. I can raise this into another one. But who should be a part of this new WCW? Assuming I'm going to acquire all of these stars. How about Hulk Hogan? The crowd boo.
Boo.
How about Lex Luger?
Boo.
How about Buff Bagwell?
Yeah.
He literally goes, all right, okay.
I don't remember this segment. So I thought they were going to boo everyone. My mind thought, this is a WWF crowd. They'll just boo anyone he says. And then they boo Hogan, they boo Luger. But actually, they just don't want the old stars. They cheer all the relatively recent stars.
I'd say Booker gets a bit of a mixed reaction. There are some cheers, but there are some boos in there as well. Steiner gets the most cheers out of everyone, but there are some boos in there. Then the crowd start going, Goldberg, Goldberg. He goes, Sting?
Yeah.
Sting gets massive cheers, and then he says Goldberg, and there is a huge reaction for the idea that Goldberg might come in.
Which is the point where you then go, well, I'll buy at least one of the contracts out. It's not like you have to buy all of the contracts out and upset the balance of the pay scale.
So I've got a choice I can make. I could gloat, which I'm doing a pretty good job of, or I could fly to Panama and give the WCW roster a piece of my mind. And how appropriate is it that the last WCW Nitro broadcast is in a beer hall with beer-drinking rednecks? I should line up all of those stars and fire them, because that's what's going to happen. WCW is going on the shelf. It is buried and will remain buried, just like anyone that gets in my way, including my son Shane.
And the audience. This is actually the masterstroke in this promo, I think, because the first half is Vince as a tweener almost. Not full on, he's a heel, but he's got
the WWF have won.
We've won, guys. Do you like? Shall I buy Goldberg for you? Crowd cheer. He's getting actual babyface reactions. Granted, it's for other people's names, but he's the one saying them. But when he says, if anyone stands in my way, Shane or WCW, whatever, when he says, or anyone in this audience stands in my way, that is the cue to the audience to go, oh, Vince is the bad guy.
He's the baddie.
Which you need for when Shane does the reveal.
Yeah, and he's like, Vince has this great line where it's like, I deserve your respect. I deserve more respect than what you are giving me. I've just bought WCW. I own both the WWF and WCW. I deserve respect tonight. And then Shane McMahon appears on the screen, and he's walking out to Nitro in Panama, and Vince says, Shane, where are you? It's so weird seeing a Nitro graphic and it says Shane McMahon.
And Vince also does he does the big comedy gulp.
Shane, where are you, Shane? Shane gets this big pop from the WCW crowd. Look at this. A McMahon in a WCW ring. Your ego has got the better of you, Dad. You wanted to finalize the deal at WrestleMania, and that was just the opportunity I was looking for. The deal is finalized, and the contract does say McMahon. And you can hear the crowd pop because they realize what had happened. But the contract reads Shane McMahon. That's right, Dad. I now own WCW. Oh my God!
And I'm going to kick your ass at WrestleMania, and WCW will kick your ass again. Huge Huge
Yeah,
reveal.
huge reveal.
And like, if this deal did come off in the last couple of weeks, to tie it into the Vince and Shane feud, to have that McMahon contract line set up, ingenious.
Yeah, it's great.
They have, you've got this huge storyline with Vince and Shane over here. You've just bought WCW. Those two things, in my mind, would not go together at all.
Yeah.
So credit to them for going, reveal. It does feel like this show is, like WCW is going to hit the ground running from the Raw after Mania. Start of a new season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, we have Shane McMahon's going to be our on-screen. He's going to be the Vince McMahon for our show. At WrestleMania X7, the WCW wrestlers are in the audience. Shane even shouts them out to his WCW crew and talent. He arrives in a car that says WCW 1. I guess the problem is, the next few months of our story is going to be them trying and failing to find anywhere WCW to find a home on TV. So it just sort of stalls. And then by the time they get around to it, they come in as the baddies. And they introduce us the heels towards the WWF being the babyface. And the last thing of Nitro that has ever aired was a promo for The Rock and Austin versus Kane and Undertaker and an advert for WrestleMania X7.
Yeah.
That's how Nitro ends, with a promo for WrestleMania 17. Mad.
WWF 1. But that promo is pretty damn good. It's the My Way package.
Yeah, it
so
is.
much better than Fiend.
Of course it is. You wouldn't have seen that woman in the crowd singing along to Fiend behind JR and Heyman.
The Snickers Cruncher Countdown Mania is 6 days away. So that was the joint WCW WWF portion. Now we are in Raw.
Yeah, and I would imagine they thought everyone's going to switch over now.
Yeah,
That
I would say they
That
would.
huge Nitro audience is going to switch over. But as we covered in the ratings portion, they kind of didn't. There's only a small portion that actually did switch over.
Yeah, it sounded by those numbers. There's 4 million people watching Nitro. There's 5 million people watching Raw. Technically, 9 million people are watching that crossover bit of the simulcast on their respective stations. Surely, at least half of the 4 million will tune in to see what happens on WWF. No,
it's probably even less than 1 million people switched over. Do you say simulcast? Is that a British American thing? Because I've always said simulcast, but that's because the only time I've ever heard it said is when they keep saying.
Oh, it must be a British thing. Yeah, because I know simulcast from my TV days.
Yes.
You would do a simulcast with someone.
It's like schedule and schedule. So I've been saying it wrong. I apologize.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it's not like a common thing.
And this is where I would say Raw actually officially starts because the first hour of this show was just a bunch of segments to kill time before the simulcast page or the simulcast. Cuts Vince McMahon's on the phone, shouting at his attorneys, "How did you let this happen? You shut up, you son of a bitch!" And you ruined the whole damn thing.
It's nice. Again, all the long gloating segments, it did feel like a lot, but the reveal is Vince has the comeuppance of his son. So a really good bit of heel face booking.
Now we get the Hardys and Chris Benoit taking on Team Eck. Spike Dudley has also debuted. They show a recap from SmackDown of Rhino goring him through a table. And Heyman, that's when he kicks into the usual gear. Rhino was the last guy to hold the ECW championship, but Spike is a tough guy, and he's already been put on the shelf by the man-beast Rhino. They brawl before the bell. Lita wearing the WrestleMania shirt. Hardy is wrestling in one of them.
Yeah.
JR's putting over the first TLC match, being overwhelmingly voted by fans as the best match of WWF in 2000, which I very much agree with.
Yeah.
And it's pretty standard wrestling in this match. Like, it's pretty good. It's all right. Benoit doing a tope in 2001 feels madness for the WWF.
It's more the star power that makes this interesting.
Yeah.
Because these are all mid to upper mid, maybe lower main event. Although, Kurt's been a champion by this point.
He was literally champion last month.
But yeah, these are mostly tag team guys, but they will be the future of the company in the next couple of years. It's 3 minutes overall.
Yep.
There's not a great deal of time to do anything, but Matt gives Edge the twist of fate and turns around into a gore from Rhino. And Lita checks on Matt, and Rhino gores her too. The second spot of men beating up women tonight.
The finish of the match was Benoit got Angle in the crossface. Christian made the save, and then Benoit made Christian tap out to the crossface instead, putting
Very
over that
good.
crossface.
Yeah.
That match they have at WrestleMania, Benoit and Angle, is great. But the finish of that is even better because Angle wins with a roll-up. Oh, it's so good. John Avery was doing great in the XFL, but now he's got an injury. But he's back this Sunday on NBC.
Oh, I can't wait to not watch.
Over on SmackDown, Triple H hit Taker with a sledgehammer and busted him open.
So you said earlier, well, XFL is designed for sports fans. Run the commercials for the sport people then. Because you want the wrestling fans to watch WrestleMania.
Yeah, I suppose. Triple H hit Taker with a sledgehammer, and then he said, "This Sun at WrestleMania, Dead Man Inc. goes belly up." I was like, you're lame. So lame. Kevin Kelly.
Yeah.
In the shirt.
It's good Kevin Kelly.
Well, I think I'm going to do a bit of a running gimmick for this series of our Patreon series, which is every time Taker does a promo where he just repeats what the last thing the interviewer says before he starts his thing. Because Kevin Kelly would be like, "What are your thoughts on the main event?" And Taker, "My thoughts. My thoughts are..." Taker does that so often in this period of time. Triple H has taken the night off, but Taker says, "I'm a patient man. I'll get him at WrestleMania. Triple H cannot hide forever. But you see this scar? It didn't just piss me off. It made me hungry. And I'm ready to deliver some soup bones." It's so rubbish.
What's soup bones?
This is fists.
Why are they soup
The
bones?
soup bones.
Because I hear soup and I think, very watery liquid.
I'm going to give you these soup bones here.
I got potato and I got leek. What one you starting with, Hunter? Because then we got a delicious main course of haddock and rice.
He says Rock and Austin can't get on the same page. They're not even going to make it to WrestleMania.
But just the idea that he's got 16 staples in his head from that sledgehammer attack, I do think, and I'm surprised because of all the hardcore spots, I feel like everyone's selling stuff.
Yeah.
And it makes it believable.
And it's wild because that Triple H Taker match, it's like the first time they've ever really had a match on pay-per-view. And it was a big deal, even though they clearly were not the main event, which I think Triple H was probably a bit frustrated with because he spent all of 2000 as the main event, and that stupid Steve Austin had to come back. Our next contest is Tate taking on, you're dealing with the X Factor.
That's horrible.
As taking on X-Pac with Eddie Guerrero as the special guest referee, who is the European champion. Is Test the European champion? One of them is. And Eddie Guerrero will be facing Test at WrestleMania X7.
You just perfectly captured a booking meeting at the time.
Test is the babyface, which is weird to me because I'm like, no, he's always a heel.
Partay. Well, because Albert had turned on him.
That's right,
4 months previously, of course, of TNA with Trish Stratus.
Eddie has a bit of a slow count for Test. He won't count the pins fairly. He does a fast count for X-Pac. Jer and Heyman just talk about Vince McMahon through all of this. Eddie casually trips Test while he's trying to do a press slam. It's really funny. And he goes down to do a pinfall count for Test. Oh no, I've got a bad back, SA. I can't do that anymore. So Test clocks Eddie over the top rope, and Heyman's like, he just hit the referee. Albert passes Test the title.
Gives X-Pac the title.
Yeah, but Test catches it and hits the pump handle slam. Visual pin, but there's no referee. Another one runs out, but Eddie hits him. A low blow by X-Pac and a Boldo bomb by Albert for the X-Pac win, because Albert is part of Yo-Yo dealing with the X Factor that Just Incredible is also a part of.
There's no wrestling matches, really. It's a sequence of spots. But not wrestling spots. Interference spots.
Yeah. Heyman applauds Eddie for his referee duties. Austin is just backstage making coffee.
Yeah. Waiting to feel like a star, Steve.
There used to be a period of time when they never showed Steve on TV until it was time to do the entrance, so the pop will be the biggest possible. Here, I'm just making some coffee.
Not beer? No, feeling pretty run down. Need a little pick-me-up?
I'm just here catering. Had a pretty late night last night. I'm going to get myself some coffee.
And it wasn't like he's in his own special locker room like a megastar. He's in the hallway where there's just a table and a coffee vat.
Yeah, he's in a beige hallway. Drinking. I'm just going to get myself some coffee here. Maybe I'll do a stunner later on. Who knows? And it's not even like it feels like it's already unmotivated Steve. He's getting ready for his 2002 run. And out comes Mick Foley with his book and his WrestleMania X7 shirt. He was fired from being the commissioner, and Heyman tells JR to get in the ring and throw him out.
But he got one of the biggest reactions of the night. People are chanting Foley. He gets a cheap pop for Foley's new book, Foley is Good. Another cheap pop for being right here in Cleveland, Ohio. But Mania wouldn't be Mania without Foley involved.
He's gotten himself involved in one of the big matches. And Vince McMahon comes out and is like, Mick, I'm not in the mood for this.
I love this performance from Vince, considering how gloating and boastful he was the previous 2 hours.
Yeah.
Mick, just give it a rest. I can't deal with you too.
He's not coming out being like, you son of a bitch, get out of my ring. He's like, Mick, I haven't got time for what it is you've got to say here. We've got a show. Please, would you mind leaving the ring? You're not going to be a part of WrestleMania. And Mick says, oh, but I think I can. Because I knew you were going to fire me from my position, Vince. So before you comatose Linda McMahon, I had myself a meeting with her. We signed a bunch of papers. We've signed a bunch of contracts together. And one of those was in January, or June of 2000, I came to the commission. Blah, 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 blah. So in December, before you fired me, we did this. And I'm just going to show you the video package of what we did. And they show a video of December 5th, 2000.
17 minutes past 9 in the morning on the timestamp.
And Mick's like, hey, if you're watching this, I had a feeling that Vince McMahon was going to fire me from my job as being the commissioner. So I've got Linda here. Bless her. She's no actor. Signing a bunch of papers. These papers are legal because he's still the commissioner at this point. And he pulls out a document from his book, now live back in Cleveland in our present day 2001. And he says, I get to be the guest referee in any match I choose. So I'll see you at Sunday when you have your street fight with Shane McMahon. And in case you weren't having one before, have a nice day.
Great ending catchphrase use. I do not think that is how business documents work. But you know what? I don't care.
It's wrestling.
Because this was so much fun, such a fun reveal. And it wasn't just like a, contrived exposition. I did this over this, and now I've signed legal documents that mean I can do this. They went through the time and effort and creativity.
Yep.
Here's something I prepared 4 months ago. And
Love
Foley
it.
had different hair, not drastically different, but it did look like 4 months ago.
Yeah, it looked like it was done in December. Which does lead me to the question, what was the number one film at the box office on December 5th?
December 5th, 2000.
December 5th, 2000.
Is it a Lord of the Rings?
It is not.
Well, Lord of the Rings came out before Harry Potter, so it's neither of those.
I'll give you some ideas of films that were number one beforehand. Scary Movie, Me, Myself, and Irene,
Wow.
Hollow Man, Nutty Professor 2, The Clumps, Dinosaur, What Lies Beneath, Bedazzled, and Charlie's Angels.
God, I was really going to the cinema a lot at this time. I remember seeing Bedazzled weirdly for a mate's birthday. I forgot my glasses. I used to wear glasses. I had the laser eye surgery, and that was one of the only times I had to watch a movie without glasses. That's my enduring memory. I can't figure it out based on that. You'll need to give me a clue.
I got my invite for your stag do, and it's a picture of you wearing glasses.
Oh, is it a really old picture? Oh, it's probably because Graham's my best man who has arranged that.
Mm-hmm.
I was his best man, and I used a picture of him throwing up in a pint glass for his stag WhatsApp group.
Directed by Ron Howard. It's an adaptation of a book.
Ron Howard, adaptation of a book, is pretty vague.
Maybe if I go through the cast in reverse order. Actually, I'll give you the... it is a Christmas fantasy comedy directed by Ron Howard.
Express.
Nope. That's directed by Robert Zemeckis.
Zemeckis, isn't it? Yeah.
Molly Shannon, Bill Irwin, Christine Baranski, Jeffrey Tambor. I'll give you the last one, the most obvious one to get here.
Well, Tambor is from Arrested Development.
Mm-hmm. Jim Carrey.
Oh, is it The Grinch?
It is How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
I never got on board with that.
No one did. But anyway, that was the number one film. Heyman then says, this is the worst day of Vince McMahon's life. Big Show and Jericho walk backstage. We get a promo for the WrestleMania magazine that has, get this, folks, pictures. Genuinely, one of the selling points in this advert is complete with over 100 pictures.
Of WrestleMania X7, which hasn't happened yet. Yeah, this is the benchmark for inflation now. That was $9.99, and in today's money, that's $20.
Vince is backstage having some strawberries, but they don't taste the same anymore. Then we get Chris Jericho, or as I've accidentally written in my notes here, Jerry Ho versus the Big Show.
It's the Jericho.
They have packed a lot into like the 21 minutes that are left of this broadcast.
I can't believe this match happened.
I know. I thought, oh, surely it'll be the main event now. But nope, we've got another one. Big Show teases a Vader bomb, but he misses. He slams Jericho, and he teases the final cut.
I like that move.
Jericho reverses. Kane then runs down to attack the Big Show because they're having a match at WrestleMania. Kane then throws him back in. And who's here? It's Raven! Because it's the hardcore triple threat at WrestleMania, a.k.a. the best match on that show, a.k.a. the greatest match in WrestleMania history. How many other WrestleMania matches does someone get thrown through a glass window and a wall and drive golf carts? It's the hardcore triple threat. It's the best match ever. We then get a lion salt, but Regal runs in, hits the Regal neck breaker, showstopper chokeslam, Big Show wins.
Yeah, the referee is just looking right at Regal when he interferes. That's 3 minutes.
Kane hits Big Show.
Minutes.
Kane hits Big Show with a chair. Raven then jumps on Kane's back, but he gets chokeslam for his troubles. Not looking good for my boy Raven heading into WrestleMania, I am afraid. I'm just going to show you my sign of the night from this broadcast, though. I got it as 1:22:44. That's a huge bitch.
Yes.
The Rock walks backstage. He says, asks the stagehand, "Have you seen Stone Cold?"
Is it the same guy Vince said? How you doing, pal?
And then the guy goes, "Yeah, it's just down that way, actually."
Yeah, this is a weird bit, actually. I remember it now. Why does this keep on going on? You just need Rock going, "Where's Stone Cold?" And the guy should indicate. But rather, the guy goes, I don't know. And then the Rock goes, he says, "It's down that way." You're fired.
No, he's the babyface.
Oh, but the Rock, babyface Rock could still go, "You're fired."
I think it's a missing... I also want the Rock forgot what his catchphrase is. He literally asked someone, "What's your name?"
Yeah.
Then you follow up with, "It doesn't matter what your name is." But instead he goes, "Thank you."
Yep, thanks. keep on working.
You're doing some good notes there, pal.
Yeah.
Oh, the Rock will catch you down the road. Our overdrive of the week. It's Spike getting gored through the table that we saw on SmackDown.
The graphics for this, can I find it? It's... Oh. Yeah, it's nightmare fuel.
Go Greyhound.
Go Greyhound.
We cut to the Dudley Boys in WWF New York, who cut a promo about TLC 2. They say the titles are going to come back to Dudleyville. There's more, guys. Austin chats with Deborah, and then The Rock walks in, and he says, "Look, I don't want to team with you. You don't want to team with me. But if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you." And Austin says, "Well, that's fine. But when that match is over, all bets are off."
How would you sell overstuffed beef ravioli?
Oh, yes! I'll tell you how. Oh, wait, well...
Snowboarding? Wrestling?
Well, I would say that if I had a tinned ravioli product, which, fun fact, my friend Dan used to eat out of a tin cold. If I had a tin ravioli product, I would want it to be pretty extreme.
Well, so, extreme was obviously a very popular word back then.
Of course it was. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Nowadays, organic.
Did you
free range? Just put organic or free range in that advert.
I thought you were going to spot something else.
Made now.
I thought you were going to spot something else about that advert, which I will skip back to. So the Hardys do write about this in their book, and they said that it sucked filming this advert because it's.
Oh, do they really?
It was freezing cold.
Oh, it shoots snow.
Yeah, but who's that?
Christopher Daniels.
It's Christopher Daniels.
No.
Yeah, you can see it quite clearly when they do this move.
Oh, the way he takes it.
The way he takes it, his body type, the shorts, he's got the little goatee beard. It's Christopher Daniels. You can also see the little tattoo on his chest.
Who was under contract with WCW at this time.
Well, this is quite an old advert. I think they've been running this for about a year or so now. The Brothers of Destruction walk backstage, which takes us to our main event as Brothers of Destruction take on the mega team of Austin and Rock. That you want to talk about some star power. Like with each and every entrance of this, I was blown away. I was like, it's another top name. Yeah. It's another top name. It's
if nuts. You smell...
Like, no wonder they won.
And then, keep rolling. It's insane. 12 minutes left of this show.
It's the best version of Kane.
Yeah. Taker gets the rolling entrance with the bike. The crowd are loving it, even though it's Ginger Taker. Jim Ross says, I don't have the vocabulary to describe this amazing night. And Heyman says, it's because you're not that smart.
So this is really not really a wrestling match. This is more check out the star power we've got on here. Kane, we're going to get a lot of this. So funny because he makes a lot of noises behind his mask. You can hear his heavy breathing. They work over Rock, who is
so good at selling.
Yeah.
Like you look at John Cena, he's down like a bag of hammers, whereas Rock is human spaghetti. He is wibbling everywhere. He's gasping like a fish.
Yeah. Austin finally comes in. He'll sell for Undertaker. And then he goes for the stunner, but Taker pushes him off and he collides with The Rock. Chokeslam to Austin. But here comes Triple H. He was here all along. Taker sets up for the last ride. There's no way he's doing that move to Steve Austin. Triple H cracks him with a chair. Kane brawls with Triple H, and Austin pins The Undertaker. And then as Austin is celebrating, The Rock, he sets up and he hits the rock bottom. No, he doesn't. He hits the Stone Cold Stunner. And he gets the beer and he just leaves it next to Austin. Absolutely awesome.
What a go-home segment. Like, the match is what it is, but just the visual of Rock hitting Stone Cold's own move on him and then getting the beers and not pouring them over Stone Cold. So there you go. Yeah. I'll see you at Mania.
See you on Sunday.
Just brilliant.
Yeah. I think the go-home segment they do on SmackDown's week as all get out. Like, I think they do a sing-song thing, which is not pretty good. In total, we had 16 minutes of wrestling on this broadcast of Monday Night Raw.
One of the final lines of commentary was, but what about Deborah? She doesn't know what to think.
Well, bam, she non-factor. And there you are, everyone. That is the episode of Raw where they buy WCW, and it's the final episode of Monday Nitro, and it's the first chapter of our journey through the invasion.
And I know it's very difficult, but try and wipe your mind of everything that's not these two TV episodes. Are you optimistic?
Am I optimistic? I think I putting myself back in my 15-year-old shoes, I thought it was really cool, super exciting, because I didn't know any better. But I do remember thinking, this is, oh man, I can't wait to see what they do next. But I was just pumped for WrestleMania. Me and my buddy, so we watched Mania the Monday afterwards. A friend of ours bought it on pay-per-view and he taped it, which means I had to do the entire school day of Monday. And there was a kid who watched it live, and we had to avoid him all day. He would try and go. He was like, "I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything." Yeah. And we went back to my mate's Graham's house, and we watched this while eating junk food and stuff. And it's one of the best afternoons ever. Finished school at 3, went home to his house to watch WrestleMania on VHS, and what a show! So great. I was just the WCW thing. Honestly, was not far. It was far from my mind. I was just super into I wanted to see WrestleMania.
I don't remember caring much about WCW. It wasn't really a factor to my 13-year-old brain. Turned 13 that weekend, before between this Raw and Nitro and Mania, I had turned 13.
Yeah.
The typical, teenager is here. And yeah, I was obsessed with the Alliance invasion, but that doesn't happen yet.
No, that's
so I truly get oh my God, this is a big deal when it starts to happen.
Yeah.
This bit, I don't really understand what's happening. I'm like, oh, Shane and Vince hate each other.
Yeah. So when our next episode, which you can watch right now over at patreon.com/WrestleTalk, is King of the Ring 2001. That's in June.
Mm.
We're here in March. There's the whole two-man power trip storyline in between this point here and the invasion starting. And Triple H gets hurt, tears his quad. Jericho and Benoit gets injured, like at King of the Ring 2001, unfortunately. There's a bunch of time between this bit and the thing actually starting.
Mm.
And we're going to cover that 2-month period and basically why it all fell apart in our next episode, which you can watch right now over at patreon.com/WrestleTalk, where we review King of the Ring 2001. But next month, we'll be back here on YouTube with episode 3 of The Invasion, where we're going to watch the episode of Monday Night Raw, where WCW got to main event in Tacoma, Washington, and everything falls apart.
I've never seen it.
Have you not? Oh, man. I remember it so vividly. Yeah. That's our next month's episode. And then after that, we'll be getting towards the actual invasion itself. Thank you so much for watching this. Let's have a look. Probably going to be just over 6 hours, maybe, as a podcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Let us know. We should find out what so people got to the end.
Yeah, what's the secret word?
Greyhound.
Greyhound? Not
Boyardee.
No, not Boyardee. We want overstuffed. This podcast was overstuffed.
Or find a way to describe this episode of Raw with overstuffed in there. Don't make it too obvious so everyone can pick up. Get overstuffed into your comments. We'll know that you were one of the cool people that made it all the way to the end.
And you want extra points? Also get Luke Ravioli in there.
Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you next month. Or we'll see you over at patreon.com/WrestleTalk right now. Jam that jam.